Welcome, folks, to the Call of Duty League Major 1. It's a group play time. We're ready to get underway here. We apologize for all of the delays, but it's all good. We're here now. We're finally ready to get into our first game of the day. We're getting in very, very quickly into this one. It's Røkkr. It's Decimate Gaming. We're kicking things off with a CDL versus Challengers matchup. And if you didn't see us yesterday on the Challengers tournament, well, I'm Infinity, joined by Visions on the desk. Austin, buddy, very quickly, how you feeling?
Feeling great, man. This is the first chance we get to see with the challenger players going up against the professional scene. This is basically what all of these guys dream of, and this is their chance to kind of show up. So I'm very excited, man. I'm all fired up.
Yeah, indeed. This is ultimately the storyline, I think, coming into today, isn't it? At least for us. I mean, we were actually discussing just before we got into this, right, kind of the lens at which we view things. Obviously, being Challengers casters for the last 2 to 3 years, it's like we always look at things of, how are the Challengers teams going to do
Right.
against the CDL teams? And this is a big one to kick things off. Decimate Gaming going head to head with Røkkr. It's kind of interesting. Before we get into the kind of the nitty gritty of that specifically, on the whole, this Challengers versus CDL storyline, right? We already know right now going on. We can give you guys the update. If you haven't seen it already on Twitter, Austin is very upset. Poyadrome 2-0 up against Toronto Ultra right now. Things already looking spicy here in Major 1.
Yeah, I think it tells a lot, right? For as far as how good some of these challenger players are. And the fact that we keep coming back to is, listen, it's very early in the season and we don't exactly have, a strong grip on the meta. Things are still very early up in the air. So, I mean, I think we can come to expect some of these maps potentially going over and maybe even some of these series. So it's going to be very interesting, but you have it here. We're jumping into game. Minnesota Røkkr up against Decimate Gaming. Let's get into it, Brody.
Yeah, we're going into aBeZy Hardpoint to kick things off now. We do have a map set to talk about. We'll probably talk about it after map number 1. But one thing we did know about aBeZy Hardpoint, looking at Røkkr here, they're currently 0-2 from Major 1 qualifiers in this map mode combination, Austin. So as far as Decimate Gaming are concerned, I mean, we were discussing this with a look at the veto process. For Decimate, the veto process actually did go quite well for them to get this in there.
Yeah, I feel like overall they got a decent map selection. It's a matter of, are they going to be able to make use of it here and actually take down, a professional team? We'll have to see, but so far so good, at least for Røkkr with some of the control. Attaches up top, just trying to keep them off of some of this scrap time, but we'll more be looking at this rotation over to P2. Røkkr off screen is already getting some decent work done, but it's only 10 seconds off of P1, and now as the kills start to come through, it's all Røkkr in the feed for P2.
Huge rotational gunfights already being made by Minnesota Røkkr over here. Those early rotations coming through from Decimate on the right side. They attempted to co-op the spawns from the Minnesota Røkkr side for this parking lot hardpoint, but however, now they're going to have to take this a little bit more honest, straight through the front of the hill. They've done a good job so far, but getting past the middle of the map, that's going to be the tough thing. And Bance is there. You can see him in the kill feed. He gets a couple of crucial gunfights. That should clear the middle of the map momentarily here. Forces Decimate to spawn away once again. And Minnesota Røkkr so far here in this hardpoint, Austin, they're getting a wealth of time off the back of it. 25 seconds left. The spawns for new going to be in the back of their mind sooner rather than later. But Decimate Gaming still want to have something to say about this one. iLLeY, this is a player we had so much to say about, and he actually picks up 3 for the scrap time.
Yeah, iLLeY's someone I think you're going to hear us talk about a lot. He was the star player yesterday, 1.24 KD. He was just absolutely frying all of the play-in teams and really showing up. So we'll see if he can continue to keep this going. 6-2 at the moment on the 3 spree, but Bance making that early rotation alongside Attach will now be dealt with. iLLeY gets in there, be able to find Bance, and now this is going to be Decimate Gaming, a chance to be able to really lock in some time. TrueReal is going to be able to kind of set up maybe an early rotation, watch top PD, so they're not going to be able to beam from afar.
Good stoppage of the streaks there coming through as well. You saw it in the kill feed. iLLeY getting taken down. He was on 5 in a row. A precision airstrike or a cruise missile would have been something that Røkkr really wouldn't have wanted to deal with moving in towards this hard point. There are a fair few open hard points here on aBeZy. Nonetheless, though, Minnesota Røkkr, they do stop that streak, and then off the back of that, they're able to break on through towards this hill too. So the back 30 could well be theirs if they hold on. Gotta be cautious, though, because you can see a player coming down that left side now. It's iLLeY going to be on the minimap looking to make his way up the ladder. Mock also able to get the kill into electrical, and to be fair to Decimate Gaming, yet another convincing break.
Yeah, it's a really good moment. And on top of it, off screen, you just saw again, just the good heads up play from holloww, right? Making that far right rotation, trying to see if he can start to cut them down. He gets the information for TrueReal, who is on 4 in a row. We'll see if he might be able to keep this spree going. A chance for the scrap time and a chance maybe for an early break. Røkkr known for being really good at holding the time initially, but we'll see if TrueReal can try to break it open or maybe even work for some streaks.
Maybe he should have trusted his teammates to take this gunfight around the back, right? Because now, of course, that does really reveal his positions. He's going to have to reposition here alongside his teammates for the break. in towards the admin hard point. Hollow comes in for the kill with the stun, but no, Tiro going to fall to Bance there as Minnesota Røkkr going to hold for the moment. Hollow attempts to get in, but it is a Hollow attempt at that as Afro is going to take him down, and the Røkkr a brace for Decimate Gaming here. Now starting to pull away here in this game. 25 seconds left on this hard point. Decimate Gaming still have a wealth of time to get if they do go for it. And there you go. Hollow, iLLeY, Mott, all of them contribute to a break once more. And this seems to be the case so far in this hard point, right, Austin? Minnesota Røkkr, they're kind of getting that mid 20 to 30 seconds or so. Decimate, they're coming in for the scrap time. It is actually keeping them in the conversation.
It very much is. I mean, they're getting those back 20 seconds, and because Røkkr don't want to invest any kind of resources into hitting the scrap time, it actually allows Decimate Gaming to get here fairly quick.
Oh, I think I've actually just lost Austin there, guys. I apologize. He has just completely disappeared from our broadcast, so it's all good. He's back. Austin, we got you back, buddy.
We're back, baby.
We're back. All right, Austin. Yeah, this game right now, I mean, Minnesota Røkkr, they managed to get 4 down. And this is convincing. This is what they've done so far in here in this game. They've managed to kind of survive that first wave of gunfights, right, Austin? But Decimate Gaming, again, we've been saying it. They've been able to come in for the last 20 seconds or so. Might not be able to this time, though. You can see the streak starting to be put together, attached with 6 in a row. That is going to be either a cruise or a precision airstrike has been earned.
Well, Røkkr, they just have a lockdown hill right here, and this is going to give them a huge amount of time. Start to build that lead. Attached now 7 in a row. Completely streaked out. Gonna find kill number 8 on the Hollow. Man, just cannot be traded at the moment, but iLLeY will finally get there. And well, you have to wonder if this is maybe where the snowball starts here for Minnesota Røkkr. Just about a full 60 comes into play, and it's an easy rotation right over to P1.
Unfortunate thing for Decimate Gaming here is that, well, I was going to say that that you're not expecting really Minnesota Røkkr to get a wealth of time at the back of it. They will, of course, if Afro continues to do what he's been doing so far in this game. Minnesota Røkkr now have themselves a fair amount of, I guess, safety net between themselves and the Decimate Gaming roster. And this is not what you wanted to see if you're Decimate Gaming, right, Austin? We had that discussion before we got into the game. What do Decimate Gaming need to do in this series? You need to shut down the sub players, and that hasn't happened at all. I mean, look at the way that Minnesota Røkkr are slaying out now.
Exactly. They're getting a lot more freedom, and I mean, a huge part of it, the kills aren't really coming in, the trades aren't really there. iLLeY's the only one that's been able to get some work done, and iLLeY able to find 2. So still able to at least contest some of the scrap time, make sure that Minnesota Røkkr does not pick it all up for free. But down by about 60 points, you're going to have a big P2, and Attach is just starting to catch that fire. 17 and 10. He's been a huge influence on why Minnesota Røkkr have started to take over like they have.
Mock trying to hold on there towards the cafeteria side. Bance going to take him out of the equation, though. And once again, it is going to be Røkkr now really starting to take over this game. I say start in Austin. I think they've been here for about the last 2 minutes or so. Cammy in the back line wants to hold on. iLLeY will take him down. Attach now. Keep an eye on him. He's on 5 in a row. And he's looking across that middle map area. Might be able to get the kill on towards 1. It's actually going to be Afro that does take down 2 real, who tries to cross the middle of the map there. Attach, though, has already got streaks from earlier on, so he doesn't actually really care whether or not he overlaps them or not. The way that Røkkr are playing at this point, to be honest with you, Austin, I mean, look, we can't count out Decimate. We've learned a lot of things in our Call of Duty careers, is that you never count out a team before the game is actually over, but Røkkr just have so much going for them at the moment.
They really do. I mean, they're just winning all the gunfights now. They're just starting to get ahead of the play. Attach almost ready to overlap some more streaks there as he goes on another 6 spree. So there's going to be a lot of utility now to work with in your back pocket if you're looking to try to break this hill open. Bance already starting to try to make some moves here across the map, and you need a response for Decimate. You need to come out with a good 40 seconds at least on this point. Røkkr that much closer to the win. A good stun does come through for Hollow, and TwoReal will be responsible for soaking up some time as Attach uses the streak, but he actually takes out his own teammate.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to use the streak, you do want to use it now, effectively, don't you? This is one of the more open hard points, especially as admin building is coming up. So you kind of want to get this hill out the way as soon as possible. Still, though, Decimate Gaming, they do survive it. Now they want to hold on. iLLeY inside electrical. Only able to put 1. Afro will fall. Bance in for the trade, but there's a trade right back coming out from Decimate Gaming. Decimate holding the line for the moment here. Minnesota Røkkr, again, you know, they've got this kind of safety net. They don't need to aggressively go for this one. If, you know, maybe Attach can make some heroic play here in the 1 versus 2. It would be good. He's thinking about it. Swings wide for it, but Mock is going to put a stop to him. And yeah, they don't need to go heavily aggressive on this one. Again, they've got themselves such a margin of error at this point in the game that they can just focus heavily on this rotation.
Certainly can, but Cammy, oh man, just top PD, constantly finding kills, making it very difficult to even get across the map right now. Down by about 70 points here. Decimate Gaming going to have to try to find a very fast break. And to do that, you're going to have to get through the ARs that are kind of just lined up, watching the sides. And you can see it. Everyone from Decimate Gaming going to try to get close quarters, try to make their move bottom PD, but trades are coming back and forth. iLLeY good for 2. Has to make some more magic happen. Still lots of time to fight for, and Røkkr have been able to collect just about all of it uncontested here so far.
Well, they can't finish it here, Austin, if my math doesn't fail me, so at least there's that to consider for Decimate Gaming. They will have to focus on the rotation sooner rather than later, but nonetheless, they want to take a chunk of this time away from Røkkr because it would basically ascertain them as the victors of this game. Attach trying to hold on, though, able to get 1 in the second as well. It's 2 for Attach, Bance for the 3rd, and that should be the wipe required here for Røkkr to maintain the last bit of time. iLLeY does actually come in for the scrap and picks up 2. Attach now going to turn around for that scrap time, but that is all it is at this point. Minnesota Røkkr now just looking for the last few seconds to close out this game. It's Afro. He's ready for these rotational battles.
Oh, he really is. And he's not going to get on the time right away. He's just going to kind of post up for a second, wait for the push to come to him, and Afro finds 2. And that very well should seal the deal for Minnesota Røkkr. Clean hard point in the second set of rotations. And Brody, they strike first in this best of 5.
Things looked pretty even early on between Decimate Gaming and Minnesota Røkkr. It looked like Decimate were hanging on, but it was hill by hill that really started to grow. And Røkkr really ran away with the game in that second half, and it was the sub pressure that was just a little bit too overwhelming. You have to imagine. I mean, to be fair, I think it was pressure from pretty much everybody, to be honest, Austin, right? I mean, you can see it there in the stats. We get a little brief look at it at the end of the game, Austin. Everybody was positive on the Røkkr side, but we were kind of saying it before we got into the game again. We didn't actually get to say it on broadcast because we had a very brief moment before we did get into the embassy itself. But I think the thing that Decimate Gaming needed to do in this series, and they still do need to do in this series, if anything, is overwhelm Røkkr with sub pressure, not the other way around. And I feel like things just did not go to plan there in map number 1.
No, they didn't. I think a huge part of it, too, was because of how Cammy and Attach were splitting the map. But the thing about Embassy Hardpoint is when you start to cut the map in some of those, cross-map rotations, the subs could almost just never even get to a point where it feels like they could actually battle up close. And that's just huge props to Attach going on a couple of crazy sprees. I mean, we saw it there, like 8 kills in a row. He goes on a second spree, overlaps his streak, goes on 6 in a row. And when you're just getting, those type of performances from the ARs on a map like Embassy, you're getting put in the cycle that we always kind of keep hearing about right now within this game. So control from Cammy and Attach, I think, really pays off. And then, of course, Afro, Bance doing what needs to be done inside of the point. But all things considered, I mean, iLLeY was doing what he had to do to try to hold on a little bit. I mean, he puts up, a good 25 kills there, a couple big multi-kills coming through there for him individually. But collectively as a whole, we talked about the ARs also having to be able to step up like we saw yesterday. And if Hollow and Mack can start to find form, things could definitely potentially change going into the future respawns.
Yeah, and I think this is something we did notice yesterday, again, when we were looking at Decimate Gaming. They had a fairly tough group, I think, in the Challengers qualifiers, right? They went map 5 with iLLeY. They 3-0 EXM to qualify, and a Webberbobs were not an easy team to take down as well. So it's still like a relatively tough group to go up against. And, I think yesterday we were looking at some star players coming out. iLLeY was playing pretty consistently. Hollow had his moments as well. But the one thing we did note was that it never really felt, I mean, maybe there was a couple of moments, especially in that 3-0 versus EXM to qualify. It never really felt, to be honest, though, like they were ever playing all 4 players firing in all cylinders, all 4 players playing together in synergy at the same time. It never really felt like that was the case. That's what we really wanted to see today. It can still happen, by the way, and we'll talk about it because we'll talk about the map set in just a second, I suppose, because we do have that to talk about, and there is some promising things in that map set for this Decimate Gaming roster. But to me, Austin, at least that is what we need to see. We need to see those players that maybe weren't playing so consistently yesterday really come out today and start firing.
We definitely do. And I mean, the other factor that we have to kind of bring up is that, listen, this is like the first time a lot of these guys have either played at this level in a long time. Like you look back on Hollow, who a lot of people who are maybe newer to the CDL, maybe don't remember that he did play for that OpTic Gaming LA roster way back when in Modern Warfare 2019. So we got to see kind of that champs run and a little bit of Hollow, but since then he hasn't really been on the big stage or in the big spotlight, so to speak. And then you have 2Real from last year who, didn't really have the best performance, but has stepped it up a little bit so far in the play-ins. But for the other two, I mean, they just have never really been in a position like this. So it's hard to say, who's really feeling the moment and who's really trying to shake off the nerves a little bit. It could just be a map 1, trying to settle in, trying to find your groove. You never really know how it's going to end up going for you. But what we do know is that this team has been a little bit stronger within the controls and within the S&Ds. So I think now that they got map 1 out of the way, we'll start to see that same Decimate roster from yesterday and see if they can maybe come through and start to find a little bit of value. Because we know they got the talent and their S&D was on point when they were working together.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Because again, it was something that we were coming in. We had a ton of notes to talk about with the Challengers qualifiers teams, right?
Sure.
Decimate Gaming. The one thing that we didn't know, Austin, is that they are very good at search and destroy. Individually speaking, over
Exactly.
the last year in the Vanguard season specifically, these players, you know, we're looking at players like Mock, like Hollow, Turiel. I mean, to be fair, I'm just naming everybody in the roster at this point, but that's because all of them had good S&D performances on their respective teams during the Vanguard Challengers season, right? So I think translating that into, I guess, performances here as a team in Modern Warfare 2 is going to be key. We did see some good search and destroy performances yesterday, and we did see some good search and destroy performances yesterday on aLLeY Search and Destroy
Right.
next, which is the next map we have coming up in our best of 5. One of those was a loss to Elevate, we should say. So it's kind of like, it's tough in a way. Like, I think it was 3 rounds on the bounce towards the back half that they managed to lose to Elevate. I think they just really started to set things up and be annoying with Denzer and Vortex, which was the problem
Sure.
for them. But we saw promise on that search and destroy. The way that they were setting up with the ARs, I think was really good.
I agree. I think that it's as much as we're gassing them. I think Røkkr also, this is like one of their best game modes,
Right.
and Hardpoint's actually, statistically been their worst. So it makes for an interesting clash because we're now moving into the game modes that maybe they're both best at. But can you best, a CDL team? Of course, that's what we're here for entirely with the Pro-Am. But in the moment, can they start to pick them apart? And can they stop, players like Afro and Bance that are really looking to kind of get aggressive in some of those moments, especially on defense, don't want to give you a whole lot of room to work with. So let's see how it goes. Minnesota Røkkr up by 1. Let's see if Decimate Gaming can look to bounce back.
Decimate, right off the rip here. They want to target the A bomb site. You wanted the subs inside the middle of the map to break on through, and it feels like, at least from our mini map at the moment, that Afro with the player sitting inside that A site, and that's gonna be a problem. But look at this from Decimate, Austin. Straight away, they're coming in from behind. They have lost Mock right up front, so this flank is gonna be super crucial.
I wonder if any sound cues are coming through right now. Like, Bance is right upstairs in the window. Cammy's down low, but iLLeY finds Attach all the way in the back. So now all 3 players are kind of stuck inside right now for Minnesota Røkkr. Turiel starting to bang open some doors, trying to make some moves. Has a gunfight versus Bance. Nice little bait and switch. iLLeY finds the second, and Decimate Gaming now have a 3v2.
Good play coming out from Decimate Gaming. Yeah, and we said that a lot was riding on that flank, and it works out pretty well. But the one thing we will say is Afro still hasn't moved. He wasn't phased by Afro in the corner. No, iLLeY! He cooks him. And that will certainly be an advantageous position now for the Decimate Gaming roster. Cammy in a 1 versus 3. The utility's going out here. He's searching for him. They don't know where Cammy is. The shot's going to Turiel, but you have to imagine now, especially as that stun comes out, they should be able to finish up, and they will. That is a great response to the first blood. I mean, Decimate Gaming there, down a man, they're still able to convert.
Brody, iLLeY's looking godlike right now. I mean, I don't know what is going on. He's been frying, to be fair, like, all of the playing stage, like I already mentioned, a 1.24 KD after yesterday, but he is coming into this matchup, and he is playing with so much confidence. He is quite literally oozing it right now, and it is showing through his gameplay. Taking challenges, not afraid to back down. 3 kills in the very first round. We'll see if it continues.
Well, Røkkr on that prior defensive round, they got somebody, or Afro, I shouldn't say, not just somebody. It is Afro after all, inside that A site. Of course, iLLeY did rip him away from it, but regardless, was presence inside the site. That's presence that Decimate Gaming here on the defensive side do not have. Instead, they've elected to push a player all the way through in Afro, who's currently sitting in that bottom bar area. Or in, I think it's Turiel, excuse me, not Afro. Can't read numbers apparently today. Cammy regardless. Turiel in that position that we were talking about, able to get the first blood.
1 HP right now. The nade should finish him off, and Hollow actually is going to take out his own teammate and say, listen, if you can't take him down, I will. Now a 3v3, as they do get the trade, but a lot of time has been taken off of the clock. You can see it, 35 seconds now to work with. And this bomb is leaning towards A. They're starting to retake it, starting to get in. Nobody, of course, from Decimate Gaming going to be inside the site, and Bance is going to try to drop it.
From behind, Mock's already got 1, and iLLeY now going to act off that information. How about that for a pinch from Decimate Gaming? And it's the S&D skills that we were talking about coming into this one. Attach now left up in a 1 versus 3. He could stop the plant, to be fair, and walk away. But no, he's going to go for it, and iLLeY going to take him down there. And yeah, Decimate Gaming coming out on top again, and it's very fast paced from them. Immediately as soon as they have the information that they can make that pinch happen, they do exactly that.
And the reason this team even got into the play-in qualifier was based off of their teamwork. You know, for a lot of people that don't know the history around this team, you know, not a lot of people even expected them to get here to the Pro-Am and then qualify. And they've kind of just continued to prove everybody wrong. And their team coordination is a huge part of why they are good as they are. But 5 kills now for iLLeY, 2 in a row here for 2Real. I mean, this has been just incredible. Watching this roster play S&D. Starting to clean things up, looking very clean while doing it. Mack will pull out the scope. He'll spot out attached there for a second, but attached now going to completely reposition behind B.
This is something we've seen yesterday in the Challengers qualifiers. Having the Overwatch with a sniper rifle is pivotal, but you've got to be careful. There will be a flank coming through sooner rather than later from Bance. You can see it on the mini-map, so Mock's position might well be untenable, and it doesn't even matter. Cammy's going to be the one to take him down, so there's the first blood coming through. Let's make the bomb down now. Hello. On the site, got to turn around for the kill versus Bance, and is just not going to get it elsewhere. TeReal to take down Cammy, TeReal to take down Afro as well, and very quickly this resulted in a 1 versus 2. TeReal last left alive here. All he's got to do is defend that bomb, and he is very, very far away from it, by the way, trying to get the wall bangs, but just not in position to deal with the play, and I think he was making that play very, very early, but that is a good retake coming through from Røkkr.
It really is, and a huge part of it is Bance kind of disrupting everything from behind. He immediately kind of hit that flank. As soon as they get information that they're hitting B and nades are coming over the top to that brick wall to kind of shrug attach off of that initial angle, that's just the go button for Bance to get in from behind, make sure he is there to collapse as a team, and really get behind to disrupt the play, as I said. So beautiful stuff here for Minnesota Røkkr, able to grab that very first round, but let's see if they can build off of it. This one's coming with a little bit more aggression. Stun's coming out immediately. See if they can get down low and potentially into A.
A lot of utility being thrown out by Decimate early on in this round. Again, I'm looking at that presence. It is TeReal, I believe. He's got himself in pretty much the exact same position. Here all the way back. iLLeY in that position we saw Afro win a couple of rounds ago. They're going to know about it. They're going to know to check it. And this time it's Afro to eliminate iLLeY from that position.
There's someone that's just always going to get your entries. You really do feel like it's going to be Afro. One of the best subs right now in the league, without a doubt. But with that blood, the bomb also will go down now for Minnesota. Going to be a very difficult retake. You're going to have to start finding kills very quickly. A trade needed to come there from Mack, and it doesn't. And now a 2v4. There's about 30 seconds left.
Have to take down Mack as well. Very quickly, this one is resulting in Hollow falling. And yeah, immediately, as soon as you get control of the site, Røkkr are able to work on from there on out. They already got players in that top bar area too. It's way too much presence. Afro going to finish things off here. So Røkkr starting to bounce back here in this game. I thought for a second here with the first couple of rounds coming through from Decimate that maybe that search and destroy prowess that you and I talked about, Austin, might well give them the edge here in this search and destroy. But Røkkr, they have stabilized.
They have. They make sure iLLeY doesn't get the streak in the round previous. They start to change up the tempo just a little bit, start to move in with a little bit more aggression. And we know Røkkr likes to take their time in a lot of their offensive rounds. Kind of work picks, figure out the setup. But we'll see if anything changes now for Decimate Gaming. A little bit aggressive again. Afro pushed all the way up and might look to come right into bottom pool to see if he can find these kills. He's good for the first blood. He's good for the second. 3 players already down, and that is a very fast round from Minnesota Røkkr for 3 in a row.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right, Austin? Because at the start of that round, you were talking about how they like to take something slow. They're certainly not slow there. The way that they played that hyper-aggressive through the middle of the map, and I just think they caught Decimate off a little bit off guard. That's 3 rounds back-to-back now from Minnesota Røkkr, and important to note as well, they were already building up streaks in the round prior to that. Everybody got a kill there, or at least contributed in some way. Nobody died, and you can see that now reflected in the streak column on the upper left. Everybody's starting to put something together here. Afro, though, the closest at 4 in a row. And the thing is for Afro, again, he's one of those annoying SMG players that will find a way through the middle of the map.
Stun check will be good here. iLLeY going to try to work through courtyard alongside with Mack watching over him. Shots come through bottom bar right away. No one going to drop, however. Just a lot of information, a lot of utility used. 2Real is going to be good for a kill onto Cammy. That's a huge elimination. Now everyone else from Røkkr is stuck inside once again. 2Real still able to get some more information here.
That's a nice nade from 2Real. Should displace Afro for the moment, but nope. Attaches there to cover his compadre. And now Røkkr off the back of that, able to get this bomb down. Decimate Gaming, if they do choose to go on the long flank in from behind, Attach should be ready for it. Hollow going to activate Dead Silence. He's going to get caught off guard by Afro, and that should force Decimate to make the exact play that I was saying. Just 25 seconds now on the clock. Mock has to check all of these corners. At least he's doing it with iLLeY, so if one of them falls, the trade should be there, but time really not on their side. iLLeY, however, is going to take out Bance from inside the bedroom, and now it is Røkkr left up in positions that are pretty much untradeable. iLLeY able to take down Afro. This becomes much more realistic, but attached from the top ropes, able to take down Mock. All that iLLeY can do here is jump on the bomb for the round. That's just not going to happen. Maybe you take a touchdown, and you do. So that's good to prevent any streaks coming on through. But nonetheless, Røkkr play that very well.
They do, and I love the setup, right? Like, Bance is just left all alone, isolated in the site. It actually doesn't really matter if Bance dies. He's just there to make sure they have bomb checks and just to get information for them when they finally decide to make their move inside of the A room. But you can see it up top. You know, it's planted for attach. He can play the clutch spot. He doesn't have to worry about anything else. Just play his life up top, go for the bomb check when he needs to. And then you have Afro doing the exact same thing on the other side of the map, running around with the sub. So love the setup, love the idea. And Minnesota Røkkr have clearly figured out Decimate Gaming right now with 4 rounds in a row.
That momentum that's been built up for Røkkr here will put a downer on what Decimate Gaming were able to do in the early search and destroy. Momentum is absolutely a factor for this roster. They need to find some way to build some backup. And that's just not going to help, is it? Mock falls right off the rip pretty much. Decimate, they're concerned that somebody is sitting in that corner. It's not Afro this time. As a matter of fact, it's not anybody. Nobody is there. Now going to attempt the plant, but the teammates falling down around them. iLLeY going to go as well. The last player down for the count, and Røkkr just bullying them at the moment here on LC.
They are. They're isolating them. They're forcing them into really tough decisions here, and they both line up, I think, for Bance. Just a great read. The pre-fire actually on to Two-Real, just completely ahead of the play. Reads them like a book. And now, I mean, that's 5 rounds in a row. A lot of these rounds have been very fast. A lot of them even perfect rounds at that, without even anyone dropping in some of them. But Decimate Gaming, I mean, they just don't have anything going for them. iLLeY, you know, doing his absolute best, 8 and 4, Two-Real right behind him, but Hollow and Mock, you know, those 2 key AR players that need to battle against Cammy and attach from afar just have not been able to get involved.
Decimate Gaming, I mean, how do you find your way back into this one? 1 round at a time. It's all you can do. Afro now with the Daddy, though. Activated pretty close to Hollow, but I don't think he heard it nonetheless. And either way, they've got a sus feeling that somebody's around here. That's a really nice play. Game sense out of Afro. If he didn't get it, Cammy would have done elsewhere. Attach has already taken down another as well. iLLeY in for a trade, so there is something. Decimate's presence in the mid-map, excuse me, is pretty big. But the problem is they've got no presence over towards B.
Yeah, they're technically trapped, right? They're both inside of A. Nowhere to really go, and they just immediately rotate over to B. Heads up call, and I think they might both have subs in hand unless they're able to pick up the tack to be able to battle from afar. So this is not going to be an easy retake by any means. There's another. They'll take out iLLeY, and it all comes down to Two-Real in a 1v3.
Yeah, come on, Two-Real. 1v3. Highlight of your career. 27 seconds now, but nope, just not to be. Player from the back ropes is going to take him down. Røkkr. 6 rounds in a row, Austin. Decimate, they started that search and destroy pretty strong, but Røkkr, they immediately respond. They put a stop to any of that momentum that was building early on in that search and destroy, and in a promising game mode as well for the Decimate side. We were talking about how strong they've been in search and destroy individually and as a team. Røkkr, they just don't care.
No, they definitely do not. And it was just really a huge tempo change up. I think you look at the first 2 rounds and it really was Røkkr trying to, feel them out. At this point in time, you probably don't have a whole lot of VOD, around the challenger teams unless you were watching yesterday over specific maps. But outside of that, you're trying to feel them out in the moment. And Røkkr obviously certainly did that. Once they got a few rounds in, they say, listen, let's just try to speed it up a little bit, play some trades, play a little bit more aggressive, take away the map from Decimate Gaming, and really make them feel uncomfortable. And well, that definitely did show there, Brody, but incredible stuff. 6 rounds in a row. Røkkr looking good right now, 2-0 up.
Yeah, I think it is just the pressure over the middle of the map, right? There are just so many situations there where we're seeing, though, and again, it does very often feel like a mixture of that AR and suppressor, right? Whether it's attach or Cammy looking over the middle of the map, or the sub players, Bance and Afro, just finding those kind of routes in from behind, or even just sometimes picking corners, because we saw Afro do that a fair bit there in that search and destroy. It's just these small things where they're kind of catching Decimate off guard, and they don't really expect those situations to be put upon them. I think, we're starting to have some of the questions answered, right? Because again, we did come
Sure.
into this with a lot of questions about how the Challengers teams are going to be doing against the CDL teams. This is not a generalization by any means. So, at the end of the day, this is just one series of many that will be going down between Challengers teams and CDL teams this weekend, or this week, excuse me. It still does feel like a weekend, to be honest.
It does.
But, nonetheless, I think, Røkkr, if they were asking the question, how are Røkkr holding up versus this Decimate roster? I don't think at the moment, from the first couple of maps, we've seen much of a challenge.
I know, not so far. I mean, it was a good start, right? In the very first hard point, going through the first set of rotations, but going to the second set, it's once again kind of figuring them out. AR's coming online, and if we're gonna get any kind of a bounce back, it's got to come from Mack and Hollow for me here, Brody.
Yeah, indeed. I believe before we get into map number 3, then we're going to go to a very, very short break. I believe is what's coming up next. So while we get everything ready for map number 3, it's going to be aLLeY Control up next. So do not go anywhere, folks. After this, we've got that map potentially the conclusion of this series. Hey all, we're back here with the Call of Duty League Major 1 group stage between Minnesota Røkkr and Decimate Gaming. And Austin, for the challengers representation here of Decimate Gaming, things not exactly going very peachy.
No, it's not. iLLeY, I think, is the only real silver lining here for as far as what this team has been able to do. And he's been frying. But Hollow, Mack, we got to see why they've been here, how they got here. Story's got to come to life here for them. We'll see if they can do it. But Afro already off to a good start. And, well, we know how these opening breaks can go sometimes on offense. When you lose them all, it can be very punishing, difficult to get out of your spawn. But Mack able to sniff one out. He's going to jump right on A and stop that clock early.
Something we'll say, you know, I think for Decimate Gaming here is they should be feeling okay. They should be feeling comfortable on this very map mode combination, because we've seen them do pretty well on it yesterday, especially considering they beat out a team that we know are very good on LSD to control elevate. So they should be okay here on this map mode combination, at least in that particular engagement, though, as Decimate Gaming make an attempt over towards A. Things do fall apart pretty quickly. Minnesota Røkkr are able to wipe them off the point, not before that one ticket progression does come through, but they have got one player through behind enemy lines. That's Afro on the minimap.
Oh, and attaches now up top in the red tower. Brody knows that I call this position out a lot and make sure that no one gets up here because it is deadly, and this is why attach almost snapping from 1 to 2 to 3. But finally will be put down, but Bance on the flank is now able to put in a little bit of work here for the first. Can he find the second? Attach is good off spawn for the second, and now able to stop that clock onto B, but is it going to last very long? You see it on the minimap. It's Hollow trying to make something happen, but he's got no real support. But he's still alive at the moment. 2 and 3, able to find that first with the nade. But you're really low on time here, Brody. Only 15 seconds left.
Oh, hold your horses. Maybe there's a chance, but no. Hollow, only one before falling. Now it's all going to be down to 2 real here. He has to kind of waste some time and maybe get ahead of the point. Stopping the clock for extra 3 seconds would be nice, but I don't think you have that luxury in this position. Dashy and Cammy for 2. Mock now, the last one left alive on the point. 6 seconds left, unless you get sprinting legs on. Hollow could touch A, but he's going to get shot in the back, surely. Goes for 1.
Oh.
Somehow still alive here, Hollow. Goodness me, you should not be alive at this point. And now the stack's starting to come on through as well. Second tick of progression in. Minnesota Røkkr, you need to touch the point if you don't want the extra 50 seconds to go down. And they don't get it done. They don't want to risk anything. Still, an extra 60 seconds on the clock and a lifeline now for Decimate.
That's just ridiculous. I mean, they had a second on the clock, it felt like, and they're able to get the touch. Mack now starting to heat up. This is what I talked about. When this man starts to find form, it can get very dangerous, but Cammy, shots too clean from afar, will get the trade. So 40 seconds to work with. If you could get that tick, it would be great, but Minnesota Røkkr, very wise of it. They're going to start to slowly deplete it. And now Cammy also investing the dead silence to start clearing out mid-map.
Yeah, the problem is that life disparity, right? I mean, it's 14 versus 4 now, 14 versus 3, or 13 versus 3, excuse me. We can keep counting down the lives as they go. At the end of the day, the bottom line for this one is, you know, Decimate don't even have any respawns left. They're down a man, 15 seconds on the clock, all odds stacked against them. Gotta pull out the heroics here and now. Attach on the point now, just left down a Mock. 1 versus 11 situation. Good luck with this one, buddy. 7 seconds on the clock. There's just not much that you can do. And to be honest, we said it earlier on in the round, right, Austin? I mean, Decimate were fortunate to get the ticks that they did on A.
Exactly. I mean, like, that's kind of the best case scenario in my mind for that situation when, you know, you got 1 second on the clock, you just kind of Hail Mary, throw yourself on the point, and you're able to win just an incredible gunfight from behind, which, of course, was Hollow. That's what initiates the entire play and allows them to get 3 members to stack it. So certainly able to get 3 ticks. We'll see if they can now play a little bit of defense here across their first defensive round and maybe stop Røkkr from getting any kind of a setup early. And if you could do that, well, it might be in good hands.
Røkkr starting to at least angle for the middle of the map and a little bit of B as well. Attach having a look over towards that B side. Maybe can clear out something so they can get someone on it, but not just yet. Good kills coming through now from Decimate. They're doing a really good job at batting away this initial wave of offensive pushes coming through from the Røkkr side. But I like this from Attach. You can see it on the map. He's not just going for one of those heroic plays, even though he probably could, given the gunny that he's got on him. He's going to wait for his team to come on and help on out as they look to get something moving on B. And now the flurry of kills starting to come through here, Roster. The trophy systems are down, and they're bunkering down for a push on B.
This looks good right now for Røkkr. Spawn kills might also start to come too real. Able to dolphin dive across, but pokes his head back up for a second and he's dead. Good nade over the top from Hollow. However, work needs to be done. B is slowly going over. That second tick just about in. Hollow is in a position to stop this. His teammates coming behind him, but the problem is you're going to have to go. You got to flood in. Attach not going to take the full chow. They still got multiple members in, and I think that might be the zone. There's a small contest, but that is B captured, and now 1:45 on the clock for Røkkr as they'll start to work to A.
I was going to say the good news about aLLeY is that it's not exactly a guarantee, even when you make the harder point go in your favor, that you will get A. We've seen it multiple times before. A team does get B, and then A still falls out of their grasp. So Decimate's still in the conversation here for the defensive play, but you got to get these players out. Again, it's been happening all series long, especially in the respawns, where you have those sub players that just manage to get in behind and cause all sorts of problems for the defensive line. That is Afro, who's already on 4 in a row, and Bance, the other SMG for the roster, takes Mack out of the power position that you were talking about, Austin. That just should not happen. Kills starting to go down on the point now as well. 2real in for 2. They're holding on for now, but 2real has a little bit more work to do. Faces a Semtex to the back, and, well, Cammy's going to finish it with attack. Now it's Røkkr on the point.
Røkkr on the point. They have great control, and you just got to have to jump in face first here if you're Decimate Gaming and force the gunfights. There's the first, there's the second. Røkkr find 3. And, well, that should once again seal it. This time it'll seal the series as Minnesota Røkkr have a flawless performance and get the 3-0.
It's 2-0 now. 2-0 Røkkr. You got ahead, so it's right, buddy. I do it all the time, mate. But yeah, 2-0. Nonetheless, it does kind of feel all like it could be a sealant at this point, right, Austin? You know, they've got that required offensive victory. And yeah, it's just a really important victory there for them. Decimate Gaming, their backs have been against the wall pretty much all series long. It could, well, continue to be so. And the performances for Røkkr, they have just been lights out for the past 3 maps. One more defensive round would seal it. Decimate Gaming, last time around, they went straight away right off the rip. They look to do the same thing again, but there's already contention to be made.
You don't have the same presence from iLLeY this time, so sure, you've gotten a little bit more out of Mack and Hollow, but iLLeY hasn't really been that same influence who's just been finding kills and really kind of getting into the back of the spawn. That's what we saw a lot of yesterday. He's going to be shut down again initially. And, well, Røkkr, already a great opening. 2real needs to get something done. Will not be heard, and will be able to sneak from behind. Could pick up an AR as well, so it's a good position for 2real, but he's got to get some more work done from that position, and Bance off screen is going to find the trade. Hollow does at least clear out A, so there's a chance to stop the clock here, but you have to hold, and we'll see if Hollow can get some more work done.
Yeah, Hollow does have quite a lot to do here, to be fair. Afro behind him. Cammy or an attach in front of him, and, well, I can't even deal with the first threat as Afro is going to take him down. So A cleared for the moment. That ticket progression starting to go away as well. 40 seconds on the clock here for Decimate to make something happen. And to be fair, they have done exactly that. Bance will spawn in pretty close. I'm curious if they're actually aware of the fact. I don't think the way that iLLeY is currently centered on the minimap is even looking in that direction. So the cavalry will have to arrive. The backup is on its way, and that backup is effectively just 2real. The man on a mission. 28 seconds left on the clock now. I think he's just going to try and barter for this A zone, but he needs to make some heroic individual performances happening. And if anything here, given the dots on the minimap here in this position, 2real is effectively just trying to distract, but he can't get the first frag in. The gunfight's lost over towards B as well. And you called it once, Austin. I think it might be over now.
It's not looking good, is it? It's not looking good whatsoever. 15 seconds on the clock. Hollow is in a position to at least stop the clock, but the kills need to come through. And you can't imagine that they're all going to flood in at the same time. But let's see what they can do. Hollow, patient play, will pay off for the first kill. The touch is now in. They'll stop the clock at 7. Hollow gets the second. iLLeY gets the third. There's a chance, a 1v1 now on the point. 2real's got to win it, but Afro finds the double. And this time it is done. 3-0. Røkkr get it done in unbelievably flawless fashion.
Yeah, Røkkr 3-0. Decimate just forced out into bad position after bad position. And, you know, there were moments there where it felt like Decimate maybe did have a hand over Røkkr. It was very small pockets of time, right? And the one that stands out to me is when they did manage to get that extra 60 seconds on the clock on their first offensive attempt. But when you're setting stuff like that happen pretty consistently, there's just not much that you can do. Sure. And it has something, I think it's just been something that's befell them all series long, to be frank. Austin, I think, to be honest, you've just been outslayed, and it really is just that matter of fact, right? You are just getting outclassed. This is potentially, I mean, again, maybe a controversial take at this point, but you could argue this is currently one of the top CDL teams in the world right now. Like, they could be the best CDL team. We just don't know, right? They are the first seed ultimately. So it is just tough, and I think ultimately speaking, Decimate just outclassed there in that series.
Yeah, outclassed. And I mean, I think for a lot of people that might be, coming in a little bit hot, with this Decimate roster, it's the very first time, right? It's the very first time playing up against a CDL team, in this spotlight, that I keep coming back to. You never know how people are going to perform. You never know, who's going to kind of suffer under the pressure or who's going to be able to live up to it and really flourish in it. But I think that if we do take anything away from it, I mean, iLLeY, as much as he doesn't have a great map 3, the kid was absolutely just cooking through the first 2 maps, right? 25 kills map number 1. The second next teammate, I think, maybe has around like 16 kills, and then he drops 8 in the S&D after losing 6 rounds in a row with a nice start. But that was kind of the thing. It was an okay start in the hard point, an okay start in the S&D, but they could never really kind of keep that consistency as well as that consistency throughout the entire roster. You could never really see a moment where all 4 of them were kind of performing. It was only one here, one heroic. And that, unfortunately, is not something you can rely on to beat the CDL squads.
Indeed. Decimate Gaming, they've had some individual performances there. You talk about it, iLLeY going off. And again, that's what today is all about, I think, for some of these Challengers teams and Challengers players, is highlighting your strengths to CDL rosters that might be looking for future talent. So, job well done for Decimate on that front, but not job well done in taking down Røkkr, as it is a 3-0 to the Minnesota Røkkr in the first series here of Group B. They go down to the lower bracket in our GSL-style brackets here. I believe, I don't know who they will face, actually, the loser off the top of my brain. It's out of there. It's in there somewhere, to be honest, Austin. But regardless, I do know what our next series will be. It'll be the Los Angeles Thieves going head-to-head with the Las Vegas Legion. It is going to be a banger, an all-CDL affair. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back after the break. How do you do, folks? It's back now with Call of Duty League Major 1. We're well deep into the group play stages now. I can't say play stages, mate. English is hard sometimes, Austin. I'm Infinity, joined by Visions here on the casting desk. And moving from a David versus Goliath matchup to an all CDL affair. Next up, we have LA Thieves going head-to-head with the Las Vegas Legion. And this one is going to be great. I think, we've got so much to talk about here. But ultimately, we are looking at two very different teams coming into the 2023 season, right, Austin? The world champions going head-to-head with a team looking for a shot at redemption.
That's right. Shot of Redemption, just broke their 200-day loss streak. So that's got to count for something, right? It feels like they have kind of, wiped the slate clean for as far as bringing in this new roster all around temp. And we got some big names here, man. I mean, TJ's been around for a long time. Everyone's going to know Clayster. He's been here since the start. So I think this will be a really interesting one in a LAN setting because, to be fair, Paris haven't really had that ability to show what they can do side by side with one another.
Yeah, absolutely. I did catch that, by the way, Austin. Don't worry. You said it. We're going to put one into the Paris jar for you, buddy. $1 Canadian for whatever that's worth.
I said it was going to happen right away, too, didn't I?
Yeah. At least
we'll get a tally going.
Out the way now,
There we go. There we go. Yeah, I like
get
that.
Out the way now, and then, we'll get into it later on. But yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad you brought up the LAN situation, right? Because for both teams, very different to what we've seen online in the qualifiers, right? I think for LA Thieves, you mentioned it before, they're one of the only teams in the 12 in the CDL that have been playing separately, not together in one facility online. And, that togetherness aspect of being together in a LAN setting is so important. So I'm curious as to how that transforms them. But also, Austin, we're looking at a Las Vegas Legion roster here. We know players on this team like Clayster, like Temp. When it comes to a LAN setting, that is where they perhaps perform their best.
Yeah, and Clay said he's not holding back this year. Over everything that happened last year with a lot of the pros in the scene, he says he's getting loud. He's going to let them know. So we'll see if that happens. TJ already taking a route in Vegas. Will find themselves at least on the time, able to get some seconds back, but still one more player to deal with. TJ's doing a little ring around the rosy. He'll spot Drazah. He'll take him out. And now a little bit of control here for Vegas early.
Now, something we do need to keep an eye on here is those spawns will go in the favor of Las Vegas Legion for that PT rotation that PT rotation, right, with 25 seconds left on the clock, Austin. We're going to see Las Vegas Legion here. I don't think they're going to go too heavy on the scrap time. ProLoot is going to have a little look at it to see if he can catch you players off guard here. He's actually going to try and get Drazah, but you have to imagine here we'll get taken out from behind by Octane, and that is exactly what will happen. But the bottom line here, Austin, I think as we look over towards this rotation, is that the Las Vegas Legion, they will be in control for it.
Yeah, Vegas at least able to neutralize a lot of that P1 time, but you have to worry about Envoy, who's going to start to make his way into the back. And really keeping the spawns here, that is everything when we talk about this P2 hill. It's fine if you give over time on P1, but you have to convert. Temp in the back with the AR will actually be shrugged off the angle. Envoy now might be able to make the play and start to flip out these spawns. A scary moment here for Vegas. They're going to have to try to hold on, dig deep, win some key gunfights. Temp still under fire. Envoy gets in there for the kill. And, well, that should be the flip of the spawns here for LA.
It should be 30 seconds deep as well. That's quite a significant amount of time for Las Vegas Legion to give away on one of the chunkier kills that you can have here on Zarko HyDra Electric. But nonetheless, Las Vegas Legion, not ones to give up so easily. With 25 seconds left on the hill, they break right back in, and a lot of it down to Clayster, who currently with the Vaznev inside, looking for some more frags. Drazah spawning towards the back line. Stun being thrown out. It will tag Clayster enough to clean things up as Kenny comes through for the last. So Las Vegas Legion will have to move over towards new. And to be fair, I don't think this is the worst situation in the world for Las Vegas Legion to be in. They get the spawns early for P2. They've done it again for P3.
That's right. And TJ can actually just be a huge factor here, but the stun going to make it a little bit tougher. He wants to try to find some of these kills and stop the rotation, slow it down just a tad bit. Clayster, 7-4. Strong start for him so far. We'll see if he can add to the tally here for Vegas. But down low, trying to figure out where the push is going to come through. Clayster's got a great read on one, but the trade's a little bit better so far for the Thieves. ProLoot able to respond with one, but you need a little bit more out of ProLoot. You're only going to get the first kill. And, well, that is just a beautiful break right away. It almost feels too easy there for the Thieves with the transition and the chance to be able to get this back 25.
Once again, it's the exact same story as the last hardpoint, right? Where LA Thieves, they break in for the back 30, back 25 seconds or so. Las Vegas Legion, they want to give this one more shake, but I think the best thing to do here is just try and catch some of these players off rotation. You do want to shut down players like Drazah. He will actually fall there off 5 in a row. So that's a huge shutdown, considering, again, just how open some of these hills actually can be on Zarko HyDra Electric. You don't want to give away a cruise missile or precision airstrike so easily. TJ, though, wanted to get that kill on towards Kenny inside the market square. He will fall. So now an opening perhaps for Los Angeles Thieves here as they look to make their way, over towards that next hard point. Octane able to take down Temp. Keep an eye on players though coming out of that water. You can see Envoy in the minimap.
You sure can. And he might be able to get all the way around the back and really set things up for Octane, who's just ready to post up and try to see if he can find some kills. But Temp with a couple of the key kills, that's a massive double. It's going to also relieve a lot of pressure here for Vegas. So you can now see it all fall on the shoulders of Kenny. Let's see if he can make something happen. Has to find some big kills. He'll get one off the time. His teammates are also finding the kills. One more in the back. And, well, the spawns are still here for Vegas, but now you have to be worried not to get spawn trapped.
And Drazah in a great position there on 4 in a row. Does get shut down, and yeah, it is very easy to get spawn trap when you're looking down the lines of sight of attack players on LA Thieves. Envoy, though, with Vaznev looking to get a couple of players off those spawns, will end up falling. So Las Vegas Legions again in for the last 5 seconds or so of time. But this time, things are a little bit different, Austin, when it comes to the rotation, because it is Los Angeles Thieves here for the first time in this game in, 4 kills? I don't think they've actually got the early rotation once in this game so far. They are the first ones to touch here on the generator hardpoint. But look at this from Las Vegas Legion. Quickly, they swarm on through. It's a pinstripe kill feed, but ultimately it is Las Vegas Legion who very swiftly break on through.
Here we go. Just by about 30 points is the lead that Vegas currently hold on to. And they might be able to build this up so far. The shots, the kills, everything's been great for them. But now a chance for Los Angeles Thieves to try to get in, try to find the break, and it's just not happening so far. Great read from Clayster in from behind. Now it's all up to Clay. Gonna be feeling a little bit overwhelmed. Envoy gets in there, does find the trade, but still, I mean, Vegas have been doing an excellent job here so far, Brody. You can see the control, the setups, the trades, everything has been great, and you can even see the pressure for a little bit of scrap time. Envoy does get in there again, but this has been a great opening start for Vegas.
I think the thing is at the moment, right, Austin, that you have to keep an eye on, right, is the fact that Vegas, I think they've been really content so far off the back of what was an early advantage from early time on P1, early time on P2, just handshaking hard points with LA Thieves, right? You know, back 30 goes the way of LA Thieves, Las Vegas Legion take the first 30 or so, right? They're content with that, and that was a massive break in that last hard point to take that time away from LA Thieves. But now we move over towards P1. We're 20 seconds deep in towards this hard point, and it will be Las Vegas Legion in control for the moment. Kenny, though, up from the water. These disgusting roots. He's able to pick up two more on the other side of the heady. It's Octane to close things out. And as far as putting a line, drawing a line in the sand here, or rather in the water in the middle of the map to make sure that Las Vegas Legion do not make the rotation over to P2, a very crucial play happening right now.
Yeah, that was so critical because it's going to give you the chance to hold on to this spawn in the back. You see it, Drazah still spawns in, which means that the rest of the Thieves should as well, and they do. You take a look at the minimap, and there is still an early threat from ProLoot, and he's going to find 2. ProLoot has actually just made the move off screen. He just found 3 in a row. Drazah now would almost have to do the same. With 4 HP, he's going to have to back down, and you called it, Brody. The spawns are there for the Thieves, and they have the close spawn to get into the hill.
Austin, that is so gutting for ProLoot to make all that effort, to do all that work, to break in towards the Ruins hardpoint, and LA Thieves, they still spawn in the backline. Las Vegas Legion now, it was a promising moment. Now they're going to have to do it again. Octane backing away for the moment here, has the assist himself, the teammate. It's going to be Octane now coming in for one. Drazah also there to assist, but Clayster's in that power position, providing Overwatch to his teammates, and Clayster starting to get kills as well. ProLoot with the trophy system frag on towards Drazah, but none of it is enough. Los Angeles Thieves continue to hold on towards this time. I mean, Las Vegas Legion, they've been getting in, they've been a nuisance, but the bottom line for that entire hardpoint, Austin, is that Los Angeles Thieves held on to the rotation, held on to the spawns.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I still feel like it's not terrible. It looked a lot worse when the spawns were there for the Thieves, but able to at least kind of keep it neutral, contest a little bit of that time, and it allows you now to get across the map over to P3. So it's a good chance for Vegas to now see if they can build that lead right back up. TJ is going to invest in the dead silence, but he's immediately going to be sniffed out. Octane takes him down. Tough gunfight to try to take down low here from ProLoot, but he is able to deal with one. Trophy system going down. Close spawn still in the back for Vegas, but more frags are needed in order to get control.
And those frags are coming in now for Las Vegas Legion. Got to be cautious about those players in the backline, though. Nice rotation from Kenny to influence those spawns. Although, I don't know if this is actually a good thing for Los Angeles Thieves in this position, right?
No.
You just manipulated the spawns for the last 25 seconds of time. Great. You can push for this scrap time, and TJ will find himself pushed. It doesn't matter, though. Has the assistance from Clayster. But as I was saying, Austin, I mean, when we're talking about the rotation towards the next hardpoint, Las Vegas Legion, it's not quite so cool just yet. There is a rotational battle about to go down between ProLoot and Kenny, which ProLoop will actually win out. But that, nonetheless, I mean, Los Angeles Thieves did not want to spawn there on the last hardpoint.
How huge has ProLoop been on some of these rotational plays? And I mean, you really have to be impressed with the macro play you're seeing out of Vegas Legion as Clayster snaps on a couple more right in the middle of the map. That's going to put him on 4 in a row. TJ looking to clean up the right side and says, no problem. 4 in a row now for 2 Vegas members. Temp is snapping, TJ snapping. Well, Vegas Legion, they're looking to put this one away. You can barely even get across the middle of the map right now if you're the Thieves, and the streaks now are starting to rain on in.
Yeah, you just want to grow that lead as much as you humanly can. I mean, maybe sometimes you see streaks like that saved for moments where you direly need them. Not for Temp. He just wants to get this one done and dusted. He wouldn't be able to do it here just yet. They will need a rotation over towards the generator hard point. And LA Thieves at this point, I mean, this is just time you frankly can't afford to give away for free. You still need to contest it. You still need to put some weight on the hard point while also having the rotation anew at the back of their mind. But Austin, the thing for me here, you have to remember on the very last rotation, it was LA Thieves who were in first and they got broken immediately.
They absolutely did. And well, if you're going to make any kind of an insane comeback on HyDra, it's going to have to start with a full 60 right here. Drazah has to get some early work done. Nice chow, able to find 2, and that's great. Loosens up a lot of the offensive attack here from Vegas Legion. Kenny trying to take the high ground here, but TJ is able to get himself 1. Spawns now in the back for Vegas. They just need 18 seconds, but Drazah's picking them apart. 6 in a row, looking to try to build that up to 7. Temp will finally end the spree.
I tell you what, though, that precision airstrike could come into play, right? I mean, it's not long before we make the rotation towards the new hardpoint, right? So, LA Thieves, they just need to weather this storm right now. Cannot let Vegas through this for 2. You gotta find a contestant for LA Thieves. Drazah's done exactly that. So we will now see a P1 rotation. But even now, even this 10 seconds, it is gold dust for Las Vegas Legion. It edges them closer to that 250-point mark, Austin. LA Thieves, though, you need to see it. I know people hate this phrase. It needs to be perfect hardpoint from here on out, and they're on the right side of the map to do it.
Vegas knew a thing or two about comebacks on Hydroelectric, except last time they were responsible for pulling off the comeback. Now they might be on the other end of it. We'll see if the Thieves can continue to hold. If you can control the spawns for the next hill as well as keep this one at least neutral, there is absolutely a chance to try to make this happen. But the collapse is in. Vegas, they've broken P1. The kills will follow. 1 more kill needed for Envoy, and they will find him. It gets dicey. It gets close, but Vegas Legion, they get there in the end.
Incredible start for the Vegas Legion there on map number 1. And a reminder for you folks at home, if you didn't get to see the first matchup between these two teams in the CDL qualifiers online, well, that was a 3-1 victory to the Los Angeles Thieves. Both hardpoints went their way, so a massive victory to start off this best of 5. And, you know, the players that we wanted to see come out and perform on LAN did exactly that. We saw Temp with a streak there on the 3rd to last hardpoint on that second rotation. Just brilliantly done from Las Vegas Legion. And they put themselves such distance between themselves and Los Angeles Thieves, about the midpoint in the game, right? You can really tell they're feeling comfortable at the moment.
They are. I think I'm just most impressed with the macro, and I think there's maybe 2 ways to kind of look at it, right? Like, maybe it's just kind of sloppiness coming through for the Los Angeles Thieves. Maybe it's just Paris really on top of their game, but everything that we saw with the rotations was perfect, Brody. It looked incredible.
Indeed it did. Right, well, we're going to get map number 2 loaded up for you guys very soon. It will be Fortress Search and Destroy, but before we get there, we are going to take a very brief break. We apologize again for any issues that you guys are seeing on your end, so don't go anywhere, guys. It's going to be Fortress S&D between LA Thieves and Las Vegas Legion after this.
took map number 1 and they did it in pretty dominating fashion. Maybe, you know, there was a little bit of a chance for the Thieves to work back into it, steal it away, but that wasn't the case. But for the most part, that is the best macro play I think that we have seen from Vegas Legion so far in the year. They looked clean, they looked crisp, and if they continue to play like that, Brody, I'm a little scared for the Thieves here.
Yeah, I mean, again, we had very little chance to preamble what we kind of wanted to in regards to the players, right? And one of the big things that we wanted to hit on was, you know, we wanted to see what this Las Vegas Legion team were like on LAN. We wanted to see vast of what they've been like in the Major 1 qualifiers, right? And again, we've seen, historically speaking, players like Priestahh, players like Temp play very well on LAN. And lo and behold, here we are, you know, going up against the Los Angeles Thieves. They come out with some serious fire on map number 1. Next up, though, it's Fortress Search and Destroy. This is the only surviving map from the last time these two teams faced off, and this does bode well for Las Vegas Legion because they won this one 6-1. Or 6-2, excuse me.
That's right. They have already at least played it. They did look pretty good on it last time. We'll see if that will change whatsoever. Stuns will come through, but it's Prolute able to draw first blood, takes out Octane. Key member to remove. Envoy going to be able to jump across. Nade's going to come out to try and chug him off the angle, but Prolute gets a second. Nice little peek to get in there for 2. That's the third. Oh my goodness, it is a clean first round. Perfect round of that, I believe, here for Vegas Legion, as they'll kick things off extremely hot, Brody.
Yeah, some pace coming out of the teams here. Right off the rip. And it is kind of, I would say, rare to see that on that A site. Sometimes you have these standoffs in Fortress S&D, and I have no doubt in my mind, Austin, that we will continue to see them moving forward. After all, this is only round number 1, but nonetheless, fast one to kick things off here. Las Vegas Legion, starting how they mean to go on. Octane with that sniper rifle, maybe he can get some snazzy plays here. So we're looking below that door. Actually gets hyper aggressive, Austin.
Yeah, Octane not going to hold the angle under the door. Wants to try to catch someone as they jump in. No, but Octane's shot is not good. And that is an immediate punish. Shots up top are good. My goodness, Vegas is not losing gunfights at the moment. A 4v2 now, just about 30 seconds into the round.
Well, at least Vegas Legion have the advantage here in terms of numbers. The bomb is down on the site. They've got to contest with Drazah to go and grab it. That stun will slow down Drazah for a second. Drazah now looking for the reaggression against TJ Halley. Won't find it, so all of this now rests on the Atlas-like shoulders of Kenny. He will pick up the first and has seen the second as well. Priestahh could fork here. There isn't really much of a propensity for a trade. Kenny tries to make it happen, but just not going to get it done. Vegas Legion again. Despite the bomb being down, they've got the numbers and they're able to win out.
The gunfights really are just going their way, aren't they? It just feels like they're not losing battles. You see Prolute going really big at this round with the first couple opening kills. TJ now 4-0. So streaks starting to be talked about just about 2 rounds in, which is unbelievable. And I mean, you talk about how useful streaks can be on a map like Fortress. You can really find a lot of value specifically around this A site because, well, that's usually the only bomb site we see, but it can be extremely useful. We'll see if maybe TJ can work for a couple more kills.
I like the advanced positioning coming out from Drazah here right off the rip. It's going to provide quite a lot of pressure elsewhere. First blood comes through, second, third, fourth. How about that? The dominoes fall in very fast fashion.
Well, that's a round that you really needed, I feel like, in my mind. Just stop TJ from getting the streaks. You're able to battle out against Vegas here in the gunfights, which, you know, has been a pretty big problem for the most part. They've just kind of been just getting run over, it feels like, at the beginning of these rounds, especially with these opening engagements. So the fact that you get one, good news here for the Thieves, and, well, everything is starting to pick up a little bit in tempo as well.
LA Thieves have got themselves on the board here. Key to stopping the momentum that was being built up by the Las Vegas Legion. But they might not have stopped it just yet. Once again, they're relying on players and shots in the Las Vegas Legion before they can get the bomb down over towards A. But TJ might have something to say about this. Players now climbing up in towards top munitions, and Drazah forcing TJ Halley away from the play. Los Angeles Thieves now got themselves a little bit of real estate on the map.
Oh, I like this, though. Gonna reposition down low, see if they can take bottom art. Noise cues might be coming through. Couple players able to jump across, but off-screen kills starting to fall. 3 players all drop just about at the same time. And, well, Drazah, good luck, have fun. Try to pick them apart, try to get one. Not the case. Vegas still clean on the attack.
I really like that play coming out from Las Vegas Legion. Great adaptations coming through. TG Halley had made the call that, hey, somebody is trying to go through at the moment. Immediately, as in they send, I think it's both ProLoot and Clayster ready to deal with the threat. And deal with it, they most certainly do, Austin. The way that Las Vegas Legion are playing at the moment, this is, again, something that we wanted to see. Some improvements in those gameplay, the way that they're playing as a squad. Those heads-up plays. They're coming diffy online at the moment, Austin.
They are. But I mean, it's kind of, you know, somewhat what we expected, right? Like a Vegas team that just doesn't get to practice beside each other, same room. It just doesn't really hit the same, doesn't feel the same. But when you get to this environment, everything changes. And, well, that has certainly been the case. Kenny could have pre-fire down low, make sure no one's tucked in behind the bomb to stop the plant. And that plant might just come through. Nades are going to come in, but the trophy system's being placed. It's going to stop all the utility, and there it is. Bomb is down. 4v4 retake now for Vegas.
Yeah, they've got the bomb down. First hard part, arguably, is done. Now aLLeY Thieves can retreat towards their base, retreat towards the spawn point. Las Vegas Legion have overwhelmed the bomb site, though. TJ and ProLoot got to locate these players towards the backline and also be wary of the fact that they could be shot through those munition doors. Shots going out now. The trade's starting to go down. ProLoot has to survive from the bomb site. Timer ticking down in this round. 20 seconds remaining. You need to clear out munitions, and ProLoot does exactly that. You still have presence inside. 3v2 now. Kenny, free fire towards the backline. Now all on the shoulders of Envoy, who picks up 2. He does enough. There's no time to get to the bomb. And aLLeY Thieves, they hold strong.
Oh boy, does that ever get scary there for a moment? But they're able to hold on, and it comes up the back end of Envoy, finding the two-piece and making sure that TJ just does not have the time. He tucks himself down low just in case he would even challenge over top of him in the site. And that is enough to allow another round to come through, but these ones getting just extremely close, getting down to the clock there. But a big clutch moment to make sure that Vegas are not up 4-1.
aLLeY Thieves once again creatively able to get themselves back into the conversation here. I like the play coming out from aLLeY Thieves. Want to take over Staples. Nicely done for the first blood once towards Envoy. FaZe didn't quite expect that. And now that does change things, doesn't it? Because Las Vegas Legion suddenly feel a lot less secure about getting this bomb down on A.
Yeah, and a lot of their offenses have also kind of resulted in that first blood, which makes it a little bit easier to trade on out from there, especially when you're looking for that bomb plant. But you want to try to get one. It's a challenge that comes through for ProLoot, and he will end up dropping. The bomb's also down, but TJ Halley able to get himself in. And that will be a nice pickup. On to Drazah. At least makes it a 3v2. Temple making it a 2v2 with that kill onto Kenny as well.
Looking for something, finds it versus TJ. And now Temp left up in a 1 versus 2. The shots do go on out. Temp, of course, does still have to play proactively in this situation. Does he go for the bomb? Does he go for the plant? Or does he go for these kills? He's doing the latter, at least momentarily. aLLeY Thieves putting some space between themselves and Temp, though, in the situation. He might be able to catch him on the cross, but doesn't get the first kill versus Envoy. And now it feels like an improbable situation, doesn't it? Temp has to find these guys. They're split on up now. All they need to do is just get the 1 kill and just get away off the back of that, and there you go. Temp in that situation, he finds himself stuck between a rock and a hard place and gets crushed.
And that kind of entire round is really stopped once ProLoot goes for that, initial challenge. There's a couple of key gunfights that, do end up coming in for Vegas, and they win a couple of huge ones to make it a 2v2. The problem is the bomb position and the time as well.
Absolutely. And we talked about it, right? We talked about players that we wanted to see step up on land. We're going to continue to kind of hammer that point home. TJ is one of those players, and he has absolutely stepped it up so far in this series. Now, though, it's going to draw that first blood. Hasn't been traded out just yet. Drazah with the nade on towards Clayster will make this a 3 versus 3 situation. LA Thieves still do have some modicum of control over that A site. Maybe a little less control now, as Kenny will fall to TJ Halley. And you're looking at late Las Vegas Legion. They want to move over towards that stable side to get control of the middle map, and that is exactly what happens. I thought for a second the Rostin, they might even be carving a path for the first B bomb plant, unfortunately, of the year. But that doesn't happen. They're just going to go straight to the kills.
Look at the way they're working this. Just, you know, the communication coming through. Listen, he's one shot on Hay. The nade comes out. TJ there for another. I mean, this is literally looking like World War II TJ right now with the way that he is just dropping bombs on the Thieves. 15-3. Like, he's looking for the kill record on top of it all, it feels like, in this Fortress game. He is in the zone. He has found the groove, and he is just running away with it on that 4-3 right now.
TJ really starting to raise the heat here in this game. LA Thieves, and you can see how kind of shaken they are by the way that Las Vegas Legion are playing. I mean, the bomb player is all the way to the bottom right there, not quite moving towards that A site just yet, but they have drawn first blood, and I think most importantly, Austin, TJ is that first blood.
Yeah, you've eliminated the threat. That's how it feels at the moment, but we'll see. Clayster hasn't really had a whole lot going for him so far, just sitting on the first kill, and he got way back when. But this bomb about to come through here for the Thieves. Temp wanting to get this exit. Kenny just going to lay down prone, wait for the push to come to him. And now Vegas have to play retake.
Olu has actually picked up Envoy. No trade on it as well. But still, 30 seconds now to make this retake happen. Proluke goes down. Temp as well. Surely no! There you go. Octane trades things out, and now it's down to Clayster left up in a 1 versus 2 situation. Octane just trying to play whack-a-mole with him at the moment. Drawing some time out of the round. LA Thieves. They get that first blood. They are still alive here.
Oh, still alive. And I think I like the idea of trying to get the bomb down a little bit sooner this time around. I mean, obviously the first blood coming in definitely helped. You took out TJ. You stopped the streak from being a factor at the moment as well. So a lot going for the Thieves as they're able to finally get some success back in their favor. But the defense, that's been the problem. TJ, Proluke, they've been able to find a couple of great timing, some great positioning as well to deal with the players sitting back, watching these crosses from behind A. And we'll see if it's going to be a little bit of aggression coming down low right away. Drazah finds TJ again.
And it does leave Las Vegas Legion a little bit stranded, doesn't it, right? I mean, Los Angeles Thieves still have their presence on both sides of the double doors. Vegas Legion could perhaps go for the Hail Mary play and make their way across. And it looks like they're going to. The slide across is there from Proluke now. How quick is the reaction play from LA Thieves? Shots going through the wall, but none of them connecting enough for the kill. I tell you what, though, Austin, a Semtex will do the job. The bomb now down.
No trophy systems to help out Proluke, so the double Semtex grenade is good. Champ now kind of needs to take a chow. He'll take it. The trade is there from Clayster, who does pick up another kill. And Clayster actually able to find 2. So we'll see if he can maybe work himself through this. This would be for a 1v4. Oh my goodness! Clayster has just found the 3rd. It is now a 1 versus 1 up against Envoy.
A 1 versus 4. Clayster looking to put his name back into the book of legends. Has been spotted though, I have to imagine, from Envoy. Maybe not. Envoy, he's still searching for him. There was a bit of Call of Duty timing there going on. 15 seconds though. Clayster, where does he look to plant this bomb? He's searching everywhere, but where Envoy actually is. Envoy spotted him out now. Has the time to work with Clayster though. Does he see him? The bomb plant going down. Clayster gonna have to get the fuse. Goes for the chow, and no! Envoy forces the round 11.
Oh, whenever you're in those situations where you're the last one left alive when you know it was a 1v4, it sometimes is a little bit scary, but holding strong. Of course, a veteran player here, Envoy, able to lock that one in. Nice route around the back to make sure he gets there. And all of a sudden, a very dominating Vegas Legion has now let up on the gas. And we're going into a round 11 here, Brody, to see who's going to take it.
You can feel the intensity, can't you? TJ Halley has been slowed down significantly over the last couple of rounds. Not this time, though. You can see the positioning again of Las Vegas Legion. They've got themselves deep in towards that A side. One player watching any potential B here, but Drazah, he's got Priestahh's number, and now that lane has opened up.
Placer just a little bit exposed, right? As soon as someone comes top art like this, it really does make it easy to find the cleanup. So now, Vegas down without a man. Have to try to stop this plan, I feel like, at all costs, but everyone on the Thieves has played very patient, very cautious. Kenny just now starting to make his move, starting to go for some wall bangs. You can see it, ProLoot, he's watching this cross, and he's got a very important job.
Just trying to draw out any of these Las Vegas Legion players at the moment. There you go. They move across, but Temp is there, and he draws the blood against Kenny. Now 3 versus 3, but the bomb has now made its way across. Temp, can he get yet another frag? They're still being cautious about players coming on the flank, and that would be Envoy if it's anybody. 35 seconds now left on the clock. It's time for Drazah to try and get the bomb down, but he doesn't do it. It's Temp. He's in for the kill. Octane able to take down ProLoot 2v2.
2 versus 2, 20 seconds, and Envoy, it looks like he's been spotted. Temp finds the kill. It all falls on one. Octane for a potential 1v2. He takes the challenge on the TJ, turns it into a 1 versus 1. Temp looks for the immediate challenge. But with 10 seconds left, Octane has a very important decision. Does he plan? Does he play for the kill? He's going to try to stick it. But Temp, I believe, should be able to chow out and find it. There it is. Temp gets the job done. It goes the distance. But Vegas, they clutch up again.
Las Vegas Legion, they're on land now. It's around 11. It's a close situation, but they will win out here. And there's some solid performances there in that search and destroy between TJ, HyDra, and Temp specifically. I think both of them hit double figures towards the end of the search and destroy. Beautiful performance from those guys. And they had to change strategy as well, right? Because as you said it, you kind of said that what they were letting their foot off the gas a little bit towards the end. Los Angeles Thieves had kind of worked out what they were doing. TJ, HyDra no longer able to get those first bloods that were just so potent. But even then, they just changed up their strategy a little bit more, let LA Thieves come to them.
Oh, it's been a special series here so far. I mean, down to the wire in back-to-back maps, but, I mean, it's something that we just haven't really been seeing, right? Like, the big factor we watched over week 1 with this Vegas squad is that they weren't clutching up. They weren't closing out games. They were getting so close, and they were staying competitive, but they could never get over the top. But as we've gotten into that week 2, they won their first match against Røkkr. They come into land here, Brody. It's looking like a totally different squad, and they are coming out to cook. They're starting to step up. TJ drops 15 kills. I mean, that is just ridiculous to say out loud.
Yeah, 15 kills for TJ HyDra. He is coming diffy on land, and he's going to want to continue doing that as they still potentially have 3 more maps in this series, but they are just 1 map away from booking their place in the next round of play. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a very brief break here to sort some issues out. When we return, we're going to have more Call of Duty for you guys. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Here we should have all the issues resolved, hopefully, and we are 2 maps deep now into the series between Los Angeles Thieves and Las Vegas Legion. Again, the surprises just keep on rolling. I keep on saying surprises, Austin. Like at this point, like I don't know if that's unfair to Las Vegas Legion because it's quite clear they've been putting in the effort, you know, and it is absolutely showing in the way they're playing at the moment.
You know what? I think it is fair to say, like, this is not a team. I think a lot of people came into this major expecting, you know, to really overperform like this. You know, as much as I think it's around 11 and it's like, I'm not trying to, you know, make it seem like they're just absolutely, you know, ripping the Thieves apart. You know, from this point of view, it feels like they are starting to find a lot more success with one another. There's a lot more individuals that are stepping up as well. And when you have that combination of those two just kind of intertwining and mixing with one another, I mean, you get this result. You get those clutch moments. We get 15 kills out of TJ Holly. I mean, like it's all these crazy things all coming into one. I mean, this is a little bit scary for the Thieves. I mean, right now they are down 0-2. These are your previous world champions. You know, we also have to kind of highlight the fact they weren't too big on this whole meta change that we have right now with the TAC and with more Vaznevs kind of coming out on the map. And it's clearly showing, at least through these first 2 maps here, Brody.
Yeah, it just feels like they are a very different team to what we saw in the Major 1 qualifiers, right? And a lot of it
Agreed.
is coming down to, yes, the team players there, but also the individual performances. And this is something you and I did get to touch upon before we got into the best of 5, right? Is that we wanted to see these guys, wanted to see players like Priestahh, like Temp, and I think specifically as well, we did want to look at better coming out of Prolute and TJ Halley. And they have delivered exactly that. I mean, if you just look at the last Search and Destroy we saw, he would have had TJ Halley putting 15 on the board in a game versus the current reigning world champions on Fortress Search and Destroy. I certainly wouldn't have done, and maybe that's a me problem. But nonetheless, I think, yeah, this team is surprising at the moment. They're wowing us. They've got to do one more map to guarantee a place into the next phase of play. Of course, that would be a qualification matchup versus either Boston Breach or Elevate, which, of course, is the Challengers team that entered into Pool D. No easy matches. We will say that much, but Las Vegas Legion are looking hot at the moment. Next up, as we said, though, LSELO Control. That's what's up next on the docket. And I don't want to take too much away from the first series we saw earlier on at very early stages of the qualifiers, Austin, but what we will say it's a 3-0 to LA Thieves. That was on a Hotel Control matchup.
That's right. They did win 3-0 in Hotel, but you know, with everything coming to land, it's hard now to kind of keep the stats intact. I feel like with this new look at what seems to be this Vegas, you know, roster completely in takeover mode. So we'll see if it'll continue. And we were kind of, you know, talking during the break there about, you know, what's really missing for the Thieves right now. And it feels like it has just been more of a dominating play coming through from Priestahh and Temp. And we've never really seen both of them perform at the same time, but they're doing it today. So we'll see if it continues. The Thieves backs up against the wall. They got to turn up. They got to go big, but it's Vegas that are attacking first.
Yeah, we got to see some spice coming out of the LA Thieves here. You got to start to see some of that aggression that they're so well known for, right? I mean, we discussed it, probably the best SMG duo in the league, potentially. I don't know, that's a discussion for another day, but you got to start seeing those players step things up, get some aggression on the board. And that has happened right off the rip here. LA Thieves, they've entrenched themselves pretty deep into the main building. Got players all the way up into that bar center and out Envoy as well. Really starting to push up the map here, dealing with those players that from Vegas Legion that have got on their side of the map.
Well, keeping them off the zone very early. Good start, good news for the Thieves fans. But Envoy, Sneaky Beaver in the back. We'll be able to find one on the pro loop. Good player to eliminate. We'll see if he can maybe cause a little bit more havoc here from this position. Dead silence is going to be popped, and this is what you have to worry about, this exact position, because you can stop all of the support, all of the reinforcements, but Temp, he's going to wait a second, find one, tries to snap onto Kenny, won't be able to find it, but Vegas still good for at least that first tick. Oh, Priestahh kills Kenny!
Okay, that's not something that should ever really happen. And I was going to say, actually, Temp did fall. I was going to say before that maybe Vegas Legion could take a punt at B. Priestahh, though, I think was just better served just trying to assist his team and going to capture A. He did attempt that and, of course, made the rotational gunfight before falling. But now it is Vegas Legion doing exactly that. They're looking to go capture A. They've already got one tick of progression on through. Looking for the second, but I think they want to maintain some dominance before they do exactly that. Nading the kill feed from Priestahh and kill with attack as well. Those kills coming through now. That should be Vegas Legion making the move forward. And it will be an attempt over towards B. Actually, with 25 seconds left, often, this is a risk.
This is a little bit of a risk, but they are getting good ticks right now. They still have 2 players on the point. TJ will be taken out from Prolute, and it goes horribly wrong here for Vegas. So Priestahh has to sort of make up for the play, and Octane will do a good job of dealing with him. So now everything should transition over to this 8 point, but gunfights need to be won up close first.
Yeah, this is why it's a risk, right? Because 10 seconds now left on the clock here for Vegas Legion. This is all or nothing effectively on the A zone. Octane will fall. That's the entry now onto towards the zone. Kills, though, still going in favor of the LA Thieves, and all will rest on the shoulders of PaulEhx, who will need to momentarily get off the point. It allows Drazah to just L-trigger down tight. 2 seconds left. No! Just a couple of seconds, couple of milliseconds left on the point. LA Thieves, though, they get it done, despite the fact that Vegas Legion player did happen to get in after the timer was done. Drazah, though, towards the end, I think the pressure was off the gas just a little bit there towards the end, and it enabled Drazah to get that 3.
It really did. I mean, that 3-piece was huge. You could see a flank play also, you know, slowly unfolding there for the Thieves. So there was certainly a chance they would have been able to still get there and stop the play entirely. But I mean, that's going to hurt a little bit, I feel like, for Vegas. They almost had that final tick at B. It was a teammate that came through, I believe, from ProLoot on to TJ. And that one really hurt them, because if they keep 2 members on that point, you never know what ends up happening. But that's in the past now, and the Thieves have their first attempt and their first look at the offensive zone as they start to throw some nades and stuns and start to work on to B.
And it is straight to B. That's the key thing here for LA Thieves. They want to get the riskier point out the way first, although that's no easy feat. They've got players pushing all the way through here, but unfortunately for them, just a lot of pressure from Las Vegas Legion. ProLoot with 3 on the backside. It will leave Drazah and Kenny effectively stranded on their own, pushed all the way through. Excuse me, just Drazah. He will actually pick up 1, so he could still cause some problems for the Las Vegas Legion side, and he will do as these players come up to spawn. Not exactly in that classic position of the barbecue up top, but nonetheless, he's cutting Las Vegas Legion off before they get anywhere past the spawn point.
Now Octane will be able to stop the clock. Stun, though, will still get him, and the angle comes through from behind for TJ. Once again, just being that nuisance and just that great asset that Vegas love to have when he's performing like this, finding some key kills. Will it result to anything? Envoy's still in a good spot, and he's got some assistance, I believe, from Kenny to try to make this play happen. Good kill in the back. Envoy now could look to pick up the second, but good team shots come through. They'll eliminate the threat in the back, and they'll do a good job of keeping the Thieves off the zone. And there's only 25 seconds left. They're trying to force B.
Yeah, they're still trying to go for this, by the way, and they don't really have the numbers to make it work, to be frank. Drazah now stuck up in a 1 versus 3 on the point. He actually does pick up 2. Now number 3 is in his line of sight. Temp will come through the window, but we'll have to deal with a threat from another side. And yeah, that's just too much, I think, for Drazah to handle. Their trade's now starting to go down over towards the A side. LA Thieves looking to make it happen, but Temp with the denial. They will not even give a single tick of progression away over towards B. And now for LA Thieves, in the closing moment of this one, they face a choice. Do they want to go for B here? Do they want to go for the easier point per se on towards A? Well, that choice is going to hit them like a truck pretty soon, to be honest. They got 2 seconds to make something happen to jump on the point. 0.6 on the clock. LA Thieves, they're on the point. Temp from behind, though. It's Temp from behind. Clayster and ProLoot are there. And Vegas Legion, they clean house, and they do not give much away at all in the way of tick progression.
Yeah, I don't even know if they got a tick there, to be honest with you. B looked like it was nullified. This final push at the end, you know, did not look long enough to be able to secure anything. And oh my, Temp. We didn't see it from his POV, but that just looked filthy, seeing it in the final kill cam. And my goodness, as much... Second attempt coming through on the attack. We'll see if Vegas Legion can try to have that hot start just like last time.
I love this from TJ Halley again. This is what he was doing on the search and destroy, finding these routes to be just a nuisance to the LA Thieves roster. Nade, well, will assist with the final kill. Temp will do it though. And now Vegas Legion, perhaps an opening has presented itself. Individual players on both B and A here. Clayster will fall, so B now out the window. And pretty much all the aggressive push coming out from that initial play from Vegas Legion will now just result in ProLoot being the last player left alive. Those supporting gunfights though, being won over towards the field side. So despite them not really doing anything with A, as Envoy just swings around the corner, by the way, and completely cleans house in the middle of the map, there is still an opportunity here for Vegas Legion to stretch themselves over towards B.
Envoy gonna pop the dead silence. Seeing if once again he can start to cut off a little bit of the reinforcements. Easy clean up onto 1. Now seeing if he can work for the second. And he does find the second. Clayster's going to fall, so Envoy has an AR to work with. 1 kill off converting that streak, so ProLoot finds a very crucial kill to make sure there is no streaks in play as of just yet, but you're still going to deal with these Thieves members that have been able to get themselves to a decent forward position up top. Clayster's going to be able to clear out 1 from afar. With 25 seconds left, once again, we got to ask someone to try to get a touch on the zone.
I think they should be able to be fair. I don't think this is going to be much of a problem, to be honest, at all. As Vegas Legion get a couple of kills, they will be able to touch at least. Goodness gracious, Drazah, he made a hell of a play there at the beginning of that entire kerfuffle. I think it was, what, 3 in a row to send the entirety of the Vegas Legion back towards their support point. That got an extra tick of progression for LA Thieves, and even though they didn't finish it there in that initial push, they got it done with one more push towards the end.
My goodness. That one back and forth the whole way through. I mean, there was almost like no zones captured kind of until we saw the round number 3, and then they finally start to set in for us. But you take a look back on that one, and there was just a lot of key individual plays. I think, we finally start to see a couple of members on the side of the Thieves really step up and start to take things into their own hands. And really that came down to Envoy just being absolutely gross with the sub, finding himself in a lot of really strong positions to be able to stop the reinforcements from getting in, causing problems in their spawn, but as well as Drazah finding just some critical kills in and around the point as well.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I think, when we talk about those individual plays that we've been seeing from Las Vegas Legion, I think, to be fair, there was a real team effort from them there in that map. We saw them play extremely well together, and we saw a lot of that team play. The reason I think was round number 2 on the defensive side, where they didn't give a single tick of progression away, Austin. But for Los Angeles Thieves, what we wanted to see, these individual plays coming out from, again, these are the reigning world champions. You expect to see plays like that coming out of Drazah, coming out of Envoy. They did produce. So brilliantly played there in map number 3. Los Angeles Thieves, they're not out yet. Las Vegas Legion, the hype train was on for them. The momentum train was on for them. It's been slowed down a little bit. I think Los Angeles Thieves now, they found themselves in the conversation, Austin.
Yeah, they have. And I mean, overall, if they can keep playing like this, I still think they're going to be fine. Overall, we saw what TJ was kind of doing in some of those future maps, or the earlier maps, excuse me. And we saw just the team chemistry, I think. So overall, they dropped this control. But I think going back to another hard point here, they should be okay. Their rotations were really good. They were looking on top of all of their setups. The only thing I will say is that you could argue that maybe the Thieves were just looking a little bit sloppy. They weren't winning those key one-on-ones that we're maybe used to seeing out of a lot of their individuals. See if that maybe changes going into this next hard point. But either way, man, it's been fun watching these two just battle it out here within this first round.
Yeah, indeed it has. And, we look back towards that map number 1 in the series. What has changed between this series, the HyDra hardpoint, where Las Vegas Legion were able to win out comparatively to the hardpoints that we saw in the first matchup in the qualifiers between these two teams, where, of course, that was a 3-1 victory to LA Thieves, and both hardpoints went their way. And it was a couple of things, in my opinion. I think rotationally speaking, if that's rotation, is rotationally a word? It is now, if it isn't anyway. Rotationally speaking, Las Vegas Legion, they were pretty much on top of the game pretty consistently, and beyond that, and I think maybe a causality of that is the fact that ProLoot was winning so many crucial rotational battles, right? So many 1v1s that could have gone LA Thieves' way. I mean, ProLoot just had the ice in those situations.
Yeah, and I mean, I love that you went to ProLoot, because let's be honest, ProLoot has taken a lot of the flack, leading up to this major. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that, listen, Vegas is kind of scattered all around the states. And it can be really difficult to perform consistently online. We know that without a doubt. And he does have one of the lowest KDs coming into the major. But I feel like, if anything, he has certainly proved the asset that he is. In those big moments, he's found those 3 pieces like we were seeing in that very first opening map. He was winning those key gunfights like you were saying. And I think it's just a really big moment entirely for ProLoot, especially if he can keep this up, because he was looking great across just about every single game mode up into that control. So it's about finding form, kind of locking back in, seeing if you can get there. And if so, we very well could still see a win here from Vegas and might be able to close it out in 4.
Yeah, and this is the storyline, right? I am kind of happy that we are talking about ProLoot in a way, because I think the story for Vegas Legion, even including that very last match of which they won, right? Finally they put a stop to their loss spree of like 200 days or whatever it was, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think like we're seeing these individual improvements, right? Players that maybe statistically, because we do have those stats available to you and I, at least, Austin, so we've seen kind of what those stats look like for the qualifiers. They just didn't play very well. Players like TJ, even Clayster, who, sometimes maybe didn't have the best of games, but ProLoot especially, just were not playing well in the qualifiers. And that's not me ragging on them in any way, right? I mean, we've seen the improvements, and this is the key thing. They're now in a LAN setting. They're very clearly feeling themselves, and they're playing a lot better. Going back to that map number 1, which now, of course, it is going to be another hard point here for map number 4. that is what's almost scary in a way for LA Thieves, is they don't want to let that happen again. You don't want to see like a map 2 TJ Halley coming at you. You don't want to see a map 1 Oluke coming at you. You want to keep the ball rolling here. You want to keep the momentum rolling because you've just stabilized in a map number 3 victory. And around the, arguably they shouldn't have won, right? I mean, they clutched up there in round number 4. So they're going to have some momentum in their favor now, and they need to use that moving forward to kind of squash help LA Thieves, LV Legion in this game.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it, but looks like game just about ready to go. We'll see if the Thieves can get us to a map number 5, or if we're going to see Vegas Legion close this one out in a second hard point. It would be insane if it were to happen. These guys have been electric, that I'm on top of their game, and we are heading into the Embassy hard point to see how it's going to go.
Alrighty. Las Vegas Legion, they want to return to that map number 1 form. We move over towards P1. And Austin, historically speaking, P1s, you never really see teams get a lot of time off the back of that, but Las Vegas Legion coming right out the rip here off that administration building. Kind of want to swing to make sure that LA Thieves do not get any players like Envoy at the moment, like Drazah at the moment, sit in the inside. TJ Halley now looking to apply some pressure, and they do so successfully. They remove LA Thieves from the point.
They certainly do, but Octane trying to make something happen through mid. Temp's going to do an excellent job of kind of locking down this mid lane, right? Starting to do some of the early prep work for P2. Envoy's going to take the challenge. It's very ambitious at that, but we'll have to now just kind of wait, play his life. His teammates are not very close to him, but while it happens, the kills are starting to flood through. Envoy's going to try to flood out, look for the second onto Temp. Everything falls on his shoulders to try to lock this rotation down.
Olu has so much to do here. We were talking about how brilliant he has been on these rotational battles. He's getting some support, to be fair. You can see in the middle of the map, Clayster doing so much to keep LA Thieves at bay, and now he's got some assistance from TJ Halley too. So Las Vegas Legion, they're prepared for this one. Temp coming in from behind to do some damage here, able to pick up that 1 versus Kenny. Now players are filtering through the middle of the map, but that's not where the problem lies for Las Vegas Legion. It is Octane on the other side, who has already picked up Pro Loot and has now made his way in towards the hard point. For LA Thieves, it's scrappy. They get the job done though. They're in the hill.
They're in the hill, and there's 30 seconds to try to secure. Proloot with some stuns over the top, tried to make his way through, but Envoy providing some great cover fire with the sub in hand. As now we'll see Clayster start to find some heads. That's 2 kills for him. He's going to tag up Drazah pretty heavily, but the reach out is there. And it looks like for the remaining 30 seconds, the Los Angeles Thieves, they will be good to collect the remaining time. And now we start to look at this rotation, as it will be Vegas here early. Oh, we didn't see that. Cut the stream.
No. If it's not falling off maps, it's getting turned on. That's not good. Not what you want to see. Not a healthy play there coming out of Clayster, but it doesn't matter. We'll swiftly move on from that one, as Vegas Legion still, despite the kerfuffle, will continue to hold on towards the time. Or maybe not. Octane actually comes up the ladder, gets a couple of kills with the X12 there. And now it's going to be a vacancy inside the hard point. A vacancy that will not last that long. LA Thieves, they're right back in. Kenny, they're going to slap that trophy system down on the kill. He will soon be faced by a plethora of Vegas Legion players who look to make their way across that top side. Also from Electrical, TJ in the kill feed with 3. That will open things up here for the back 20 for Vegas Legion. LA Thieves, it's not the worst position in the world. You will spawn out. That scrap time given away to Vegas Legion, but now you can set yourselves up for admin.
Let's see. Can they lock it down? Envoy, such a critical role here. Doesn't get the read on the second. Clayster now with the trades. Prolu with the third. It's a very interesting transition here, especially if Clayster can find some more. Everything really just fell on Drazah inside of the hill, but now the Thieves gonna have that close spawn. They can start to move back through and see if they can get a setup intact, but Drazah has to go big. Shots coming through, looking for Proloot, but is unable to lock him down. Clayster moves in, finds the double, might be able to find the third. This is a very scrappy hill, but Envoy with another multi-kill, able to keep Thieves alive in the point.
Thieves hanging on for this one, despite a couple of 2Ps coming through from Vegas Legion. They've still got players inside. Vegas Legion don't want to give this time up willingly. Temp and Clayster both looking for it. The former of the two will now fall, and Clayster going to have to wait for his teammates here. And I think at this point, if anything, for Vegas Legion, they do look to come on in. Envoy on 5 in a row. Big shutdown coming out for Vegas Legion. I think for them here, they want to focus on the rotation towards new. Do not let any players filter on through. They have done exactly that, to be fair. Both Envoy and Drazah over here. A third player into the mixer as well. And for Vegas Legion, focusing on that last 15 seconds of scrap time, maybe not the best idea in the world. TJ is there to pick up 2. The fight for this rotation far from over. As a matter of fact, it has just begun, but Drazah starting to piece out on 3 in a row, looking for number 4. Temp is there. The aLLeY, excuse me, is going to be there to try and get on through. He's already picking up 2.
Oh!
It's aLLeY for 3, looking for 4. He will not find it. Octane to shut him down, but Vegas are in.
Oh, man. Back and forth. Once again, ProLoot now at the front of the hill. Doesn't want to try to jump on it right away. And he is able to find 2, but Envoy able to go from left to right. Makes it look easy. Snaps in the hill. And it is still so scrappy and still anybody's hill. Temp's going to try to make another attempt with the sub in hand, but for the most part, it has been the Thieves collecting the time here and around the point. With 14 seconds left, ProLoot will move in, big double, and that will actually secure the scrap time for Vegas Legion as we almost have ourselves about a dead even game going back into the resets.
Yeah, a huge scrap time coming out from Vegas Legion there. Of course, they did get the last 15 on the penultimate hill there as well, so the Vegas Legion, it's not the worst position in the world to find themselves in. Clayster on the overwatch of P1. We don't expect either team to get a wealth of time off the back of this hard point, but barrier kills coming through from the LA Thieves now might give them the opportunity to get some sufficient amount of time off it. aLLeY, though, has something to say about it. Not going to finish his food just yet. Doesn't remove the player from the hill. He has just so many places to look there. There's just so many places in which a LA Thieves player could be. But this is actually quite a significant amount of time given away to LA Thieves here on P1. The thing for me at the moment, Austin, though, again, is for Vegas Legion, as Octane picks up 2, do not give away the spawns for new. Make sure you continue to spawn on that side of the map.
That's really the key. And oh, what a chow that comes through. It's the team shots from Octane and Envoy, both able to deal with 2. Drazah gets the 3rd, and now take a look at the spawns, take a look at the spree. Octane finally coming alive in this series, has that streak in his back pocket now to work with for some of these more open hills. ProLoot, though, has to try to go big again. Temp is going to be able to relieve a lot of that pressure, and take a look at the spawns. This is not where you want to be right now as the Thieves. You are actually boxed in, you have no map control, and this is a great opportunity for Vegas to get back in the game.
Indeed it is. So we said about Vegas getting control of the rotation. They've done exactly that. Clay still looking for the advanced positioning over towards the cafeteria side. He gets shut down before doing anything at all, but TJ in the middle of the map finds himself in that advantageous position.
What?
He's looking for 3, and TJ finds it. Vegas Legion, clean house. And with 30 seconds left now, they've flipped the map as well. As far as Vegas is concerned, this is a dream moment.
This is the macro play I talked about. When they get these 3 and 4 kills down, they know exactly what to do. They flip the spawns, they flip the map, and they get 40 seconds off of this hill. It's fine if they give the back 20, because now they can start to look for the rotation. This is exactly what you want to see out of Hardpoint, but now it's time to try to set up and try to hold once again. We'll see if they can do it. ProLoot going to take quite a bit of fire, but Temp is going to be the first one to draw first blood on this rotation. We'll see if he can try to play his life, and he can. Temp good for 2 in the back.
I think something we should note, by the way, I'm not sure if he's actually used it already, but earlier on, Octane did go on that 6 spree, so he has earned a streak. I don't think it's been utilized. Temp also has one of his own, though. He's just earned it with a 6 in a row, so that kind of neuters it out. If LA Thieves bring their streak out, you could probably not be surprised to see the streak come out from Temp as well. But for now, Vegas Legion now looking to earn this time. Temp actually going to be proactive with spree. He knows they're losing control of the point. Going to bring it down towards Kenny, but there is a 1v1 in the hill that needs to be won, and that's brilliant for LA Thieves now. They break on through, and the streak is out of the equation. LA Thieves, they put a stop to the comeback from Vegas Legion for the moment.
Shots coming through. Clayster able to find a huge kill, but all of this time so valuable. The big factor right now is the Thieves have been able to kind of split a lot of this time, get the back 30 seconds, and a lot of it has to go uncontested, but Clayster actually finds a pretty huge kill to make sure that all of that time does not go over for free. But now if you're Vegas, it is time to hold. You have to find yourself in a good position to really lock in some time.
It is Vegas Legion here in the admin building this time around. And pushing up top, Envoy's going to try the play and just get some information. I think if anything here, you can go and assist your teammates who are making their way over towards that backside. They're going to be contesting with Clayster, who is out the back. ProLoot, though, ready for something towards the side door. None of these gunfights actually going down anywhere near ProLoot, to be frank. Los Angeles Thieves trying to make their way in from the backside, from the top side as well. aLLeY has a 1v1. He's not going to win it. It's actually ProLoot who will finally win on out, and ultimately it is ProLoot in for 2. Vegas Legion holding for the moment. It's going to be an attempt from Kenny to find his way in, but he will not win it. Vegas Legion now with 25 seconds after the point. They've done what they needed to do. They've held on towards the point. ProLoot now in for yet another one.
Oh, ProLoot. I mean, we said it. The man's been heating up on land, and he is going big in the objective right now. But with the sub, has to try to make this rotation. This is one of the more difficult hills to break at times, but Temp has already done a good job loosening up the entire setup with those 2 kills with the sub. Gonna try to pull up this sub. Dead Silence gonna be popped. Should see a trade from ProLoot. He's able to get 1, but Octane now here with TJ to see if they can finish off the trade, but ProLoot finds another 2. He is on 7 in a row, as it is Vegas that hit 200 points first.
And that's the get out of jail free card that you wanted if you ProLoot. Now the streak ready to go in the back pocket, but you are bleeding time right now. To LA Thieves. ProLoot has so much to do here. Kenny actually going to win that 1 versus 1, but there's just too much for Kenny to do there in that situation. Vegas Legion, they've done enough for the moment to break on through, but Drazah comes through with 2 of his own. Looking for number 3. It's TJ to try and trade things out. The gunfight's still going down inside, but ultimately, LA Thieves, they are the ones that break in for the moment. Still, 20 seconds left on this hard point. Vegas Legion now looking at coming from behind. It's Priestahh who's found the route. It's Priestahh only in for 1. LA Thieves hold strong. Envoy in for the last 10 seconds. And we know that LA Thieves, they are capable of actually getting a good amount of time off P1.
Yeah, they can just move right over. It spawns right next to them, so it is an easy rotation. Envoy almost pulls off some absurd movements. But now Drazah needs to find the kill on TJ and try to stop the bleeding. Does a good job for the first. And now the trades all starting to come in, but it is now the Thieves that could still technically end this on P1. Not the easiest setup to hold, but Vegas do a good job getting back in with the kills.
And the kills going their way. They're going their way. Vegas Legion here. They are dominating the kill feed. They're prepping themselves for their rotation too, if they require it, which actually, to be fair, they will. They will not be able to finish it regardless of what happens off the back of this P1. LA Thieves still technically could, although that opportunity might go out the window sooner rather than later. All it will take is Vegas Legion getting 1 player in, or rather getting 1 player out, and that is exactly what will happen. So keep an eagle eye on those rotations towards new, and those spawns have actually flipped now. Vegas Legion, they will be the team in early control. Priestahh over here right now has these early rotational battles to take down. A Temp who would have gone for that into movement will fall. So Priestahh needs to get 1, needs to get 2. He can't do anything. ProLoot's going to have to utilize the streak, and he will do. The fight's not over yet for this rotation.
Oh my goodness, ProLoot bails them out and gives them a chance. And how about it? All you need is a chance sometimes, and Vegas Legion able to get themselves into the point. 12 seconds is what the Thieves need, and they could still absolutely do it. But now you have to rely on Temp. You have to rely on Priestahh, the 2 big AR players that can post up and watch over. It's a team kill. Temp needs to go big, but no, it's Kenny. And now the spawns, they'll flip out to the middle of the map, but can Kenny hold on?
Yeah, you've got LA Thieves players watching that cross towards the middle of the map. Vegas Legion, they find themselves stranded. Kenny starting to push on out here. LA Thieves, a couple more seconds and they get it done. Nobody from Vegas Legion can touch. And LA Thieves will force us to a map number 5.
What a series we have on our hands here. Oh, man. You thought for a second Vegas had the setup. They had the positioning, but they're unable to lock it in. And I mean, it was a very clutch cruise missile that comes in. Without the missile, I mean, that very well ends even sooner than it did, but it gives them a fighting chance. However, finding a couple key kills, you can see it. It's Envoy, it's Kenny getting in there, finding some key gunfights to make sure they lock it down and flip out those spawns.
Yeah, what a massive break. It did look a little bit concerning, I think, for Vegas Legion, even slightly before that, right? Because Priestahh found himself all on his lonesome. It looked like they might get overwhelmed on the point, as you say. ProLoot comes in with his cape on and everything, comes in and saves the day, but it's just too little as Kenny will come in with the final kills. And really, that is going to be a brilliant clutch coming out there from Los Angeles Thieves. They send us to a game number 5 here. Oh, goodness me. It's still pretty early in the day here, Austin. Game 5 on our hands here in this all CDL affair. We have a map number 5 coming very, very soon. But of course, you know how it is. We've got to get a break in before we get there. Don't go anywhere, folks. Get yourselves a nice cup of tea, a couple of cookies and biscuits. We're going to be going to Game 5 after this. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty League Major 1 group stage. Guys, if this is your first time joining us here on the Delta stream, you've missed quite a banger of a series so far. aLLeY Thieves going head-to-head with the Las Vegas Legion. And what looked like a great series to begin with for the Las Vegas Legion, they went 2-0 up after a thrilling start on Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. Well, Austin, aLLeY Thieves, they might well be in the driving seat now.
They might be able to get this reverse sweep done. And I mean, the good news is, Brody, is that they're going over to Hotel S&D. We know the last time that they played this, they did close out the dub 6-5 over FaZe of all teams within that second map of that set. So they do have a little bit of experience on it. We'll see if they can try to utilize some of that, bringing it into this one, because the last S&D that we just had between these two also went to a round 11.
Yeah, indeed it did. And the story of that Search and Destroy was, I would say, a little bit different to what we would normally expect. I think a lot of the early rounds were TJ Halley coming out with the first bloods and just getting really annoying and causing problems, I think, on the defensive side for aLLeY Thieves. I will say, though, I think aLLeY Thieves, the adaptations they made in that Search and Destroy towards the back half to really shut down TJ Halley, play a little bit more passively, it was really good to see. I think now they'll be a little bit more cautious of allowing players like TJ to do exactly that here on Hotel. And I will also say, I do believe that Hotel, at least from my personal POV, I think it offers a little less opportunity to do that. I mean, we've seen players, I mean, yesterday it was in the Challengers qualifiers, like the one that stands up to me is like iLLeY coming out with the SMG play,
right,
moving up towards Bedroom side. There are certainly opportunities to do it. I just think there might be less so for TJ to do exactly what he did on map number 2.
Yeah, it's definitely not as easy to find the holes in the setup, just kind of based off of how you usually position. Now, I think the one thing that we have seen at least way more is, teams aren't really dedicating themselves to one side of the map. We have just seen much more of just kind of the spread offensively and trying to figure out where people are, because the thing about this map is that it's very wide. So you have to really kind of split up your resources from a defensive point of view and usually have a couple of island players, which means that you can force individual gunfights, right? It's what we saw a lot of yesterday, trying to deal with those island players, seeing if you can find that kill and try to draw resources over from one side of the map to the other. So it is very much a chess game when we talk about Hotel, and it looks like we're getting ready to load into this one very, very soon here. So Brody, reverse sweep, it's on the table. It could very much happen, or we'll see if Vegas can actually close this one out and make sure they get themselves that first win.
Yeah, it's aLLeY Thieves. They've got their broomsticks attached to their power utility belts. The way they're played at the moment, they're certainly ready for it. And, we always kind of talk about the momentum swings in games of Call of Duty, right? aLLeY Thieves,
of course.
They've got to be feeling hot at the moment, Austin, right? The way that they're playing, the way that the last 2 maps have gone for them, there have been serious clutch moments from them, especially in that control. And I would say, to be fair, I don't know why I'm saying especially, because that hard point as well was just so mixed between the two teams. But never mind. It's game number 5 here. It's time for Hotel to kick things off. And mid-map pressure already starting to come out from Vegas Legion, but Drazah is the one to draw first.
Kenny, he just reads Clayster right through the wall, takes some shots, and it pays off. Now needs to dolphin dive across and does so. But Temp, 28 HP. Gonna have to try to hold on to his life. 3v2 in advantage of the aLLeY Thieves. But still, plenty of time to play with, and ProLuke trying to work through on the flank.
ProLuke's flank is going to take a while to enact here, so Temp just kind of needs to play safe and sound for the next 20 seconds or so while his teammate comes to help him on out. Bomb will go down while all that does happen, but now ProLuke is ready to go. It's time to activate the sleeper agent. ProLuke will not be sleeping for much longer. The shots do go into Octane. It's not going to be a kill just yet. That nade towards Bedroom gets caught by a trophy, and ProLuke has actually just reversed the map. I don't know if they're aware of this one just yet. Now they most certainly are. Kenny will butt heads with him. Now 25 seconds left.
They could work this, but ProLuke, you feel like he's still got to find Octane. Down low, but Octane's good up close with the tech. And now it's all down to 1. Oh, it's almost a 180 snap. But it will not happen. The re-wrap and the flank is good. And the Thieves will strike first here on the attack.
Oh, I thought for a second there.
It looked like
Envoy's POV. It did look like it, didn't it? Happened to Clayster in the last bout. I'm sorry, Clay. I won't bring it up again, I promise. But goodness me. Great start coming out from Thieves. They managed to win out on those initial trades. Getting the bomb down. Good attempt from Vegas Legion, though, to be fair. ProLuke bided his time on that flank, but it won't work out in the end. So aLLeY Thieves, as we said, starting this one with that 1-0 lead. Mid-map pressure has been a boon of success, I think, for a multitude of teams here in the CDL and in Challengers so far today. Seeing that pressure already starting to come on through. Temp taking Drazah out from the middle of the map, but now look at this. Restaurant presence coming through from aLLeY Thieves. They've got a couple of players in the freezer.
And Envoy's got everyone right in front of him. The stun is perfect, though. It's going to stop them from flooding through, and Kenny is now allowed to clean up, too. Envoy's still here to reinforce, and all of a sudden, the push just comes to a halt. Temp needs to try to get something done, and it's just a 3-man hit. LA looking to just run over Vegas here early in these rounds. And now this would be a technical 1v3 for Quasar. Now 1v2, but can't find the second.
Yeah, really well played. I think it was just that early play right in the round from LA Thieves that did make all the difference there. You know, they positioned themselves well. They read exactly what Vegas Legion were doing, despite, by the way, being first blooded. Just switching things out with the presence in towards Freezer. And that was great. I know you appreciate that one, Austin, the little stun and Semtex play. I know you play a lot of S&D. I know you love that one.
I do. And I mean, stuns in this game, like, as much as people talk about the flashes and how they're not in play, like, the stuns lock you down and you're unable to move your gun and sway it anywhere. So it really is just a heads-up play, right? You don't need to take the chow, use your utility, and you got Kenny to back you up. So just a lot of that trust, a lot of that teamwork. It's almost like this team has won a world championship in the past. But let's see if they can continue to keep the ball rolling. 2-0 start so far. It's been great. It's been strong. But you need a response. But Quasar is not the one to find it. He falls here for first blood.
That's a gutting first blood as well. LA Thieves have now entrenched themselves in the bottom bedroom side. They're taking bombs in the middle of the map. This is a huge risk, especially as ProLoot is located there. But the risk has been averted, or rather squashed, as Drazah takes out ProLoot from that position. And now LA Thieves, they have the pick of the crop as to where they want to go, and they don't even get the bomb down. Look at that from LA Thieves, just fly through the middle of the map. And the way they're looking at the moment, we were talking about momentum, we were talking about confidence. It feels like LA Thieves have it in droves, especially when you got players like Envoy doing this.
Exactly. Like, I mean, this is looking exactly like what we saw out of TJ, just kind of running rampant around the map, just finding kills, making plays on the fly, and being able to adapt on the fly as well. But I mean, Vegas just have not really had any kind of way to stop this push from coming through aggressively. And much as I talked about kind of spreading the map on offense, that has not been the case whatsoever. It's been more about just flooding to one side. It has been working out, using numbers to their advantage. But how about this? 3-man hit right through mid. The stun check will be able to at least lock them down for a second. And Vegas look to be playing a little bit more patient here off the rip, trying to work a pick.
And to be fair, I think that's all you really need to do, right? Lock them down for a second, stop Vegas Legion at the 50-yard line. But I think stopping them might be too much at the moment. Envoy going to get that 1 kill on towards TJ Halley. That'll be the cruise missile earned. But now Envoy needs to do more than that. To 1 versus 3. Bomb down. I would say this is one of those good luck, have fun moments, Austin, that we say, you know, impossible situation. But Envoy, knowing him, never really out of it until the fat lady sings. And, well, there you go. The notes are on the board. It's going to be Vegas Legion also on the board.
I like that. First blood. And, I mean, you kind of needed it, like you said. Just try to slow it down a little bit. Figure out where the hits are coming through. It's a 3-man hit right through mid for the Thieves. But, you know, like Vegas isn't trying to go for any kind of a fast plan. They're not vulnerable. They're just holding that iron sight and trying to wait for the kills to come to them. And luckily, they're able to convert after the first blood. So 6-1 for Envoy. Of course, we can see it. He does have the cruise missile. It is valuable when you're in and around that A site. Isn't the most open map per se, but you'll certainly take it for at least the information. And now we'll see if Vegas can start to mount some rounds together.
There's like a 2-2 split from LA Thieves right off the start of this one. Showing a lot of face over towards Restaurant. Perhaps making Vegas Legion think that this might be a B hit, but they're not falling for it just yet. And here's that information that you wanted to see, right? Envoy knows that he's probably not going to get much of this at all. If anything, he's going to drive players inside bedroom and towards the kitchen. He's not going to get anything, but as we said, it's all going to be before that information, Austin.
And Drazah has been able to get himself to the back here. He's going to find Temp for first blood. Has an AR to try to pick up if he wants to, but look at where this leaves ProLoot. I mean, he's got to try to worry about a push on 2 fronts, and they still have no idea if he's inside, but they will be able to check everything. Make sure you check your corners, ladies and gents. That's what the Thieves do. TJ Halley trying to get one back. Nade over the top, not going to do it. The push comes to him, and now Quasar left alone in a 1v4.
Oh, okay. Well, Quasar, just before falling, did get a double nade through. If he survives that, it would have been a realistic prospect, but no. LA Thieves there working off that. And yeah, it was just a little too much to handle, I think, for Las Vegas Legion on the defensive side. That information from Envoy was pivotal to allowing the push from Drazah in behind to come on through. LA Thieves regaining their confidence once again. Things just looking so good for them. And what a game it has been for players like Envoy. 8-1. Really showing up here in game number 5.
And it really does just feel like maybe the Thieves were a little bit cold, were a little bit sloppy. now that they've gotten deep into the series, well, they're starting to take over. That's for sure. Vegas cannot afford to give over any more rounds, and that is not a great start. Drazah just picked apart 2 of the Vegas members. Prolute and Clayster, see you later.
And now it's down to 10. 1 versus 4 situation. This is one of those times where I will say good luck, have fun. He will pick up the first kill against Envoy, and he should have the freedom to get away. Would have been able to get across there, to be fair, with Kenny throwing that nade out, but now not so much. The stun comes through from Kenny. Kenny is being a little bit naughty on those stairs. Temp doesn't care, though. He's still standing, at least for the moment. Elton John would be proud. Kenny actually managed to find his way through, but there's a stun check, and there's the finality kill as well. LA Thieves, they're not quite flawless, but they're pretty damn close to it. 5-1 in this S&D. Well, Austin, LA Thieves looking hot.
They are looking hot, and it's coming off the back end of a lot of these first bloods. I mean, that was the difference that we just did not see when we were watching over Fortress. I mean, the Thieves were the ones getting constantly blooded. They were letting kind of, those gaps, those holes get through in their setup. That's how TJ was finding so much success. He has not found any success. In fact, he's sitting on a donut here still and has a chance to drop 0-7 here. We'll see if he can maybe finally get on the board. You really need it now more than ever, as Vegas would have to find 5 rounds in a row.
And we're already drawing that first blood. There is that flank coming on through from Vegas Legion, but it needs to happen a lot faster than this, and it's just not fast enough. TJ Halley, hate to say it, hasn't dropped a kill so far in this game. It would be a good time to go off, but in a 1 versus 4 situation, Austin, things not looking so hot. There's the first kill. Looking for the second. Surely he's done and dusted, and he will. It's time to get the broomsticks off the utility belt, boys. LA Thieves, it's a reverse sweep.
Oh, Vegas so good in that second map, but don't have what it takes here in the final map. The LA boys, they are warm, they are hot. And they run away with this final map number 5, 6-1. Envoy's the one this time around that puts on a show with 11 kills. Drazah right underneath them there with 7. Just about everything that you could ask for out of those 2. Incredibly well done here, Brody.
Yeah, just incredible. I think it was that early spree, right? And Envoy's streak, even that was utilized correctly, right? We know that Hotel is a bit of a map where I know you and I have had this discussion before about Hotel when it comes to streaks. I know that some of the walls are like paper mache, but for the most part, you are going to be looking to use that for information, and that is exactly what Envoy did there, right? Used it for information, and it's just little things like that where yeah, all right, the majority of those kills being made by Envoy are spectacular, and they're really important in the moment, but just little street usage like that, really perfectly played. And yeah, just brilliantly played by LA Thieves. The reverse sweep, Austin, it's not quite the outcome I think that Vegas Legion desired. They had such a splendid start.
Incredible start. And I mean, that's what's really going to hurt, because I was like making the points after the last 2 maps. Like the big reason here is like they're actually closing maps, Brody. They're looking good. That's been the problem. And then we get deeper and deeper and deeper into the series. And unfortunately, they're not able to close the next 3 maps. So a little bit unfortunate. I know they're going to be really frustrated about that one, because they really did come out swinging. And I think you look over that hard point, and they were completely on top of their macro play. Again, I will stand by that. But as we just got, further into it, LA Thieves, they got hot, they got warm, and they just started to find their moments, take them very well, and just started to roll over this Vegas Legion squad.
Yeah, brilliantly played by LA Thieves. They will be moving forward with a reverse sweep. I believe they face the winner of Boston Breach and Elevate, and I understand that match is starting to get spicy as well. The Challengers teams bringing it to the CDL teams, and hopefully they continue to do so throughout the rest of the day. I promise, guys, I'm not a biased caster. Right, anyway, we've got more Call of Duty matches coming very, very soon, so don't go anywhere, guys. Keep your butts very much seated, because we're going to have a banger of a matchup, I believe, right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty League Major 1 Group Play segment. We've had a couple of banger matches up on the Delta broadcast. I don't think we were quite prepared to get a banger match like this, though. The two teams about to fight down for qualification, Toronto Ultra and OpTic Texas. Two teams that both, Austin, just went to a Game 5 in their first matches of the day.
That's the big factor. Both went to a Game 5, but arguably you could say that OpTic maybe had a tougher battle in their Game 5. Goes all the way to a round 11. It goes the distance. They clutch up, and you know that's going to be a big factor for OpTic, winning one of those round 11s really early on in the tournament. On the other hand, you know, it was Polodrome that you saw Toronto Ultra going up against, and yeah, they started slow. They had a lot of close maps, but they really started to turn it on in the end. You know, that 6-0 victory, you know, just about a 100-point club in the map number 4. So it took them a while to get there, but they finally did. And now, like you said, Brody, both looking for that final qualification spot.
Yeah, absolutely they are. You know, two teams with very different storylines, I think, coming into the season. We'll start with the obvious one, right? It's OpTic Texas. You know, they're coming in. This is the last dance.
Sure.
It's how it's been described by a lot of people. Scump being one of the most legendary FPS players of all time. This is his last season. I think there's just so much weight on OpTic Texas because of that, right, Austin? These guys,
Sure.
they want to come out and get, maybe one more championship. That would be nice, right? Some rings at the end of the season. I know we're getting very far ahead of ourselves right now to top things off for Scump's career. But I think just beyond that as well, just having a good season as part of this last dance, I think is just crucial for this OpTic roster.
Yeah, you know, in that recent interview that Scump did with Hex, you know, he had talked about exactly that. Like, he's like, one championship would feel really good to kind of, you know, tie the knot, tie the bow, and say goodbye, you know, in my final season. So I know that's certainly what they're aiming for. I mean, we've seen it just about every single year. If there's something that OpTic is good at, it's at least getting, you know, one of those championships throughout a season. So you have to imagine that might just continue. But I mean, this would obviously be a great start. If you can take down a team like Toronto Ultra, you know, who have also made quite a bit of changes here, Brody. You have, you know, basically Insight and KliNX, that singularity duo from 2019, you know, back in the mix alongside Standy and Scrap. I'm sure you'll hear lots about those if you haven't already. But I mean, this team as a whole is the number 2 seed coming in with those qualifiers. So it's going to make for a very strong matchup here against OpTic.
Indeed, it does feel like a new era for Toronto Ultra, ultimately, right? I think, you know, after last season, I think they didn't really have the, I think it's fair to say, Austin, those might make you sad a little bit, but they just didn't have the best performances last season comparatively to the Cold War season. They want to come in with a fresh start here to the Modern Warfare 2 season. They've got this brand spanking new roster to do it. Here we go. Toronto Ultra versus OpTic Texas. We're kicking things off on my favorite map in the map pool, Austin. It's Methodz for Hardpoint.
Yeah, how about it? I mean, if there was ever a map that you could get really aggressive with the subs on, well, it is absolutely this one. It is a teammate that comes through right away. I don't know what it is with Ultra and teammates at the start of the map, but they can get dangerous quickly. iLLeY already off to a nice start. He is beaming, he is frying 2-0 and already collecting time.
Yeah, and we are going to be looking at sub pressure, I think, for this map on both the sides of Toronto Ultra and OpTic Texas here. You know, we talked about the sub players in Toronto, just how solid they have been. We'll look at this from the AR pressure coming right off the rip here. iLLeY in for a 2, effectively just keeping the Toronto Ultra players away from that 50-yard line, and how integral this PT rotation is consistently here on Methodz hard point. And already now, these AR players starting to peek up in these windows. They're ready for this rotation, Austin.
They sure are. Ultra really need to try to find themselves a fast break so things don't get too out of hand early. Did just play this map in their last set. So let's see what they can do. Insight, first one up. Little shoulder check. They're going to spot out Scump, who's going to land a grenade, but the trophy system down will stop it. Scump! Pedal to the metal. Shots come through. That's a huge double. It opens up quite a bit of space.
There's that SMG pressure, excuse me, coming out from Scump, moving forward towards that side, making sure the Toronto Ultra are being pushed away. Dashy now inside, though, looking for some more kills to clean up a lot of time for OpTic Texas. And it should be noted, by the way, as the kill feed does light up white, that OpTic Texas have got a wealth of time off the back of this. And with that one wave of gunfights, they could effectively win out on the rotation, too. They are winning those rotational battles. Shotzzy able to take down Toby KliNX. Scrappy is in there for a trade, so there is still technically a fight going down for this rotation, but if OpTic Texas are able to swing wide, that would be huge. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. Standy! Oh. No! I thought he was about to line up at least a couple of players there. Unfortunately for him, KliNX is there to clean up shop, so Toronto Ultra here will finally have a rotation in hand. But I was going to say, Austin, things might well have got out of hand there if OpTic were able to get control of the next rotation.
Oh, this was much needed. I mean, you see the first couple of kills finally on the board here for KliNX. Insight still looking for his first. But let's see if Scrap can maybe get some work done in the back. Wants to try to stop this push single-handedly and will deliver. The double is good. and that's going to secure just a little bit more time here for Toronto Ultra. KiSMET also getting more involved. So this is what you wanted to see. The rotation is good, the setup is holding, and there's still 30 seconds to try to collect.
Toronto Ultra here looking for a rotation. Scrappy, it would be huge if he could get it done, but no, he actually just goes for the reach out. For really, I think you kind of need to go for that gunfight to clear out that lane. While all that's gone down, OpTic Texas looking to get in for the scrap time. There will be a 1v1 between Insight and Scump, and Scump just flies through the door and picks up that gunfight. So scrap time has been secured by OpTic Texas, but now those gunfights starting to go down over towards the rotation here. iLLeY had the support of Dashy before he will fall inside the barbershop. And for Toronto Ultra, it's actually going to be another rotation one here. Last time around, they couldn't get the full 60 away from OpTic. iLLeY still in the backline. A presence that finally Ultra realize about, but too little too late. OpTic now looking to come on through here. Standing with the 1 kill versus iLLeY. Dashy will find his way in, by the way, of supporting gunfights from Scump. So OpTic Texas haven't quite secured it just yet, but Dashy might well do exactly that.
Very well might. He does take out his own trophy system, so a little bit vulnerable. iLLeY trying to hit a route through mid. KiSMET will shut that down. So far, OpTic Texas, they've been so good at around this point. Shotzzy trying to get the pre-fire in. It's a bit of a contest at the moment, but Standy finally able to get involved in the objective. 10 and 5 here for him. This is huge time to be able to get, but OpTic, we'll see them just pretty much give this time up, try to start to set up for new, but you can already see KiSMET. He is threatening this rotation. 3 in a row for him, trying to get some more, but Dashy will finally trade him out, but takes down a teammate as well.
The entrance has certainly been made for OpTic Texas, hasn't it? In terms of getting control of this rotation. Scrap comes down from up high, though, and does just a scrappy thing, doesn't he? Takes out both Scump and iLLeY here. So early control of this hardpoint has been made, but Scrappy wants more. Smells blood in the water and goes searching for it. Able to get the first kill, but no more than that. So OpTic Texas now can find their way through these back alley areas. iLLeY still alive. He's going to push Insight away from this window, and that's a lane that actually enables iLLeY to go straight through silos. iLLeY gets a kill that he frankly shouldn't get against Insight, but the hill hasn't been broken yet. iLLeY's still looking for more. Gets taken down by Standy, and now Scump, the last remaining player in and around the kill. He is removed from the situation too. Toronto Ultra, they're still standing resolute for the moment. OpTic, they've got one more kill at this go. Got to go through the middle of the map to secure it, and it's the AR pressure at the moment, just too much. Toronto Ultra, a much needed hold there on P4.
The reads are great. I mean, every single player was trying to collapse from a different angle, and Ultra able to hold on to it. And now they get the lead. So everything now falling on the shoulders of iLLeY to try to work through the back alley alongside Scump. Does have to dodge out on iLLeY's nade, but they know someone is close by. It's Standy. Scump good for the first. Stun check for the second. But let's see if they can try to continue to hold on here as KiSMET finally actually gets the angle to get through, and he's going to smoke iLLeY up top. Oh my goodness, KiSMET able to rip OpTic apart, breaks into the hill single-handedly and makes it all four. KiSMET is on fire.
How about that for Toronto Ultra, by the way? We talked about sub-pressure. KiSMET is bringing it to OpTic at the moment, and now the ARs starting to light up as well. Scrap and Insight looking down these lanes, cutting down OpTic Texas at every single opportunity. 30 seconds left now, and Toronto Ultra starting to take a commanding lead in this game. 25 seconds left of that kill. I think for OpTic Texas here, the best idea is, yes, you're going to give away a lot of time. You need to focus in on the rotation. Set yourselves up well here. We know what the power players like Shotzzy and iLLeY can do with the TAC 56s in hand, and Shotzzy has quite a lot to do in this back alley. Both Standy and Insight in the vicinity. Spots out Standy behind the four, but not potent enough to get the kill, and now Ultra will start to flood through from that side.
You need a clean hold here, without a doubt. OpTic Texas down by quite a bit, and it's been back-to-back 60s basically for Ultra. Scump trying to see if he can fan out and find some of these kills. Snaps to the second, but the trades are there for KiSMET. Had a slow start, but he has completely taken over. That's 6 in a row for KiSMET. He has now earned himself a streak. Dashy, what can he do? The answer, nothing. Shotzzy, next one up, needs to deliver, but Scrap takes down 4 himself. Oh my goodness. Ultra, they are here to play. They are taking over, and they have just hit 200 points.
And you just know at the moment the Scrap will be feeling himself. We've seen so many clips on the timeline of him standing up, screaming at his opponents. Imagine the image of him standing up and screaming at OpTic in this particular setting. Looking pretty good at the moment on 4 in a row. Now looking to earn a precision airstrike as well. It would be good. A cherry on top of the cake, but a nicely placed Semtex from Dashy will remove that from any potentiality. So OpTic Texas now still very far behind in this one, and the kill feed for the last 2 minutes or so, Austin, I would say, has been pretty indomitably in favor of this Toronto Ultra roster, and it's a lot because of this. these AR power positions coming through. KiSMET, frankly, should not be getting those gunfights. Dashy will land an 8 to the middle of the map to clear out Market Square, but KiSMET still an ever-present danger towards this backline, still going. He's finally shut down.
Well, there's a moment here for OpTic to be able to make something happen around P1, but this is when you start to call for some of that perfect hard point here, Brody. It just takes one good break from Ultra, and they could seal the deal on the very first map. Insight and Sandy both get involved in the kill feed, and they might be able to move in and start to fight for some of this time, but Shotzzy, who's had a very slow start at 9-19, could be looking to find that opportunity to heat up and try to make something happen, but the collapse is there, Ultra is in, and they're back on the time.
And the thing is, I think for OpTic Texas here is Ultra can not only finish off the back of this hard point, but they also have the rotation for new. So Texas needs to pull a rabbit out of the hat right about now. This could well be it. iLLeY and Dashy will touch the point long enough at least to send us to the next hill. But that wave of kills coming through. Insight finishing things up on a 7 spree in a row. Ultra take map number 1.
And what a way to turn that one around. I mean, what did we see? Like a 60-point lead just through the first couple of hills there for OpTic. I mean, it was like an 0-5 start for KiSMET and Insight, but this is where things started to go KiSMET's way, as you see the 4-piece in that final kill cam. 23 kills coming through for KiSMET. I know he wanted some redemption on this map. You know, last time we saw KiSMET, he had, you know, what was it, like 3-20 at some point in time, you know, in one of his last matchups during the qualifier. So for him to turn it on like that, I think it's going to be massive for his confidence. But altogether, everyone got there, Brody, and that's just a job well done.
Yeah, indeed, and you kind of touched on it there for me at least, Austin, right? Towards the beginning of that game, it really did feel like the ARs just weren't really present for Toronto Ultra. I mean, the subs were still doing some serious damage, right? And that was what we were talking about. We were still seeing clips coming out from Standy and KiSMET, but not enough to actually take full command of the game. Once the ARs started to lock down lanes and such, and really created some lanes for the SMGs to run through the middle of the map and such. I mean, that was really, I think, where the problems really began for the OpTic Texas roster. And that is Toronto Ultra at full force. Right? I mean, again, we always bring up momentum when it comes into these things. I really do believe that the Toronto Ultra roster are a roster that will be working off momentum, will be working off what happened in their last series. And we know they just made that reverse sweep versus PaulEhx. You know that players such as Scrappy will be feeling themselves, and I think we're certainly seeing that play out here in that number 1.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything we know about Scrap, when he starts to get loud, everything changes, right? Like, he just starts to get into that flow. He just starts screaming at his opponents. I mean, we've seen pretty much the clips all day today on Twitter. He's been letting it fly. And I can't imagine he'd be holding back here whatsoever. So definitely an incredible comeback here for this squad. And now I think what's interesting is that, you know, Ultra have actually struggled in a lot of the hard points here, Brody. But I would say that they are much more well-rounded and actually a lot stronger when it comes down to those search and destroys as well as those controls. You know, only really dropping one map, you know, coming into this major. Obviously, you know, they get pushed to that map number 5 on that last series, but this is, you know, arguably been where they've been the strongest. So we'll see if maybe this is something they can continue to do, or if OpTic can look to bounce back, because their S&D has also at least been lights out so far on the day.
Yeah, I think this is what we were looking at, right? Again, we had a little bit of time to go over the teams before we got into the series, look at kind of where their strengths and weaknesses lie. And yeah, for Toronto Ultra, I think early on in this season, we've seen some great search and destroy play coming out of them. And again, it comes down to the way that the ARs and the SMGs work together on this roster. It's creating space where you have players like Scrappy and Insight causing problems for the opposition. Yeah, just I'm really looking at that, I think, for the search and destroy. It is worth noting as well that I think for OpTic, so far in the Major 1 qualifiers, you know, not talking about the match versus Røkkr, I think the biggest loss that they've had so far is versus LA Thieves. Out of this map set still to go, we've still got 3 more maps to come, by the way. We've got Hotel Control, Hotel Hardpoint, and Fortress S&D to follow up after Mikado, Search and Destroy, of course, if we do need those latter 2 maps. Mikado is the 2 maps that we haven't seen much of at all from OpTic, to be honest, right? So it's kind of like you have that unexpected thing. One thing I do know, Austin, is that we're likely to see iLLeY bring out that sniper rifle towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, I think iLLeY, you know, is at this point where he's just going to bring it out on every single map, right? And it's not easy to use on Mercado. You can obviously watch over that mid lane, but we more see it kind of used to watch for those picks, you know, through the upper part of Cantina, or even in the bottom once they start opening some of those doors. Because, you know, on a map like Mercado, getting the bomb down, you know, makes it just so much easier, because there's so many spots you can play. There's a lot of clutch spots that you can kind of plant it for, whether it's even the B side or the A side. So you have to stop the bomb from going down. That's kind of, what you have to do. And when you're doing that, you have to look for peaks. You have to be a little bit more aggressive, throwing in those shoulders here and there. So it's not always easy to do because you have to kind of put yourself at risk at times, but that's kind of the key. And I also, if I remember correctly, they did play this against Florida in the map number 2. And I want to say that one just about went the distance as well. So they have put it on the day, and I think they did lose that one. But overall, I mean, you're looking for some kind of redemption here. And if you could take an S&D map off of Ultra, I think that sets you up for, a really good series here to start to bring this one back.
Yeah, and it does kind of answer that momentum question that we have as well, right? Again, we were talking about kind of that momentum being built up by Toronto Ultra after that map number 1 victory, after the reverse sweep that they had in the prior series. And again, you talk about kind of players that work off hype. Scrappy is absolutely one of the players. By the way, I will say, it might sound like a biased take, but like I love what Scrappy is doing at the moment. I think he was like talking smack in Spanish to the Poyetron boys after he pulled that reverse sweep off. Like he's looking in other languages for scrap talk. Well, I'm gonna call it scrap talk at this point. Smack talk is out the window. It's gonna be scrap talk from now on. Yeah, and as I said, it is gonna be players like that do work off that momentum. So if they win map number 2, he's just going to be so hyped moving forward for the remainder of this series. I think OpTic want to put a stop to that right here, right now. They could well do it in the search and destroy. And again, you can't really underestimate just the search and destroy talent that we have on the OpTic Texas roster, right? Some of these players are storied search and destroy players. iLLeY especially, right? I mean, Dashy too. Came originally from the search and destroy scene, right? They have that in their lifeblood, and it hasn't gone away at any point. So do not write these guys out at all. I know there's going to be a lot of OpTic fans in the chat that absolutely will not be writing them out for sure. But nonetheless, I think, Toronto Ultra here, yes, you won map number 1, but do not underestimate these guys in Search and Destroy because, again, those individual plays from iLLeY, from Dashy, I mean, I expect them at this point, to be honest, Austin.
Yeah, no, I do too. I think you're on the right page for as far as, what to come to expect. And I mean, iLLeY and Dashy, right next to me, right? Grew up in Toronto. I'm very familiar with these guys, and I've seen what iLLeY's been able to do for a very, very long time. I think he's been playing S&D since he's been like 12 years old. Everyone knows the story around that young man. But yeah, you need to kind of maybe call on them a little bit. I'd even say that this is one of the better games for Scump as well when it comes to S&D. Right. He talks about that. He's like, usually I don't actually perform the best in games that have dead silence as a field upgrade, but he was absolutely cooking in those qualifiers leading up to this event. So a lot of these players can catch fire, but I think Shotzzy's the big one that I'm looking at. He has a little bit of a rough start to the map number 1, but he has a chance to redeem himself. And a map like Mercado, where you can really finesse and kind of work in between the windows and try to land those tacticals and lethals over the top at the back bushes, you can really start to make some plays. And I mean, that's what Shotzzy's known for, right? He is the playmaker in the league.
Yeah, indeed. Although you're saying that, and I don't want to play contrary to you, Austin, but at the same time, you've got players on the other hand that are going to do exactly that, right? We're talking about kind of fast-paced SMG play coming out of players like Standy, like KiSMET. I mean, hell, you just saw it in the Respawn series on a map that is primarily about who can take control of Cantina first. And I know, Austin, you and I had this conversation earlier about who can throw their nades better. I think, it's going to come down to, for players like Standy and KiSMET, can they just find their way, just basically brute force their way into Cantina and immediately take control of it with the SMG. So that SMG battle, for me, at least, Austin, is going to be super crucial, especially as, like, I'm sure we don't have a stat line yet. I mean, maybe we do, but I haven't seen it. I'm sure the stat line for, like, bomb plants on this map is, like, 99% bomb plants go down at A at this point, Austin. It's crazy.
It is a lot. I mean, we only really see it, happen like here and there. It's kind of just that site that you throw in there to try to mix it up a little bit, or at least maybe draw some members over. But yeah, it's definitely a tough site to get a bomb down at, just because of how open it is and how many angles, and how much you have to actually just take control of, right? Like, you have to get control of tin, you have to get someone up top, watch over the bomb planter. There's just so many different spots that you have to watch out for, and it's not always easy to do. So yeah, it comes down to A, and sometimes it doesn't even come down to the bomb plan, right? It just comes down simply to who gets the kills. So we'll see how that battle continues moving into the S&D. If you're just joining us, it is Toronto Ultra that are able to strike first after what was a slow start for them, catching fire, picking it back up, able to get there and able to steal that map away more or less, chaining a huge amount of hills together. So now we'll see if it will be OpTic looking to bounce back here because, Brody, we have to kind of, zoom out. This is a qualification match. If you win this, you don't have to worry about any more games today or tomorrow. You are golden. You are good to go. You're making it to that bracket play.
And I will say on the flip side of that as well, if you lose this, which I know nobody in this situation is going to be in a losing mentality, right? No one's going to be like, oh, we're going to lose this if we do lose this. None of those thoughts are even going to be entering these players' heads at this point. But if they do lose this is a double elimination GSL style groups. So effectively, they lose this match. They get another go of things to qualify for the final bracket. Tomorrow, I believe, is when that match will be going down. So not all is lost for the loser of this matchup. Of course, it wouldn't be with two Titans going head to head like this one, but I believe we're about ready to get into Mikado Las Almas Search and Destroy for map number 2. We saw heavy SMG play in map number 1, Austin. Again, on this very same map, I expect pretty much the exact same thing here on Search and Destroy.
I do as well. I'm excited to get into this one here. And like you said, man, it's going to be an absolute battle with these two players with just the amount of aggressive subs. Like you see like Kleenex on one side, Shotzzy on the other, like just give that to me all day. You know what I mean? Like I'll just take that over and over and over again. That is just an absolute battle for the ages between, you know, two of the players that have some of the best engagements, most engagements, and some of the best movement, as well as the shot. We all know the shots are absolutely on point as well. So just getting ready to load into this one. Appreciate your patience, ladies and gentlemen. But I mean, overall here, Brody, we've mentioned the snipers, we've mentioned the aggression. It's a matter of, you know, who's going to be able to execute. And I feel like the good news is that there has been at least a little bit of a reprieve, you know, for the OpTic boys, just to try to restabilize and, you know, get their heads right, come back into this one, try to tie the series up. And most importantly, again, I keep coming back to it. If you take, you know, an S&D, you know, off of a team like Ultra, I feel like it could do absolute wonders for you for the rest of the series.
Yeah, it is that mental regain, I think, that OpTic are looking for. And again, that's not to suggest that OpTic are in any downer mood. I think that the biggest thing that we're looking at here for like a recurring storyline through the CDL teams, and I think the recurring storyline for this event, because I think many people are probably forgetting that this is ultimately like a Pro-Am event in a way, where Challengers teams are coming up to face up against the Pro teams here, is that these CDL teams, very rarely do they get into these bad mental states, right? I mean, they are used to this. They are extremely resilient where, you know, they go 1-0 down. Yeah, all right. They're going to care somewhat. They're not emotionless. They're not robots. But still, I think they're just very, very much able to get themselves in a position, right, okay, we're 1-0 down. Doesn't matter. Next map, let's move on. Put it to the back of their mind. These pros have been there, and especially this OpTic Texas roster. These guys are story players, you know, Scump especially. And that's not even to single him out. The rest of the roster is also up there. But, you know, again, there's a reason that Scump is retiring this year. He is one of the longest running players in Call of Duty esports history at the moment, right? I believe. I don't know what the exact stat lines are, but you know, there are only a few more players that I can imagine, like from back in the Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 2 days, right? Even before that, which God makes me feel old, even though I'm only 23. So as I was saying, you know, in regard to this team, in regard to OpTic Texas, they're not going to find themselves in that bad mindset. I just really don't think they're that kind of team.
I agree. I mean, no one's checked out at this point in time. I mean, if there's anything that we've learned from this roster, it's the mental fortitude, because they made the decision to run it back for year 2. You know, everyone knows about the whole roster changes that went down, dropped for a couple hours, you know, iLLeY throwing out the tweet, like, I can't wait to play you guys next year kind of thing. And then, you know, Scump getting the boys back together, getting in a call saying, listen, let's run it back, fix our issues, hash them out. And you know, try to get on the same page here. So we'll see if they can do it. There is a nice trend with OpTic, and you know, I'm not trying to jinx anything, but they do have a habit of always starting the year off hot. I'm not gonna, you know, use the WIN word just yet by any means, but you know, these guys usually do always find their groove very early on in the year. And I think I said the point at the top of this match that, hey, listen, OpTic's just about good for always winning at least one major throughout a regular season as well.
Maybe this is it. I've just
never know. Sometimes it's the first one. Yeah, it's on Brody now. You guys see it, right? It's on him.
Never hearing the end of this, buddy.
Don't come for my throat.
Yeah. But to be fair, I think we've done quite well at that today, Austin, mate. We haven't cast a curse a single time. Yeah, I don't think we've done anything.
You had to say it, eh? You had to throw the line out there?
Maybe I'm caster cursing the caster curse. Maybe this is what's happening.
Oh, I see. It's a double jinx.
Anything, so we're like going to caster curse like the next match or something like that. Yeah, it's definitely going to happen, buddy. It's just typical us. But yeah, it's been wonderful seeing some of the teams play today again. Just to remind a few folks at home, yeah, this is basically like a Pro-Am tournament. You know, the Challengers teams coming in here, facing up against some of the CDL Pro teams competing. And it's been wonderful to see those matches going on, and actually these Challengers teams being hyper competitive. Again, this is not the first Pro-Am that we've had, Austin. You know, we had one last year, and I think ultimately, I hate to say it, I think you and I were a little bit disappointed by the end result, where none of the teams managed to make it out of the group stage whatsoever. But this time around, things are really competitive. We've seen game 5s galore.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of game fives, come through so far, Brody. And overall, I think that it's because it's at the beginning of the season, right? Like that's kind of the big factor. We don't really know, what's going to happen when you're this early into the season, when there's no metas and things like this kind of established, compared to last year. It was in the middle of the season, and you just don't have nearly as much practice. Constant majors coming into play. You don't have to worry about that. So it is a little bit different, and I feel like that is kind of the big go-to this time around for a lot of these challenger players and a lot of these AMs.
Yeah, indeed it is, right? It is going to be, I think, a challenge for the challengers players this time. That would be a horrible pun if it was one. So, yeah. Regardless, we'll see about how the challengers teams get on moving forward. Again, these are GSL starter brackets, so there's another chance for any teams that have already lost their first matches. Anyway, we apologize for the delay, guys. We know you want to get into OpTic versus Ultra. Trust me, we do as well. We're just gonna go to a break very briefly here, so we can set ourselves up for this next map. Trust me, it's coming very soon. Told you guys it would be quick, didn't I? Toronto Ultra versus OpTic Texas. We're into the search and destroy, and KiSMET is facing the other way. Okay, it's all good. I thought for a second there, the way that KiSMET was playing Austin, I was kind of scared.
He is still kind of moving around in the back there, and maybe just doing a couple little spins, trying to get the movement back on point. But yeah, like you said, we are into it, and Scump already going to take a gunfight down low. Standy just kind of comes in all by himself, no real support, does it single-handedly. Scump will make an easy meal out of him as he takes the punishment onto him. Now 4 on 3. We'll see if OpTic Texas try to work for that bomb plan I keep talking about. You get this bomb down, all of a sudden your success rate goes up tenfold.
Really does feel like Toronto Ultra didn't have much of a presence on the defensive side towards A, right? I mean, usually you see kind of nades, stuns flying over the top of Cantina, but didn't happen there. Ultra late to the start on A, and OpTic Texas now have full control over the Cantina alley, and you just mentioned it, right, Austin? This bomb site is almost impossible to retake. KiSMET, though, he's going to start things pretty strongly. Scrap with another one as well. That will split things up into just iLLeY and Shotzzy now on opposite sides of the site. Shotzzy inside this alleyway will pick up Scrap on the rotation towards mid, and now a player on the bomb. The defuse actually comes through, and the player inside thinks iLLeY just didn't check it.
And in that moment, I mean, it's like you probably don't even think to check it because there's just so many kills coming through. There's so many trades, and you just hop on the bomb. I love that call out of Ultra just not wasting any time, not fooling around. And I mean, the big factor is that you have a lot of different clutch spots when the bomb does go down. But when you find the kills and you wait patiently, it can also work out for you to play a perfect retake like that. That is a great call out of Toronto.
And we were talking about this retake speed, South Austin. How about that one? Ultra coming through, making a retake happen in the very first round. And now here comes that bum rush straight towards A. Players on the other side from OpTic Texas. Scump is going to fall to KiSMET to kick things off. Not quite secure enough to get the bomb down just yet. Shotzzy inside. He's going to make it even less secure. Looking for number 2. Gets it versus Scrap. Knows the bomb is down now as well and is looking for the route in from behind to pick up KiSMET, who is also in the vicinity.
What did I say? Shotzzy, just so slippery. Hardest trade at times. And now KiSMET going to have to deal with him. Both players 2-0. They're going to be spotted out. At least they'll won't be able to make a move down the stairs, but the nade's also going to tag him on the way back. So Insight going to have to really do some damage control. See if he can find iLLeY. He will be able to do so, and they know Shotzzy, the last one inside. Shotzzy looking for the ace, and now the 1v2.
He is playing this just so resolute. Not moving at all for anything. He's been sat in the same position for the last 30 seconds or so. Now finally moving, and it would be the right time to move as well, because Ultra, just as slippery, they've moved right away towards the B bomb site. The right call in the situation, you'd have to imagine. The Shotzzy going to check the A site. Recognizes that nobody is on the bomb, and now definitely knows that nobody is on that bomb. As the bomb goes down over towards B. Shotzzy, you're looking for any information. That nade didn't get cooked whatsoever, so it would land a little late. Not gonna get anything just yet. Has to check every corner here. Should get caught in the back here by Insight. Yeah, great positioning from Toronto Ultra. Good call from Insight to recognize likely where Shotzzy is coming from in that situation.
I like the nade, though. The nade over the top actually kind of, threw KiSMET for a bit of a loop. Like, he's like, wait, is he actually flanking from our side? Is he coming from mid? Definitely made a panic there for a second, but good play from Insight in the back. Really strong overall. Make sure that Shotzzy does not get any kind of a clutch, does not get any kind of an ace here in round number 2. And so far, Ultra, they have certainly turned up. They have shown up. And it's OpTic that have the pressure on them. And here we go. I was wondering, will we get the scope out of iLLeY? Absolutely, we will. He's going to try to shake it up a little bit, watch over mid, and see if he can work for a pick.
He's not going to find anything in the middle of the map. Once again, Toronto Ultra have gone for a 2-2 split. It means less pressure on the A-bomb site, though. So OpTic, at least for the moment there, did have numbers. Won't last all that long, though. You've got to deal with Standy, who is currently situated inside the cafeteria area. And there you go, Insight going to fall. That's Shotzzy pushing all the way through the site now. But Standy still hasn't been dealt with. He's still just chilling in cafeteria.
Sandy, I mean, he's hearing everything right now. iLLeY's going to spot him. The chow comes through. He at least gets one. That's the most you could really ask out of that situation. So iLLeY with the scope in hand. Let's see if he can maybe work for some kind of a pick in the back. And as soon as he gives it up, Scrap chows. That's some unfortunate COD timing for iLLeY. But it does drop us into the 2 versus 2. Dashy and Scrap both going to spot each other mid-map. And Scrap takes another chow. But it's an immediate trade. And now a 1v1 up against KiSMET.
Shotzzy! Oh! Goodness me. Looking for the mantle of Batman. From up top. Will get the kill in there. And yeah, OpTic Texas taking control of the site for the longest time. All in the end falls down to the 1v1 from Shotzzy. And his Asnef just a little better in that situation, Austin.
Off the top ropes. Just runs at him. Clean shots out of Shotzzy. And that's a crucial round, right? Like, that is such a massive 1v2, right? Because he gets the trade, finds the secondary kill, and Shotzzy now 6-1. I touched on it. Had a slow start in map number 1, but he has come alive now in the Mercado S&D. But let's see how this one goes. Shotzzy trying to keep the spree going. Little check up top. Will break the glass. The sun's going to stop him here for a second, but Shotzi's not slowing down. He is quite literally sprinting. He's going to flank, takes a shot, but iLLeY's nade is able to finish off one. Dashy gets the second, and now this would be a 1v3 for Scrap.
Yeah, so much presence around the site for OpTic. Scrap is already stunned. Yeah, he's dead. There's surely no way. Okay, all right. Well, he makes us a little bit concerned here on the casting desk, as he will pick up one, but no more than that. Texas had their trades checked up, and yeah, Texas, I mean, they immediately got control of the canteen area, right? That was the big problem, I think, for Toronto, and that very much is, more often than not, how the A-bomb site kind of boils down. It's if you can get control of that cantina area, you can get there first, and in that round, it was just OpTic.
It was OpTic, and I mean, Sandy was in that prime position to not only find the kill, but, get a lot of information. And Scrap just can't really make that flank play pay off when you lose your teammates that are kind of defending from the front of the site. because it becomes very difficult to try to beam some of those players, especially when tactical's still available. But iLLeY still wants to keep this scope out. And he's going to be looking for scrap. This time, hopefully, won't get bad COD timing. Stun check does come through mid. Shot comes through, but iLLeY won't connect.
And once again, gunfight's going down over towards the Cantina side, but this time it's Toronto out the top. Scump taking shots from all sides. He's got so much to do here. He's going to play this one patiently. Elsewhere, iLLeY has actually finally picked up a kill. This time against Insight. He's coming to help out his teammate over towards Cantina. That's 2 versus 2 for now, but there you go. Stanley going to finally reveal himself. Peekaboo. Kill on towards Scump, and now iLLeY. 1 versus 2. 1 versus 3, excuse me. He's got the first kill against KiSMET, but nicely done. I think that was on top of the bush there from the other side through the window. It's going to be Ultra this time.
Will be Ultra this time, but iLLeY starts connecting with shots on that, and all of a sudden it gets a little bit scary, and nice little jump up spot for Scrap to make sure he's got the angle to take out iLLeY. He almost had his chance to kind of get his hands on a different weapon, and all of a sudden maybe that gets a little more interesting. But 3-2, Ultra still maintaining that lead, but I don't imagine iLLeY's going to put the scope away. Actually does want to change it up a little bit. He's been hitting some shots, but they know how crucial and how critical this next defensive round is. And we'll see what Ultra decide to change up. It's going to be a mid-map push for Standy, trying to find the cutoff kills right into Cantina. He's going to tag 2 up, but doesn't finish any off.
That's a lot of shots going in right now, but none resulting in a kill just yet, and it makes matters worse as KiSMET falls. Standy down for the count as well. It was a huge risk from Ultra. In the end, things have stabilized, to be fair. Insight and Scrap managed to even the odds here at 2 for 2. And it's a quick response from Ultra in terms of rotating over towards B as well. But iLLeY is well prepared for this one. Just going to have to wait patiently now. Dragon crouching Tiger and that, and Scrap will actually win the 1 versus iLLeY. And now it's down to Scump, the king, in a 1 versus 2.
Huge round for OpTic here in the 1 versus 2. Scump's going to try to play retake through mid. Does not have dead silence here, but does manage to pick up attack. Trying to find the shots, but doesn't finish off Scrap. And now the stun. Going to give just a little bit more information over to Ultra. 25 seconds left. Scump still got to work through 2.
Not much time to do this. If he gets the first kill pretty quickly here, it's huge. The pre-fire, nicely done. The headshot multiplier onto Insight will get that one done quickly. 15 seconds now, and it's going to be sat in the corner. Is Scrap. Scump looking for him up top. He's not there anymore. And a very quick round there coming out from Ultra. I mean, things went very quickly over towards A. Great rotation out of them, no straight towards B.
It's a good play from Scrap as well. I mean, just the reposition. Just try to catch him off guard. There's a lot of players I think that would maybe play that a little bit different, try to just sit up top, maybe would kind of go over to the right there, see if they can just kind of go for the bomb checks, but nice little spot for Scrap to get the reads, gets the re-hit through mid, and that puts him on 4 in a row, almost ready to hit double digits, and back-to-back rounds coming through for Toronto off the back end of a nice rotation.
OpTic will need to stabilize here. Giving quite a lot of rounds, been bleeding for the last few to the Ultra side. Oh, it's not the shots that do it. It's a well-placed frag from Scrap to take down Shotzzy, followed up by Standy on the kill towards iLLeY as well. And OpTic Texas, I mean, they've got some movement left in them, but they've got to find an escape route here. Scump's activated the dead silence. Trying to clear out Cantina. Little do they know, Austin, that nobody's actually in Cantina at this point.
That's exactly it. Scump trying to bail them out of the position, invested the dead silence, but that's going to be some clean shots from Dashy. Takes the head right off a Scrap, and that drops us into a 3v2. Scump just doing a little pre-firing here, the upper part of the window, but everyone from Ultra still in a position to stop any kind of a plant. Standy kind of watching down low to the left while Insight watches over.
Unusual position from Standy. He'll activate. There's the kill on towards Dashy. Not going to get the one towards Scump, but time really not on Scump's side here. Yet another 1 versus 2 to contest with. He's just got too many directions to look in and just cannot get it done. Ultra, once again, a commanding start to the round here, Austin. Those opening kills just fatal to OpTic.
Really are. And I mean, when talk about a map like this, like you're forced into gunfights, right? We talked about it a ton, you know, leading up to this match, and you have to try to take some of them shots. He tries to go for the initial chow right away, and Scrap's able to get a good grenade up there, good snap to finish off the kill, and then a second player drops immediately after and just creates that 4v2 advantage, you know, right off the start, giving you just so much breathing room. But here we go. OpTic Texas gonna have to mount a comeback and a half here. 4 rounds in a row is needed. Let's see if they can get the first.
Straight towards B they go. Shotzzy is here, though. Shotzzy is here! The first against Insight is in the books. More still to be done, though. The cavalry is on its way, and Shotzzy, well, hasn't quite traded that one out, but that's a clean kill, a clean challenge, too. And very quickly, this round might well fall by the wayside. It's Stanny in a 1 versus 3 now. And the biggest problem for him is not the 3 players that lay in front of him, it's the fact that the bomb is down in the middle of them.
Stanny. Oh, nice chow. Little drop shot. Does make this possible. Gets himself attack, but does not have the dead silence, and I like that. Challenge comes right to him, right through the middle of the map. Don't give him any time to make a wrap, to make a play. And OpTic, well, that's the first of 4. But still, a lot more work needs to be done, Brody.
Indeed it does, and that fast-paced aggression from OpTic, I think it's what we want to see from them, right? They make that decision right out the gate, right straight towards B we go. I mean, Shotzzy, he was ready for it. As you say, though, it's a long wait before OpTic are able to take this one home and tie up the series at 1-1. At the moment, Ultra still be feeling themselves with that round loss or not. And a lot of these rounds have gone down to who can win out on these initial pushes towards A. There's those initial nades, and there's going to be some attacks coming through from Scump. Even more than attack, really, it's that opening blood that they require, that they really desire, on towards Standy.
It's a big one, right? Getting Standy out of the picture early, always going to be huge. Shotzzy, this time doesn't fully commit to the challenge, but Scrap going to completely reposition. While Insight just tries to lay on his belly, wait for a child to come to him. Certainly a chance to try to go for a bomb plant, but Kleenex is just working in the back. Will be spotted out, so won't be able to fully commit.
Even now, even Toronto in a 3 versus 4 situation, right? You can see like they've got a pincer movement on the middle of the map, right? Scrappy, even this position, excuse me, inside the tunnel. It's causing problems, and now Insight with that blood on towards Shotzzy. OpTic just don't know what to do here in the situation, and now they do. Scrap is going to take down Lily. A 2 versus 3 situation. Things go from bad to worse.
3v2. Scump and Dashy. Gonna have to bail out OpTic here. And they don't have a lot of time to do it. Dead silence just not here for Scump. Might have to take a chow. Information gonna be given. They're gonna push all the way through, and the kill is good, but Scump is really in an awful position to try to get back across. It's not gonna happen. Toronto Ultra, they're good for map number 2. They'll close this one out 6-3 and pull ahead 2-0 in the best of 5.
And what a closing round as well from Toronto, by the way. They lost that first blood, and they have 3 players surrounding the site. And even still, even though they were only watching very simple lines of sight, OpTic did not feel comfortable enough to push it in that situation. Despite having the numbers, they didn't feel comfortable enough to get the bomb down and put themselves in that advantageous position that we always talk about, because when you get the bomb down, it is super hard to take control of the bomb site once again. And yeah, just Toronto doing Toronto things. The way they're playing at the moment is superb. I think, what was it, 4 or 5 rounds on the bounce there, I think, after the first couple coming through. Like, it was a mincer, I think, coming out from Toronto. And a lot of it has come down to the sub-pressure from the roster, just getting involved, getting right into the mixer inside Cantina and getting those first bloods that OpTic just kind of let elude them a number of times.
Yeah, that, and I think the trade's just extremely on point. Every single time, you saw someone from Ultra go down, there was almost always a trade coming through. It also helps if Scrap is dropping, a casual 13 bomb here. I mean, that's certainly going to add up to quite a few round wins, won't it? But in the end, I still think, the teamwork completely on point, just a clear idea of what to do and how to do it, and the execution just completely perfect. So, if they keep playing like this, it's looking fantastic for all the Ultra fans out there. But we'll have to see if they can, in fact, close it. Our last one, we did get a reverse sweep. You have to start to talk about it. OpTic, not out just yet, but we'll have to start this reverse sweep heading into that control.
Yeah, got to get your heads in the games. OpTic here, 2-0 down now in the series. Hotel Control, that is up next in this best of 5. Could well be the last map in the series. I guess we'll have to wait a little bit to find out, though. We're going to go to a very brief break. When we return on the other side of this break, could be the final map, between Toronto and OpTic. Welcome back, everybody, here to the CDL Major 1 matchup between Ultra and OpTic Texas. Austin, mate, Ultra 2-0 up, now have a chance to finish things off here on the hotel control.
Yeah, and with the way that they're playing, it's looking like that could be the case. OpTic looking for that second win, looking for that bounce back, and well, that's a hell of a way to do it. Scrap the last one remaining, has cleaned up 2. But Shotzzy will get 3 right off the rip, and now has a chance to do some more damage in the back, and we'll be able to find Standy for 4, almost gets 5.
Really love this push coming out of OpTic right off the rip here. They want to get the harder point out of the way as soon as humanly possible, and they've still got some presence going and attempted a flank coming through the middle of the map there. I believe it was Insight who will be shut down. OpTic, they are going to get, I believe, the 1 ticket progression on the point before Scrap comes through, picks up 2 and clears the point for the moment. But look at OpTic, tenacious as they are not done with the point just yet. They want that second ticket progression and they want it right now.
Sure do. Might be able to get it. KiSMET having to battle from a pretty difficult position. Great help from Standy to make sure he can stay standing and he can chow it like this. One more bait and switch should be good for the kill, and it is. Standy will clear off the last remaining player. Still have a bit of presence kind of coming through the top of bedroom. We'll see if OpTic decide to line up another hit, try to make that second tick happen.
Yeah, I think they're going to send maybe 1 player. You can see it on the minimap. I think iLLeY is going to cause some problems over there. I think the best thing for OpTic to do in this scenario would be to kind of focus on that A zone. On the minimap, though, you can see it. Number 1, Standy going to try and cause some problems over there. And as you say, to be fair, iLLeY might be able to go for both here. He's making a solo play on B, will finally fall. But while that was going down, I was talking about what Standy could do over towards A. He did clear that point, Austin.
Yeah, so did Insight. The two of them able to get in there, but as soon as the words came out of our mouths, you could see it. Tick able to get right back in, and B now has that second tick of progression. Kills are still coming through. Only 10 lives remaining right now for Toronto Ultra. Not a great spot to be in. Kills need to come in now, and it looks like they finally are able to recover. They stopped the final tick at B, but that last tick will come through at A, and now OpTic have quite a bit of time to work with, but more importantly, they have a massive life lead on the attack.
Yeah, they're about to reap the fruits of their labor. I don't know whatever the phrase is, right, that we're looking for here. But, you know, the fact that they've got 2 ticks of progression already on B, and as you say, that massive life advantage for OpTic Texas here, it's going to benefit them so much coming into the closing moments. And Scump eviscerates Insight on the desk, by the way. Has the back of iLLeY over towards Arches too. OpTic Texas, though, they ideally want somebody in from behind. That player, if anybody, would be Scump, but he's got a contest with Scrappy, who's currently sitting on the stairs. Maybe they don't need that player in behind. You can see iLLeY already starting to move himself towards the point now. Scump gets taken down by Insight, and now this all falls on the shoulders of iLLeY.
That was such an important win, and, well, every single life matters from here on out. You've gotten so many ticks of progress, but you have to be clean if you're Toronto Ultra from here on out. You can't afford to give over too many more kills. 6 lives remaining. Scrap, big pickup. Right through Chandelier. Now just need to hold on. And the longer that OpTic take to try to make plays happen, the better it is for Toronto Ultra.
Shotzzy trying to regain control of the bedroom. Oh, goodness me. Shotzzy gets the headshot onto KiSMET and cleans the point. And yeah, it's one of those moments where it's just like, how on earth did that happen? But regardless, OpTic Texas now 23 seconds on the clock here for them to get themselves back on all towards the point. Excuse me. Want to stop the clock if they can. Scump. And sit in the corner, and here he goes towards Insight, but it doesn't matter. Insight's tack is a little bit better, and now Toronto, just 10 seconds left on the clock here. All they got to do is stop that potential flank coming on through from iLLeY. He would be the only player in a position to do something. Insight gonna put a stop to him. Nobody on OpTic is gonna get close to the point now, and that's despite the life advantage that OpTic had there.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it was 9 lives playing up against, I think, 17. So I think the fact that Ultra still win this round is a huge dub. Now, the only bad news is that you did give over 5 ticks of progression. So when we talk about those round 5s coming into play, OpTic in a pretty good spot, at least in the very first initial round here. But we'll see if Ultra can try to do the exact same thing. And, well, we've been seeing teams at least dedicate a little bit more kind of 2-and-2 splits at the time to see if they can try to attack 2 zones at the same time, try to split up the defense just a tad bit. And we'll see if that continues. It will be Scrap, kind of the lone wolf, making his way over to B, see if he can cause some issues.
The idea for Ultra would be to do what OpTic just did to them, right? Make some progression on B pretty early on. Though at the moment, I don't think Ultra feel that they've aimed themselves very well at either of these 2 points. OpTic still providing resistance on the A zone, and as Insight picks up the frag versus Shotzzy, this will now open up, so Toronto Ultra can now start to pick up some aggression on this A zone. I'm curious as to whether Ultra here just send a couple of players through towards that backline to immediately make this swing over towards B.
That's the big factor. KiSMET over the top. Scump shots coming through. That's going to stop him from trying to commit, and Scump just takes the reach out. Not going to give him any time to make a move or regen. And we'll have to see if Scump decides to make a move on to A. Would be all by himself. So I think the idea here is to hold, play for exits. But the good news is they deal with Dashy all the way in the back, and they might be able to have 2 minutes to work with. But Scump is actually going to give it a peek. The zone will still go over. They'll find some decent exits, but now it's 2 minutes. They're going to have to try to wait and try to buy off the clock.
These exit frags, more important than you might imagine, at least at first, because it prevents Toronto Ultra from getting in this backline. Scump still has a little bit of work to do, though, trying to play with his food here against Standy. Oh, makes that gunfight last a little bit longer than you would have liked if you're Toronto Ultra, because now a little bit of information has been gained by OpTic Texas. They know that somebody is coming on a flank. They know that that player is likely Standy. The dead silence has been activated, but Scump, he is ready for it off the respawn point. He knows that Standy is trying that flanking from behind, and he is absolutely ready for it. So, Austin, 90 seconds on the clock now. A couple of kills do come through from Toronto, and they're going to try and put another player on the flank.
And this next step is really trying to get this close spawn right inside of this long haul. If you can get that close spawn, you can funnel your resources in faster, but KiSMET can also force a far spawn. As soon as kills start to come in, he could be blocking it. We'll see if he can try to make this play happen. It is a sub in hand. Everyone's kind of positioned away from each other, but shots will come through. KiSMET's going to reveal his position, finds himself in a really difficult spot to work out of, and that's great cleanup coming through for Shotzzy, but it does give Scrap a chance to make a move onto the point and stop the clock.
Scrap here in a good position. He's going to stop the clock. He's starting to make that progression happen. OpTic going to retake this one through the middle of the map. They're sending Shotzzy all the way from behind. This is a lot of courage in your teammates, and maybe a little bit too much. There's now a couple of players from Ultra. KiSMET starting to play aggressive on towards iLLeY. It's now going to be Scrap who pushes all the way up. Doesn't want to favor the stoppage of the clock anymore. Wants to look for the power positions, but here is Shotzzy in from behind, able to pick up one. But Toronto, they still have presence in around the point.
They sure do. Scrap, I mean, he's on 7 in a row. He's 17-6 right now. Wanted to see how he would fare in the Pro League, how he would do on land. Well, he is this in takeover mode. He's the Terminator. He's ready for the next Jowl, and Ultra, they're still here looking for that final tick, but Dashy makes the clutch play. A 1 versus 1, and Shotzzy deals with the last remaining player at the final second. That is going to keep OpTic alive, and now it's 8-8 for as far as the lives, but Shotzzy will give OpTic the way of another kill, and this is a chance to be able to fully take over here.
Shotzzy trying to ingrain himself, and I'll tell you what, it's more than an attempt. Shotzzy is doing that right now. A full wipe for the board here for OpTic Texas, sending basically the entirety of the Ultra roster back to the respawn point. They're relying on this flank once again. And I know I do say that quite a lot here for the offensive side, but that is just how Hotel works. Standy needs to do something here. You've also got a player trying to make his way through the arches, and that's going to be Scrap. He will take down Dashy. Standy with another kill as well. It's the stack coming through from Ultra. It's the stack coming through from Ultra. They don't just get away with 5 ticks in this round. They get away with the whole damn capture.
The final 3 seconds. It's looking dire for Toronto. You have to get yourself through mid, touch the zone, watch behind you, watch in front of you, and every single member from Toronto wins their gunfights, ices up, and stacks the point for the round win. That is an incredible play with your backs up against the wall to make a miracle happen. And my goodness, you feel like that could have just been the final nail in the coffin here for OpTic. Not only are they down 2-0 in the series, but they now have to find 3 rounds in a row.
Austin, we were talking about how advantageous the tick progression was in the first round for OpTic. They got those 2 ticks through. Ultra come through now with the entirety of the round. And as you say, backs well and truly against the wall. They're definitely feeling the cold of the wall at the moment. OpTic Texas, though, they just want to go for business as usual from here on out. You know, they're going to be ice cool in the comms. And they're going to start to make that progression on A. None of that funny business like they did in the first offensive attempt where they sent the players all the way towards B. But I love this from Ultra Austin. They're sending players on the flank, and they want to stop A from being captured at all.
They can get here. KiSMET can absolutely get here. Second tick, though, is secured. That's the big factor. iLLeY watching his flank. Will be open right through the other side of connector. And we'll let KiSMET through for a big kill. You can see some damage being done, though. The very back of the Ultra spawn, multiple players kind of lingering back there, but Scrap's got a great position. This is what you always want to hold on to. You want to play our top bedroom, you want to play our bottom bedroom, because you can keep them from getting on the zone, or as soon as they get on it, you rip them right off of it. But with 1 minute left, A will go over here, Brody, and now there's 2 minutes to work with.
for Ultra, just making sure that nobody's in that backline. They're being super conscious of it. Not conscious enough, though. Shotzzy has made his way in here, and there you go, first two shots in. There. I was going to say there's no way Shotzzy wins that gunfight, but he's not going to win it in the end. Insight will clear that backline, and to be fair, there is a wealth of time on the board here, right, Austin?
Sure.
I think that's the key thing for OpTic here. They've got 1 minute 30 on the clock. They've got quite a lot of chances, quite a lot of attempts towards this point. And iLLeY might well be the key to this entire play, trying to clean out that top area. KiSMET, though, he's having none of it. He's still here.
Ultra spawning pretty far away. Still the kitchen spawns, though, for OpTic Texas. You got to clean out these members. You got to get this bottom luggage spawn. That's when everything changes. That's when the aggression can really be turned on. But Standy, he's not going to let it go for free. 3 in a row now for him. He is just running around, dead silence active, ready to pick up kills. Standy able to get some shots in there with the help of KiSMET. And now OpTic, a little bit spread, not all together, with just under a minute to play. And they have 0 ticks here so far in the B zone.
I just love the way the Ultra are playing this right now. It seems like a standard hold, right? But you've got a couple of players inside this bedroom area. You've got players from the flank as well. You've got all your bases covered. And KiSMET has one of them covered for sure. He gets that 1 kill versus Scump. The trade's starting to come on through now, but not enough to completely wipe Ultra in their presence from this bedroom side. And I think we're going to need to see, excuse me, I can't speak English, need to see some heroics coming out from this OpTic roster now. And this might well be it. iLLeY and Dashy getting those opening bloods, Austin. This could well be it.
It very well could. There's 1 tick, though. OpTic with a dream to try to send this another round. The kills are still falling. Oh no, Toronto Ultra, they're getting the deep spawn. The second tick is in. The stack isn't fully there, but Scump and Shotzzy still here, and Scrap uses the streak, but he takes out Standy. Scrap now needs to try to convert on the flank, but Dashy has just found 2. Scrap with the kills! He saves the round! Unbelievable stuff out of Scrap in his rookie season here in the Pro League. He goes big, and now there's 30 seconds left on the clock.
Why? Why would you challenge Scrap in that position? You haven't even made him weak in the first gunfight. Now there's 20 seconds left in the damn round. Toronto Ultra here, looking to get it done. Just 1 tick of progression is needed for OpTic Texas. We've been here before, though. We don't want to count him out just yet. It's all going to lie on the shoulders here of Shotzzy to try and do something. KiSMET, though, can he get it done? Shotzzy's already got 2 on the point. KiSMET will clean house. 6 seconds now for somebody from OpTic to touch point. Dashy will be able to do so. Kills coming from the other side, too. iLLeY looking to join the party. Toronto, they've got the numbers to make this work. That nade might do it. iLLeY now left up here alongside Shotzzy. Shotzzy will fall. It's all down to iLLeY on the point. He will go as well. Scump, can he touch? No, he cannot. And Toronto get it done in control. A 3-0 in the control and a 3-0 in the series.
Toronto Ultra, they come out absolutely swinging for the hills. They start slow in map 1, but boy, oh boy, do they turn up to get there in 3. They are one of your first teams to get over to bracket play, and they do it in pretty dominating fashion throughout a lot of those maps, just looking very clean, especially in that control. Couple of heroics there, but they put a stop to any of the heroics on the side of OpTic Texas, Brody, and that's the big factor. But what a series we get out of those 2 squads.
Wow, just wow. What an incredible control to finish things off there, Austin. That's so exhilarating, I think, right from the off, right, when OpTic Texas come out in the way that they do, because, again, you know, we said it right from that very first round. That was a highly successful offensive round coming out from OpTic, right? I mean, they got 5 ticks of progression throughout. They made the right calls in terms of pressurizing aBeZy early on to make sure they did get those ticks early on, and that gave them so much room to work over towards A. But that second round from Ultra, it's that moment. I can't wait to go back and watch it again. We're right. They just kind of collapsed on the point with about 10 seconds left. They were down to their final 4 lives, Austin. That is not something that they should have won.
No, I mean, there was just so many moments they just barely were able to, you know, get by on the skin of their teeth. Like you said, that one where they're down by about 9 lives and somehow they're able to stall enough of the clock, manage to keep themselves in the game, go big when they need to. But the key is really holding on to their lives in a lot of those situations. And then, yeah, the offensive rounds, you really feel like that was kind of the final nail, even though there was a very good attempt there in that 3rd round for OpTic to almost get that final tick, but Scrap on the flank going big. I mean, he saves it, right? Like, I mean, sure, there's still a couple more rounds where Toronto could have looked to close it out, but, you know, that was a massive saving play from Scrap. After taking out his teammate with his own streak, he makes sure to get in there and make up for it.
Just incredible. What an incredible closing to that series. Røkkr with a 3-0, I believe. I want to say I haven't been keeping an eye on the rest of the qualification matches. I don't even know if we've had any yet, but I believe that makes Toronto the first team to make it into the next day of play, into the next round of bracket play. Congratulations to them. Austin, I mean, any final thoughts on this Ultra roster? The way that they're looking at the moment, they look crispy, dude.
Well, anything that I'll gas up, it'll just be bias caster, but you know what I mean, man? They're good. Come on. Right now, I think Ultra, they had a really slow start to their very first match versus Røkkr, but I think there was a little bit more on the line with that matchup with Cammy and Bance being on the other side of it. So since that point, I think that they've really found form. And I think within this new meta with attack, it really suits players, like Insight that likes to sit back. Clearly, it works incredibly well for Scrap because he drops 13 kills in that SMB. Yeah. He goes big, just a multitude of times there, in that control. So everything I think is on point for these guys, and they're looking like one of the top teams, I would say, in this tournament at the moment.
Yep, indeed they are. Well, they do move through to the next stage of play. OpTic Texas will have one more chance tomorrow for qualification. Don't worry, OpTic fans, they're not out just yet. Indeed, though, we have one more match on the Delta broadcast here. I believe it's going to be Boston versus the Las Vegas Legion. Again, a match of elimination, I believe, since Boston did lose, shockingly, gotta say, to iLLeY in the first Challengers upset of the day here at this event. It's been incredible so far, Austin. Can't wait to close things out, guys. We're going to go to a very brief break. When we return, Boston and Las Vegas on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Delta broadcast for the Call of Duty League Major 1 tournament. It's the bracket stage, or the group stage here, excuse me. And we have our final match of the day. Boston Breach going head-to-head with the Las Vegas Legion. Another all-out CDL affair, Austin. We can't wait for this one.
I really cannot wait for this one. I mean, there's obviously a lot coming into it. Overall, roster swaps and everything along those lines, coming out. So, I mean, I'm very excited. This is an elimination matchup. You know, if you lose this, you're done. And no one wants to be done in the very first day. So this one very much important for both these squads.
Indeed it is. Now, there is a spanner in the works. We'll just address this right away. Now, the Boston Breach that you guys just saw lose to Elevate is not the same Boston Breach that you will see in this matchup, because Austin, they've got themselves a substitute. It's time to call for the man, the myth, the legend. It's Beans. He's here. He's ready to go. I had an accident at getting these one out the cupboard, as I was telling Austin, and he had a good laugh at me for dropping everything that I had in order to save the beans. And that beans tin is actually dented now, which is how Las Vegas Legion are going to want him moving forward in this series, right? Because, yeah, crazy storyline, I think, coming to this one. Starting things off now with that Boston Breach roster. They are, in a way, like, it's in a weird position, right, Austin, because they're positive. You've got Beans, who we know to be this incredible player, but at the same time, like, it is still a hit to you that you have to make that swap out last minute.
Absolutely, because the big factor that a lot of people, maybe just aren't thinking about is like, listen, Awakening's been intertwined in all of the strategies and how they should break off, where Beans is going to have to ask on the fly, like, hey, like, what do you want me to do? How should I fill this role? So it's going to be a lot of kind of fixing on the fly. Now, sometimes that's where, teams find some of their best moments, right? Like someone like Beans should be looking at this like, this is a massive opportunity to show my worth. And well, Brody, we already know Beans' worth within the scene. I mean, it's actually unfortunate that he's not even here competing, under the Boston Breach Academy roster. They missed out by, just a couple of maps. They made it to that final qualification spot, lost 3-1 to Røkkr Academy, and now Beans at least still has the chance to come out here and show the community what he has in the tank.
And I think a lot of people already know that about Beans. There's been so many clips about Beans flying around on the Twitterverse, right? The Twitter timeline over the course of the last few weeks and months, that people are well aware of what he is capable of. And a lot of those have been kind of amplified, signal boosted by Sensor, of course, who has a massive following behind him and shares a team with Beans. So we know what Beans can do. He has to assist his roster here. But we've also seen Las Vegas Legion as we get into map number 1 here today, Austin. And those guys, they lost a reverse sweep earlier on versus the LA Thieves. But the big thing that you and I are going to note here is, again, this is the best time for them to come out and win, because they are going up against an arguably weakened roster on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the big factor here. For Vegas Legion, these guys just haven't really been consistent enough. It's funny because they have a lot of great moments. They have a lot of great maps, but closing series out, closing even maps out was a massive problem during the qualifier. Now there's a chance to close out this series to stay alive. We'll see if we can do it. Boston Breach and Vegas Legion. Let's jump in to some Hotel Hardpoint.
Hotel Hardpoint to kick things off on this series. Boston will kick things off on the better side of the map, Austin. And I realize the play coming out right from the rip here from Nero, who tries to make that flank attack from behind, but it's the sub with Beans already. Beans means more. He's already picking up 3 pieces, Austin.
Oh, he sure is. Beans off to a very hot start, and I mean, you can expect a lot more out of this guy right here. Already off to a beautiful start now on the hard point. But here we go with Boston. Let's see if they can try to lock down some of these spawns. Remember, it's a rotation that Vegas Legion are going to have to look at. We really praised them for some of their rotational plays, some of their big macro plays, but so far, Boston doing a good job cutting them down right through mid.
Yeah, and I think that the bottom line for me here, Austin, is that Boston Breach, right? I mean, yeah, fair enough. They haven't given away much time for Vegas Legion, but they're on the better side of the map for spawns, right? And that's the key thing for me, right? They spawn on that side of the map. They've stayed on that side of the map as well. So Vegas Legion, they'll want to swing from pillar to post here to try and make their way over towards that next rotation. What, there? Temp?
Wow. I don't think they're going to read this.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to read this one, Austin, I think.
No, they're not ready for it. Beans does go to the back after the first couple shots come through, but very, very lucky spawns coming into play, but you still got to find the kills. That's the problem. Methodz is doing a good job locking it down. We'll see if he can maybe continue here, as he's going to get help from Beans. Sub is picked up, but Nero on the pinch will be good to clear just about 2 more. And now the last one remaining is Prelude, but those spawns should have flipped fully now. In Boston, I mean, overall, did an incredible job dealing with that situation.
Yeah, and sometimes you'll be sitting in that situation, you'll be like, what on earth just happened? Why? How did they get there? They did well, I think, in that moment to be like, all right, let's just stabilize here. We won our gunfights, and they managed to hold on to the hill for basically the entirety of the time. So Boston are able to win out on P2. Vegas Legion, I think, off the back of that, retreating away towards the rotation for P3. Going to start to see those players on the other side of the map from Boston Beach make their way over towards that back side. Nero starting to heat up towards the back line, looking for the 1v1 against Temp, will not find it. But more importantly, on the other side of the map, Methodz looking to get a bit more honest with it through the restaurant sides on 5 in a row.
Beans trying to take some shots down low, but Prelude, he's doing a good job of just turning and birding, holding his own. This has been all Prelude right now inside of the kitchen. Finally, it's Nero able to get in there and deal with the chef himself. We'll see if Nero can continue the spree. He will for a double. Vivid takes the challenge in the back. Is a double for Clayster as well, but numbers still going the way of Boston. Beans, the last one up, looking to try to collect the remaining 20 seconds.
So much to do here. Never mind, Beans is ready for it.
Whoa!
He's in the kitchen. It's a natural goddamn habitat for Beans as he picks up yet another 2Ps. It just comes so natural to him. And Boston Breach off the back of that will get the last 10 seconds or so of scrap time. Vegas Legion here. They desperately need this rotation, Austin, and they don't have it already. It's Boston that are over here first.
I know we're praising Beans, but Nero, he's in a great spot to cut off all of the players trying to push in for the break. 14 kills right now for Nero. Closing the doors, ready to snap out. Shots come through. He's going to find TJ. Has to expect some more, but Temp will find the trade. Kills going back and forth, but it's still Boston on the time. Methodz has to try to hold his life, but it's Beans there for 3. TJ the last one up, and he will get the trade to make sure it's not 4, but the numbers, the trade, constantly going the way of Boston.
Yeah, and this game's starting to feel a little bit out of reach right now for Vegas Legion. Of course, you never want to call it till the fat lady sings and that, but, you know, nonetheless, Boston have come out swinging in the first half of this game. The last 4 kills have just been back-to-back-to-back. Their control, and not really much to talk about for Vegas Legion. And even for the scrap time, really, things just haven't gone their way. This next hill really needs to. It is going to be Vegas Legion who touch first, but looking over towards the Boston Breach side, you can already see themselves, Austin. They are preparing for a push through Spa. They've got Nero on the other side as well, making that long flank happen.
You have to hold here, and it's not a great start. Prelude just try to minimize the damage, but Vivid, he gets in there, and now it's all up to 1, just like that. Vegas might just be broken, and they are. TJ does a pretty solid job of trying to keep his life, but bad news here for Vegas Legion. We'll see if they can try to dive in. Looks like a contest maybe for a quick second. Prelude is dealt with, and the nade from TJ was huge. That opens up the push. Vivid is shut down right through on the pinch, and this is a big moment for Vegas. They need this back 30.
Again, it's just Boston consistently finding their way in, right, causing all of these issues for the Vegas Legion roster. They just can't get a good hold, and a lot of it's coming down. So these players just swinging through. Beans and Methodz now combined for 3. Prelude, though, wants this last 15 seconds or so, and to be frank, they kind of need it at this point. Even this amount of time is edging Boston closer to that 250-point mark, and it will now be Boston in control of the rotation. Vegas Legion, they've got their first real chunk of time here in this game, and we start to see everybody on the roster step things up, because the players that we've seen play really well in that prior series, Austin, not doing so well now.
The young versus the old right there with Beans and Clayster. Nice little duel. But we take a look at the back. As you mentioned, Prelude does a good job of finding Methodz, deals with one of the key ARs, and that should effectively flip out the spawns, and it does. So Vegas, once again, in a prime position to try to capitalize. You're going to have to continue to win out these gunfights, and it feels like Beans is able to work himself in just a little bit too easily, excuse me. We'll see if it continues. 25 seconds up for grabs. Nero's going to be able to get in there for a double. Methodz gets the 3rd. Hill goes neutral for now, but with that kill coming in, it should be good for another 15.
At the very least, we did see Prelude there, by the way, getting that cruise missile in the back pocket ready to go. So they have that kind of as something to use later down the line. But again, Hotel is not exactly a kind hard point map to utilize those streaks on. This would be one hard point where it would be useful, but really, I think if Vegas Legion want anything here, they want to just have this P1, P2 back-to-back punch ready to go. Clayster needs to start stepping things up here in this game. We know what he's capable of. We saw it in that last series. Now has a chance to do exactly that. Prelude, though, with the Vaznev starting to come in from behind and takes out Beans from a really key power position, because, again, we're talking about sides of the map. Vegas, they know what side of the map they want to be on. If it just eviscerates Prelude. Either way.
With that, I have no idea. Absurd. Methodz on 3, make it 4. Now needs to try to play his life. Takes the chow, but the chow comes to him. And Clayster's only able to get himself 1. Can he play his life? Oh, Glacier with a nice little turn and a nice little snap. Temp with some good help. This is a nice transition here for Vegas, as that's finally a clean feed of white. And now they're just going to try to cut down some of the rotators here from Boston, as they're going to have to make their way across the map. And a lot of this falls on the shoulders of Beans to try to get some early groundwork done.
Beans, he's been snapping this game so far. Might not show it in the KD, but when he shows up, he definitely does show up. Prolute has so much to do here. Methodz and Nero able to get a couple of kills. Prolute only in for one. Now it's Boston Breach. They live up to their name. They're Breach inside the hard point. Nero, another one to the tally. Vegas Legion still spawning up in and around the kill. Temp now going to activate that dead silence, looking for a long flank in from behind, and they do not know he's here. They don't know he's here. Temp knocking at the door. Here he is, and he's only able to get one. A bit anticlimactic, but it doesn't matter for the Boston Breach. They're extremely happy with this position, and now Nero, 5 in a row, looking for number 6. He will get it. Looking to look so easy. 7 for Nero across the hill as well. And Boston Breach, they're making themselves look pretty good here. They're looking to get that 250-point mark. They won't be able to get it off this hill, Austin. The next one they will, though.
That's absolutely it. Beans now on the rotation alongside Nero, who is 32 and 13, mind you. I mean, they are just completely outslaying, outmaneuvering Vegas Legion at the moment. And you feel like it could just be all done and dusted right here. 16 seconds looking for the dub. Prolute would have to do something very special to kind of kick things off. TJ Holly able to grab a kill onto Vivid, but everything looking great. 10 seconds for the win for Boston.
10 seconds, all that's required. Methodz ready for these players to filter them through the freezer. Methodz is ready for it, though. There's 1, there's 2. There is not 3 just yet. Temp will survive the engagement. Actually gets a second as well, but no more than that. Boston with the denial. And I'll tell you what, Austin, a pretty heavy denial at that, too. Vegas Legion didn't really look in that hard point, to be honest. I mean, yeah, they broke the 100-point mark. Yeah, they got 111 points at the end, but Boston so dominant from hill to hill to hill.
Nero with his final kill cam. Snap onto Prolute there to really put the cherry on top, the icing on the cake, whatever it might be. That is an incredible game out of Nero. I mean, he just goes completely off. And I mean, that's the difference maker I feel like that you can do with the sub now within this meta. You know, you can find those timings, you can make those moves, you can use that dead silence just to constantly maneuver around and go rogue, basically. You really do need to have at least one rogue player with that sub maneuvering around the map. And yep, Nero, he fits that profile perfectly, right to a T. Obviously, you have to highlight the fact that, you know, Beans did come in. He had a pretty strong game, couple of big flashy moments there. We've seen a lot of it within challengers. It's nice to see it up here in the Pro League for his debut as well. But either way, Brody, Boston, I mean, they just looked completely solid throughout that entire first map.
I think, I'll be honest, Austin, I think we're kind of underselling this here. That is a stunning start for Boston in this series. Like, you already mentioned it, you know, yes, Beans is this superstar player, and, you know, to be fair, statistically speaking, it wasn't like that was absolutely showing in the game. I think he just barely just about went positive in that game, despite the big moments that he had. But the fact that he just comes in, just slots into this roster from map number 1, and they just look like another day in the office. Just normal for a Boston Breach. They look like they were playing that hard point. Just, yep, just a regular hard point. Doesn't matter that we've just had to make a substitution. It just looked pretty simple for them there. That is an incredible achievement for this Boston Breach roster, and it says a lot about the storyline that we had coming into this one, where it's like, if the Las Vegas Legion are going to not get reverse swept again, not have what happened in that last series happen again here, well, this is the best chance to do it, because you're going up against a roster with a substitute. Out the window. Don't worry about that storyline anymore, folks, because Boston, they don't even look phased.
They don't look phased, and that's going to be really concerning for Vegas. I mean, I know they have players like Clay on there, who is quite literally like the longest standing player, it feels like, in the league. I mean, he's been here forever, since the beginning of COD, it feels like. So I'm sure he can kind of rally everyone together, kind of keep them very cool, calm, and collected. But I mean, you can't lie, it's definitely a little bit of a dagger, right? To lose to a team that just brought in a substitute, and it's not like it was a close game, like it was about 100-point differential or more.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like that one's going to sting a little bit. But the show must go on, right? You have to continue. You have to kind of dig deep going into the rest of this. And this is where I would arguably say that Beans is probably his best. I mean, for anyone that doesn't know this guy and hasn't watched challengers like us, he is just so lethal with the sniper. I basically gave him the title, you know, during the qualifier, that he is by far the best sniper in challengers. And I didn't think it was even close with the way that he was hitting shots, the way that he was hitting quick scopes. There was even challenger players like asking him what he puts on his sniper, even though there's no attachments allowed on the sniper. So that should kind of go to tell you on how lethal he is with it. And I'm interested to see if he will bring it out, because I think Vivid is also that scope player for Boston.
I would let Beans have it. I think,
I mean, deep inside, we want it, yeah.
Yeah, we want it. Admittedly, you know, we'll admit our position here of this matchup. We are definitely biased casters here. You guys can get the meme in the chat. It's not even a meme at this point, because Beans is just incredible as sniper player. I just recall so many clips already from this season. It's been a short season, Austin. We've only had the damn game for like 2 months.
That's right.
And we've seen like a multitude of clips from Beans with the sniper rifle. That is scary for this Las Vegas Legion roster. Now, the one thing I will say is I believe the map coming up in this series will be Fortress S&D. We've already seen that once today from the Las Vegas Legion. It was a 6-5 victory over the Los Angeles Thieves, the second map in that best of 5 as well. And the SMGs for the roster, I mean, we were looking at TJ Halley was just frying. And you know, that, for me, I think is what Boston will need to be careful about. That's the secret weapon, I think, for Las Vegas Legion. They just need TJ Halley to get back up to that pace once again.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you could even argue that map probably should have been closed out earlier than it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it went round 11, but it very well could have been done much earlier. They had a 5-3 lead, and that's kind of always the story with, you know, Vegas. You know, will they close it out? Will they not? You know, you have to kind of see with this squad because they are a little bit inconsistent, and I feel like a lot of it falls on, you know, what TJ brings to the table. If TJ is usually holding his own, I feel like this Vegas squad is typically doing well. I think, you know, map number 1, no one really has, you know, a strong performance per se, but most of the time when TJ is at least holding his own, or like we see dropping 15 kills casually on Fortress, then usually things I think are going a lot better for these guys. So we'll see if maybe he can bring that same performance, if not maybe something at least close to it, because you need it now more than ever going into this next map with a Boston Breach that is playing with a sub that I have to imagine is fired up with a win like that. You cannot let these guys start to chain maps together, then have to rely on a reverse sweep in the lower portion of this group where you are again in this elimination game.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think the overarching storyline for the Las Vegas Legion, you know, it hasn't changed from the earlier matchup versus the Los Angeles Thieves. We were looking for players to step up to the plate, though they haven't really been doing so in the Major 1 qualifiers, and they did. And this is the thing for me is when we're looking at this Las Vegas Legion roster, right? These players, they can play extremely well. We saw it in that Search and Destroy map versus the Los Angeles Thieves. We saw it in the Aqua HyDra Electric Hardpoint to kick off that series. We saw some incredible players coming out of Las Vegas Legion. So the potential, the capability is there. It's just about actually carrying that out. And again, I will say the one thing we should note is like there is a little bit of a knock to the mental game when you're facing up a team that does have a substitute and you let that map 1 happen. Because that is the most indomitable score I think we've seen today in a hard point, at least on our broadcast. I think the only one that might have been close, I think, was Toronto Ultra and Poyodrome in their map number 4. Boston Breach, they've definitely made a statement there in map number 1, but in towards map number 2 we go. And Beans is just nading himself. So I got a feeling, Austin, that we're going to be going back to the 2-cam.
Yeah, I have to imagine that will be the case here, as I'm sure things will probably end very shortly. You can see it. Shots just kind of be taken in the back. So the game will end. We will come back to us here for now coming into it. But I think Beans did have a scar, or attack rather, kind of off the rip there. So maybe we don't see the scope right away. I think that's just what we're most lasered on because, I mean, well, we just hyped it up, right, Brody? I just gave him the title of best, you know, sniper in challengers. So I feel like now everyone's kind of a little bit more drawn to it and we'll be on the lookout for it. But yeah, just coming back to it at the moment, Boston Breach looking to roll with things. And in Vegas, I think the one thing that we really did see them do really well on was actually kind of picking apart the map, finding some of those routes and those timings to hit those flanks. We go back to why TJ dropped 15 kills. A huge amount of it was because he was doing a lot of work in bottom and top art and just finding good timings to make good usage out of his dead silence plays.
The one thing I will say is I don't think Boston are the kind of roster to just let TJ do that, right? I think they're going to be a lot more wary of the fact, especially considering they will have seen what TJ was doing. They will know, all right, we saw TJ drop 15 against the Los Angeles Thieves. We know that he's definitely capable of doing that. They'll be a lot more wary of the fact that TJ is probably going to try and take advantage of munitions when he can. Those really annoying sneaky positions that Fortress does offer up to players who are playing on the offensive side. So yeah, I think that Boston will be okay, I think, to deal with TJ Halley here. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Austin, ready to get into map number 2 once again. We'll try again in just a second.
We're good now.
Right.
We'll give her a go, jump back into her, see how it's going to play out for us. But yeah, man, I'm so excited for this matchup coming back into this map number 2. Excited to see how the S&D is going to play through and see if TJ can find a little redemption after, you know, what was a pretty slow start to the hard point. So everything we've hyped up, now we're jumping back into it, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2, playing on out on Fortress as we head back in.
Tech number 2. Hopefully Nero will actually move off the spawn this time, and he will. And yeah, Austin, you mentioned it right. In that first attempt, Beans has got the tack, not the sniper rifle. That means that Vivid is very likely running it. If they have one at all, we should say. I think it actually might be Methodz, you know, because Methodz is looking down below that doorway. That's where you normally see the sniper play for it. And now, on the other side, we don't need to question where that sniper is, Austin.
No, we do not. KiSMET all the way around the back. We'll be trying to see if you can work a pick right underneath the wooden door. You know how important this cross is, and Methodz is there trying to fight back onto KiSMET. He just needs one look, one shot, and it will give them the go button to move in. They've used about half the round to search for information. We'll see when they decide to make this move, and there it is. KiSMET connects, finds the kill onto Zinni, and now it is the green light. Time to move into the site.
KiSMET overwatching his teammate as well. There's no chance that Beans manages to make it out without falling foul of the sniper rifle. But look at this for Boston Breach. A retake is fast and furious here. Nero looking for some kills inside the top munitions building. Hasn't found anything just yet, but he's sniffing out Proloot. Not the kill just yet. Finally, it comes through. It's shaky, but the gunfight will go his way. Elsewhere, Temp has taken down Vivid. So 2 versus 2 we go for Nero. Trying to pick up the pace here. The dead silence has been activated. Beans looking for the 1v1 against KiSMET. And, well, Nero, I think maybe he was looking for it, but Temp has taken him out of the equation. And now Beans in the 1 versus 2 for the retake. You got to reserve 7.5 seconds for the defuse. I don't really know if you've got the time for that at this point. And Temp, well, just going to stick himself to the bomb site, knows that's where Beans is probably going to end up.
It was a really good look for Boston. You could just see how fast they pounced on that retake. I mean, Vivid was just kind of ready to make that move inside of Fortress. Alongside him, you have Nero, who was just ready to snap right outside of those doors. And rather than going, chasing for the kill, he goes to the top art, kind of seeing if he can maybe work for one of those picks with the sub. But Vegas do a good job of eluding them and just kind of playing their lives and making sure they work through correctly in that 1v2. No clutch will come through for Beans. They work the clock, and Vegas, they're on the board first.
Good start from Vegas to get that bomb down. Great sniper cover coming out from KiSMET, but of course Temp the superstar out of that round. Proloot now looking to put his mark on this search and destroy. Looking for a first frag. Of course, TJ Halley back in those positions at top Fortress. Would you believe it? Proloot also there too, and just Superman dives out the window, getting Yakko vibes from Kim. The damage is done though in this round, Austin. Vegas Legion already with the numbers.
Oh, I think Vivid throws that right back at him, but it doesn't matter. The collapse is in. The kills are good. And now Methodz has to try to work through 3. He's the trophy player. No dead silence. Easy reads here for Vegas Legion. Much better start this time around in map number 2. Already up by 2.
And again, it's that start, right? It's seeing Las Vegas Legion back in those positions, right? We saw it right from the rip where TJ Halley and Proloot were able to take command and control of top art. And that's where they played so well against the Los Angeles Thieves. So more of that, please, if you're a Las Vegas Legion fan. Boston Breach. They'll be learning from their mistakes, though, or rather what we were seeing from Vegas Legion. And now, here you go, Austin. It's time to get what we wanted. Beans has a sniper rifle out.
Oh, this is exactly what we wanted. Beans with the scope, ready for them to come through, and he gets a hit marker on his very first shot. That's going to sting just a tad bit. I feel like that should at least be a 1-for-1 trade. Nero now going to try to work up top. Nade's going to come through. That's a stick. What a nade coming through for TJ. And now Vegas, massive advantage, up with some numbers here in the 4v2.
Most importantly, the sniper rifle player down for the count as well. So the cross being watched that would normally be down at Beans is out. And now as Methodz falls, it's down to Vivid in a 1 versus 4. No chance, my friend. It just gets eviscerated on the bomb site. Vegas Legion, Austin, they are on a hot streak now.
They are on a hot streak. And, I mean, this is the story of this Vegas Legion, roster, right? Like, when they're hot, they're hot. When they're not, they're not. Like, it's just a lot of peaks and valleys. And finding consistency is really the name of the game, I feel like, when you talk about Vegas as a whole. But you can see it right now. It's going great. Instead of TJ dropping 15, it might be Temp dropping 15, if he even has enough rounds to get to that point. But already 7-0, streak in the back pocket. And KiSMET still wants to try to see if he can battle. And he's going to pull the same play we just saw from Beans here, looking for that first blood, but no one's going to peek him off the rip.
KiSMET not getting anything for free. Trophy system will stop the stun being thrown his way. That was by Nero, who still has this bomb. And I think the thing is, for Boston Breach in this position, is they actually lost control over that A site. They might be able to take KiSMET down, but if he has to cover the bottom side of the gallows to help him out. And now we're the pistol! I think that might have been team shots that assisted Clayster with that gunfight. If it wasn't, I'm starting to question the power of that pistol. Nonetheless, though, the result was the same. The bomb now down on A, and Vegas once again with the numbers, and ProLoot looks like he's about to do something.
ProLoot able to spot one. Should get a reset on his dead silence, and he does. That's a full reset on his dead silence, so could not ask for better timing. Methodz shots from afar, trying to take a player out top maps. Not going to happen in the 1v3. The collapse is in. I think ProLoot might have gotten that one as well, but either way, Vegas Legion, just about as flawless as you can get. 4 straight rounds.
And it's the dominance over that A site, right? I mean, it's just so crucial for Vegas Legion. Clayster, it doesn't really even do anything over there. He gets that kill with a pistol, but his presence is enough, right? To just get some idea of what's going on over that A site and to work off the back of that. Vegas Legion at the moment, they're looking so hot here on Fortress. And Temp hasn't died, by the way. He's ready to go for the rest of this one. I believe he should have a streak off the back of that as well. And on Fortress, Austin, we know how potent those things can be.
Here we go again. Oh, Beans. Not going to connect this time, but luckily able to keep his life. That's really the key factor. The Temp on 8-0. I mean, he's shooting a little dippy right now. They are, of course, going to know Nero is, in fact, in the site, but he's just going to shut those doors, try to keep things concealed as much as possible. Overall, everyone playing it very slow. Vegas, they know they have the lead. They're just working for a pick.
Boston are happy now because they've got somebody through towards that A site. Of course, Vegas well aware of that fact. There we go. Ooh. Finally, Beans will get something. The door is open, and Beans more happy to walk through it. ProLoot able to swing wide. Picks up one. The trades are down, and now a 2 versus 2. Make it a 2 versus 1. How very quickly the dominoes have fallen in this round, Austin. Vivid now left up in a 1 versus 2 situation. No control over that bomb site. The best he can do here is try and look through the cracks.
Oh, he saw one cross, but the timing here is unbelievable. Vivid, is he going to read that they've crossed back? And no, he's not. He thinks they're still on the same side of the map. And, well, looks like we might just get another B bomb plant. And, well, not even. I don't think the bomb goes down, but it doesn't matter. Vegas Legion, they find the timing, they get across, and they are up 5-0 right now, Brody.
I really thought it was going to happen, Austin. I really thought we were about to get the B plant finally, but no. Apparently not. Clayster just couldn't let it happen. God damn it, Clayster. Yeah, regardless, bottom line, 5-0 to Vegas now. They are looking so hot. Just dealing with the pressure. And that's the thing, right? It's not like Boston have been doing anything vastly incorrect. They got themselves some presence in towards A. Just Vegas, they're really learning how to deal with it. The trades are perfect. The way that they're challenging at the moment, things just looking so good for this Vegas roster. This is an incredible bounce back from them. One more round, Austin.
One more round. Might be able to 6-0 Boston breach. GJ on 4 in a row. Might be looking to make some of those flank plays as soon as they see something start to unfold in the A site. But little stun check coming through from player number 7. You can see it. Temp just kind of checking in and around. Method's going to start to do his due diligence, start to get the wall bangs out, figure out if they're there. Nero searching for info. Is the bomb carrier? Has to be careful. Gets 1 HP. That one's going to really hurt. As Clayster has a chance at a shot, doesn't take it. A lot of information back and forth, and I think the streak just came in.
Does it get anything? No, I don't believe it does. Just information, but that will be enough here for Vegas Legion, or maybe not. Trade start to go down in favor of the Boston breach here. 3 versus 2 scenario. Maybe enough now for Boston to get the bomb down. Now, most certainly so. As TJ Halley finds himself up at a 1 versus 3, he gets shut down as well. And that's a great round coming out from Boston Breach. A necessary one, obviously, because they would have, surprise, surprise, been 6-0'd if they'd have lost it. But they get rid of the streaks in the conversation, too. On a map like Fortress, that thing can be horrible.
It really can. So now you've baited out the streak. You've got yourself around. And we can see if we can start to build this story around 6 rounds in a row. This time the other way. Still a long way off from that, but Boston could maybe make some magic happen. Feels like maybe there's some magic in the air with the substitute player coming in and getting a shot here at the Pro-Am. But Vivid, first blood, finally, that's a big factor, right? Vegas so good in a lot of those first initial engagements. This time, Boston able to get one to go their way.
Nero falls. Beans with a nice nade, though, to take out ProLoot for a trade. Boston still with a chance here, and they have control of that bomb. That's the key thing for Boston Breach here. They've got control of the bomb. Vegas, they might well have the numbers, but Boston now can play around that. 60 seconds on the clock, though. Vegas still have a lot of time to try and engineer a way back into this site. Of course, the problem is that Boston Breach got eyes on both directions.
9-2 for Temp. huge member to have left alive in this 2 versus 2. Here with Clayster, everyone checking their corners, and they should have a pretty good idea that, yeah, we flipped sides of the map. They're playing our side now. Methodz just bouncing up and down. Don't think either player has been spotted, but there it is. Temp from the side is actually able to find Methodz. So now it falls on Beans to pull up a 1v2. He's able to deal with Temp. A 1v1. Now on to Clayster. Clayster finds the challenge, and he'll take out Beans. Make sure there is no clutch this time around. Vegas Legion dominating Search and Destroy as they take it 6-1.
Austin, Vegas' presence throughout the entirety of that Fortress S&D was just indomitable. Really was. They're just so overbearing. Every time Boston felt like they had a little bit of room to breathe in the Search and Destroy, they just didn't. And a lot of that was down to that man there. 10-3 for Temp at the end of that Search and Destroy. Temp just completely dominated. He was 8-0 at one point. I don't know if he got to 9-0, 10-0. I'm not entirely sure what he actually finished his spree on, but it was certainly enough to get a streak as well. And that's the bounce back. That is the bounce back that we wanted to see from Las Vegas Legion, because after what happened in map number 1, they needed some kind of mental fortitude like that, and they got Austin.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say is that, you know, if there is a game mode that you're probably going to find favor in with a substitute, it probably is going to be Hardpoint, just because, you know, things are a little bit more on the fly. You're just, you know, making calls on the fly as well, compared to where Search and Destroy and Control, you know, it takes a little bit more coordination. You don't have the strats refined. So I think you could definitely tell, you know, missing Awakening, that there were some holes, there were some gaps, maybe some uncertainties. And because of it, Vegas actually able to capitalize off of it. So have to keep that in mind going forward in the series, but it is very necessary for Vegas to do it so that they can tie the series up.
Well, bounce back have the Las Vegas Legion with a 6-1 victory on Fortress Search and Destroy, an indomitable victory at that as well. A statement to make here as the series will continue, but not for a little while just yet. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we're going to have map number 3 here between the Las Vegas Legion and Boston Breach. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty League Major 1 tournament. Of course, this is the group stage, and we're 2 maps deep into our series between the Las Vegas Legion and the Boston Breach. It's been a bit of a tumultuous affair so far, right, Austin? First
Yeah.
map, it went the way of the Boston Breach. The second, though, we've had an answer back from the Las Vegas Legion.
We've had an answer back, and it feels like it was much needed, for anyone that is just tuning in. Beans, obviously, substitute, player coming in for Owakening. And overall, he's able to show up in that map number 1, but I think you could definitely tell, missing Owakening in that last map hurt them a little bit with their setups, with some of their strategies. So Las Vegas Legion able to take full advantage of that. And I imagine you should be able to do a similar thing going into the control as well, but we'll have to see because the Respawn's, certainly struggling looking at that first map for Vegas.
Right, and I think something you said before we actually went to break was really important, right, Austin? You kind of hit the nail on the head that, like, yeah, hardpoint, I think it's a lot more standard in terms of the way that you play as a team. I think for Beans to fit into a hardpoint role, it's kind of like you expect them to kind of fit right in because it's just
Sure.
hardpoint, right? Right. We make it sound realistic, simplistic, excuse me, but it's more simplistic than a search and destroy where you have all of these very complex strategies. We see how big these strategy books are, or the digital strategy books are for the teams, right? So search and destroy for Las Vegas Legion, they expect to win that one. Control, though, we'll see how this affair shakes out. We are going to hotel for this one, Austin, and it will be that the Las Vegas Legion, excuse me, starting things off on the defensive side.
Well, Beans, right to top bedroom, looking for some early chows. Prelude and Vivid, both exchanging gun battles right through the middle of the map, and it's Prelude that comes away with 2. Beans does get 1, and TJ trying to hunt him down, but Beans actually finds a second and somehow is going to be able to play his life. Will the regen come back just about? TJ does finally get there for the trade. Nero, though, might be able to pick up right where he left off. Shots come through, doesn't read where TJ is, and so far, Vegas able to get a lot of control of bottom and top bedroom. They clear out B. Now the push starts to unfold by A.
Yeah, from Boston Breach to attempt to capture a B right off the rip. You ideally do want to get a tick of progression or 2 if you can early on, even if you can't get the capture all the way through. But now they're going to have to reset themselves for a push over towards A. TJ Halley, you can see him on the minimap there, did actually attempt to try and stop that progression of A, but did get shut down in the back, I believe it was by Nero. So Boston Breach now, I think they might well have just got this one all the way through. Boston Breach have overextended all the way through the defensive side here, and they might actually have a fair shake at B already.
Yeah, they very well might. Looks like you are going to be able to have, player 4 working the back, but Beans is just in the back of the spawn right now, starting to pick apart some of the Vegas members. Clayster does a good job of dealing with him, but while all this happens, they've just had 1 member stopping the clock, allowing them to get some early progress done right through the map to see if they can get this rotation on point, as it looks like my feed may have froze here for now, Brody. Not sure about you, but we'll see if Boston can continue to move forward here.
Yeah, we got the same feed, bud, so... comes through, but it's not enough. It's Nero from the top row to pick up 2. Can anybody from Vegas Legion touch the point? No, is the answer as Nero saves the day once again. Boston not done here just yet.
That's a hell of a call from Nero to hit the play. You see it here again. Everyone over Vegas just so focused on what's happening out front that nobody looks to the right to kind of cover over the middle of the map and that push and that flood through. Because of it, Nero takes full advantage of it. What a heads-up play. What a move to get in there and keep us in Breach alive here in the map number 3.
Nero again, that's really it, isn't it? That's all we can say. Nero playing so well. Yes, again, it's not showing in the stat lines, but at the end of the day, it's those special plays that really does separate the wheat from the chaff at this point. And Nero, certainly we know what side of the line that he lies on. Though, going to have to win another offensive round to not let this go to a round number 5. And this is about as good of a start as you could ask for if you're the Vegas team. You haven't quite dealt with the ever-present threat that is Nero, who somehow manages to dip in towards the restaurant, gets a couple of kills and fries to go. And now we'll walk away with 5 in a row as well. 1 kill away from earning a cruise missile. Crucial stop coming through from Temp. And now Vegas Legion feel a little bit more comfortable. They can dive on towards A.
Vegas will be able to get that first tick secured. Big battle in the back right here. Methodz and Vivid both trying to flood on through. The smoke from the grenade is going to stop Temp from really being able to get his gun up in time. A second could come through for TJ, and it does. I talked about it. When you get good plays out of TJ, usually good things are happening for Vegas. And that play right there shows you why ProLoot over the top is now already stopping Boston from getting out of their spawn. B is under attack, and A is just about to be captured.
Yeah, Boston Breach just got to let A go here in this situation. You've got to let A go. Now it's gone anyway. Now that first progression is starting to come through. The kill feed will all be white as Temp picks up 2 inside that lobby area. Methodz, he is the saving grace for Boston. He's picked up 1 already, but he needs to do so much more than that. The second tick of progression is through. The third about to follow as well. It's Vivid in towards the point to try and save the day. He can't get it done now. Down for Beans. Well, he will fall. And the Las Vegas Legion are not phased by the prior round. They're able to close things out here.
Oh, that was a much cleaner look at the Las Vegas Legion coming into this map. I mean, we weren't sure what to fully expect, but it's much cleaner. The trades, the teamwork, it's there. Multiple members stepping up. You see a couple of big plays kind of unfolding there from ProLoot as well as from in that last match versus the Thieves also started to come to life, excuse me, here in this one. And that's, again, exactly what you want to see from this roster that's taken a lot of flack.
You hit the nail on the head, right? Again, these individual plays, you know, those players that we wanted to see come out and play extremely well on LAN, they're doing it again here. They're showing up to play versus this Boston Breach team. The way that Temp and ProLoot are playing, they're playing like they own the map. And they are contesting with good players as well. It's not like Boston Breach didn't come out with good plays. I mean, we saw Nero time and time again, right, come out and start to streak out in that game. So good contestation coming out from Boston Breach, but a little bit too overwhelming are the Las Vegas Legion roster. They now go 2-1 up in this series. I believe we're going to take a very short break in between maps number 3 and 4, just so we can sort a couple of bits and bobs out. You guys know how it be sometimes. After this one, I believe we have HyDra Hardpoint for the next map. So get your swimming goggles on, folks. It's time to go for a swim. We'll be back after this. Welcome back, folks, here to the CDL Major 1 group stage segment of the broadcast. Vegas Legion going head-to-head with Boston Breach. Austin, Vegas, they are 2-1 up over Boston, and now they go to a map where we've seen them have prior success.
They had prior success, and it was off the back end of taking smart route plays. I think ProLoot has to be credited for that. He was the one winning some huge individual gunfights, making some big multi-kills happen versus the Thieves in their map number 1 series. We'll see if that continues. But so far, the fight for P1, and no one's actually got a single second. Everyone just kind of trading out evenly. Nero able to get involved with the AR. Still 1-for-1 on the trades, and Vegas will finally get a touch.
I'll say I really love the setup right now for Boston Breach. Got a player in the middle of the map. That's going to be Beans, keeping overwatch, making sure no Vegas Legion players try to get a little bit AWOL towards that middle of the map area, trying to make that early rotation towards P2. So for Boston Breach, the job's a good one. They've done exactly what they required themselves to do. They've got not much time with P1, but they've set themselves up towards P2. And for Vegas Legion now, try and find your routes towards that rotation. Methodz, though, wants to put a stop to this, wants to try and stop players from getting anywhere close. Clay will be the first one for him to challenge, and it will be an easy gunfight for the first, not so much for the second. ProLoot will trade on out, but look at those players coming around the back, Austin. It's Beans who's facing the pressure.
This is the moment right here that you're always looking for Vegas to try to flip the spawns out, get control of the hill, and see if they can break. ProLoot, good on the first entry. TJ looking for the next one, but Nero able to shut him down up close. Nero able to shut down 2. Beans gets in there for the 3rd, and Boston, despite the flood, are able to hold strong. The spawns now will, of course, flip out for Vegas Legion, but I mean, they got some great work in there, and they're still fighting for time.
Yeah, Vegas Legion spawning around the back is not a terrible thing for Boston Breach whatsoever here, by the way. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. Boston Breach more than happy not just to soak up for the remainder of this scrap time, but also Nero's all the way over at P3, Austin, so he's feeling pretty chummy about what on earth is going on. Vegas Legion not in the brightest of spots here as we move over towards that next rotation. Beans, though, still heating up on that scrap time, will finally fall foul to the TAC 56 of Priestahh. So here comes Vegas Legion, making their way across towards the rotation for a new. Looking for a 2-2 split, going to have Priestahh and ProLoot on this right side. Priestahh facing fire from up top. That's going to be Nero, who's looking to face down both of these players. He's able to get the first one with ease. Vivid on the other side to deal with the threat coming from generators. ProLoot down for the count 2, and Boston Breach, well, that first wave of gunfights at least will definitely go their way.
And this is exactly, the exact opposite, actually, from as far as what we saw from Vegas. They're the ones that are kind of fighting from behind, that are not really on point with the rotations right now. They're having to battle in. And Boston, they're flipping the map perfectly. Priestahh, big moment here for him. Gets a read on the 3rd. How about that for the veteran player? Priestahh, 4 in a row, starting to find himself on a bit of a spree. But Vegas, I mean, the truth is, it needs to be cleaner off this rotation. The initial gunfights need to come through because they are constantly playing catch-up right now, Brody.
I think the thing is, we're not seeing the same routes coming through from Vegas Legion, right? I mean, if you remember that first map versus the LA Thieves, it was ProLoot, right, that was causing those problems, that was finding those routes in behind. We're not seeing that so far. We need to start seeing that moving forward. For Vegas Legion, in the immediate efficiency here, though, they are looking pretty good at this break over towards P4. I mean, immediately these gunfights now starting to come on down in the backline here. It is going to be TJ Halley who will fall. So a momentary slip up here for the Boston Breach as Vegas Legion do break in. But again, it is but a moment in which that happens. Boston Breach back on towards the stabilizers. They're going to get the last 30 seconds here, short of Vegas Legion making a last-ditch attempt to break on through. TJ might try it. Shots coming in from the side. He will only pick up 1 before falling. Priestahh now in a 1 versus 2 for the scrap time, and I think he's just content for the 1 at the point. But again, look at this. Players from Boston already entrenched in that rotation.
That's exactly it. I mean, it just feels like they are so on point right now in Vegas. They're going to have to flip the script sooner rather than later if they want to get this done in 4. If not, might be on track for a map 5. But let's see. TJ in the back. Might be able to get something done. Has to try to get through Beans. A good stun check. Will get some good information. Does he take the battle? Does he flood in? Decides to go for the ladder, and he will be punished for it. Beans with a nice pickup. Vivid now looking for another one. That's a great read. Boston full control. Catching fire. Turning up. This is exactly what you wanted to see if you're a Boston fan, as they are now well over 120 points.
Yeah, Catching fire indeed. Boston Breach are ablaze at this point with just pure vigor. Vegas Legion haven't really had much of a say in this whatsoever. It is a complete stark contrast to what we saw in that very first match between themselves and the Los Angeles Thieves. In that one, Vegas Legion, they were the ones in command and control. I'm going to stop talking about the color right now because Beans at the moment cannot swim. He is just completely struggling. Someone's got to get the armbands in from me.
These rocks are sharp sometimes, Brody. You know, he might have cut himself on the way up. You know, he had a tough time getting up there. But 140 to 37, I keep saying it, but, you know, Vegas, they just have not really been able to translate this into any time. Sure, kills have been there, but Claystar, how about it? Clean shots there over the top. Vivid, though, he does find himself jumping up on the rocks, gets the double, gets the two-piece. Temp, though, able to keep responding with multi-kills now. Maybe this is the moment where Vegas can turn it up. They have great P1 control. They have the rotation for P2. Let's see if they can continue to fry.
Yeah, indeed. And that's the key thing is there is still a path back into this game for the Vegas Legion. Yes, they're down by quite a significant amount, but they just got to stop Boston Breach from heating up like they have been, stop those AR players from going off, and they actually need to hold this. They need a full 60 off the back of P2 to at least have a say in how the remainder of this game goes. It is still a bit of a risk, of course, because the last 20 seconds here is still a large amount of time to give away, so they're going to give this at least one more look, and I think ProLoot, as soon as Temp dies there, just decides, all right, I'm just going to back away for the moment. But the woes won't stop anytime soon. Look at Boston Breach. They're getting right into the mixer once again. You can already see players like Vivid, who already got one rotational battle in hand, now looking to cause more issues from this Ruin side. Also wants to try and buy some time for the remainder of his team. Looking for the first kill, then attempt. Finds it, tries to swing wide for the second. It's not there, Austin.
Vegas now just need to hold on.
Oh, no.
And it's not looking great because Nero, he's taking a deep flank right through the water. Dead silence active, and they are not expecting this flank. Nero has gotten through, but he doesn't really have a whole lot of assistance because TJ off screen is able to clear out everyone. He's taking another battle onto Methodz, making it difficult for him to get any kind of good map positioning. So everything here now for Vegas Legion starting to look a lot better. We said they needed to have a strong P1 and transition that into a strong P2. So far they deliver, but the scrap time could be going over to Boston.
Yeah, this rotation is paramount to me. If I'm looking at Vegas Legion here, right, yes, you've given away that last bit of time to Boston Breach. Yes, you know, they're edging close to that 250-point mark. You now need, yet again, another stronghold on this next rotation. They've done step one. They've got control of the rotation. Now they need to keep Boston Breach at bay, and TJ Halley will have a large part of that. Starting to get hyper-aggressive towards this market side. Has to be careful that he doesn't influence the spawns in doing this, by the way. Gets shut down after getting just one kill, and elsewhere, Frag's starting to go the way of Vegas Legion here. Austin Claystar starting to get aggressive. He's pushing out towards this market side, looking for number 3 in a row. Will not find it. Boston on their way.
This is beautiful. You're forcing the engagements before they can even look at the hill, and ProLoot now can do the exact same thing. Shots from afar, challenges out, and does some serious damage onto both remaining Boston players. Just can't finish them off with the eliminations. But Temp now looking for one up top. Able to find Methodz. TJ in the point. Good team shots coming through. Vegas Legion slowly but surely working themselves back into map number 4. And it's Boston now that have to look at this rotation to the next hill.
And it's ProLoot making these routes that we were talking about, right? He's looking for the kill versus Methodz. He's actually just got that information with that little dip above the water. He knows exactly where Methodz is located. Is Methodz ready for this one? He should be able to hear him emerging through the water at least twice, by the way. And yeah, Vivid throws the flash down. Now he definitely has the information, but not enough! ProLoot still wins the one. Vegas on the other side are going to get the frags. TJ Halley brings that cruise missile down from the heavens, and Vegas have broken in.
Oh, but the spawns are still here for Boston. However, we know you can get put in the spawn trap. Methodz from the side. The last one remaining. The spawns now will flip out. Vegas Legion, they're actually doing it at the moment. 30 seconds still remaining on this point, and they could look to soak up every single second. And if they do, Brody, we got ourselves a tie game.
Mate, this would be a phenomenal comeback from Vegas Legion. One for the record books. You have to imagine the way that Boston have commanded the early game here. It's been just incredible. Vegas Legion, though, what a stunning comeback this has been, but it hasn't been completed just yet. Now we need to see Claystar pull off some heroics here. He has to get the 1v1 versus Vivid, goes for the 360, gets the full view of information, and gets a kill off the back of it as well. 5 in a row now for Claystar, swings wide, out the door for number 6, a streak now for Claystar, looking for number 7 towards the back line. It's a headshot for Vivid to find it, and he's still got more names to take down. They never expected Claystar to go rock climbing there in that scenario, and Claystar's entire heroic play here, Austin, has enabled Vegas to do? Guess what? They're in the hill.
Austin is crumbling, and Vegas are taking full advantage of it. The lead has changed, and Vegas Legion are in P5, getting time, and let's see if they can lock down the remaining 25 seconds. TJ trying to swing wide, won't commit to the challenge. Boston, you feel like they got to get involved at this point. Fight for some of this time, and the sub-duo of Nero and Vivid, 2v4 the point. What a critical moment for Boston to try to stay alive, get that remaining 15 seconds, and now you take a look at the spawns. Vegas are in the back, and it's Boston that have the fast track to new.
Yeah, absolutely. Boston in a really good position here, right? Because now they can cut the map. They can get themselves on the right side of the mini-map, not just for the P1 spawns, but for P2 too. Vivid also now starting to heat up in this one with 5 in a row. Nero also now starting to soak up this time. They've got to be careful of the horse routes coming through. You can see Prolute making his infamous route in from behind, and he actually just going to go straight for the choice to disrupt this hill. Comes in to pick up the first versus Nero, and now back into the water he goes. Goodness me. We're going to have to call some kind of alligator investigator at the moment. He's coming in from behind and does get shut down. The crucial thing is, though, Boston could not finish it here on P1 no longer.
That moment was so big. Finding Prolute to make sure he doesn't do any kind of a spawn flip is huge, but take a look at the minimap right now. This is all about the rotation. You know that you have to make moves over to P2, and it's up to player 5, TJ, alongside Temp to try to get it done, but Beads is snapping right now, and because of it, Boston now have to deal with TJ in the back. We'll see if TJ Howley can play his life. Everything is riding on his shoulders, and Beans is there. He sniffs him out. 4 seconds for the dub.
4 seconds for the dub. This should be it. The wipe is in. Nobody from Vegas Legion is going to be able to touch, and it's shaky for a second. The sweat absolutely was on the forehead. Pretty much every crevice in the body for Boston Breach there in that game. I most certainly would have been. Vegas Legion, they made that much tougher than it should have been.
Did they ever, Brody? I mean, we all thought for a second it was going to happen. I thought Prolute making that route play in the back might have been able to get it done, but able to find the kills, able to lock them down, track the names. That's exactly what Boston do, but it definitely gets sweaty. It definitely gets close, but either way, we're going to see a map number 5, baby.
I just can't believe Vegas even made it that close, Austin. There were like 4 hills back to back to back. It was like exactly what they did versus the Los Angeles Thieves, but obviously this time for the comeback instead of being in a commanding lead. It was incredible, and shout out to Clayster, by the way, for that incredible spree on the way to the generator hardpoint. That's shades of Modern Warfare. Clayster coming out to play. And yeah, Vegas Legion, yes, they don't end up winning. Boston Breach able to clutch up in the end. And Austin, that means we've got a game 5 on our hands, buddy. We could not be happier. Oh, goodness me. Boston Breach, another go at Search and Destroy. Last time didn't go so well for them. They'll want to have a better go of things here. We're going to send it to a quick break, though. Of course, game number 5, Search and Destroy, for all the beans, quite literally, after this. Welcome back here to the Call of Duty League Major 1 tournament, of course. Game number 5 between Boston Breach and the Las Vegas Legion. Austin, I genuinely don't think I could have thought of a better way to end our day here on the Delta broadcast. It's been an incredible day of Call of Duty, just banger after banger after banger. We have been treated to, and this one hasn't turned out any different, in spite of the circumstances in which this match is even occurring. Boston, of course, having to use their sub in Beans, and at this point, I don't even think it's a negative. Beans is just incredible.
Beans has been great. I think he has certainly stepped up to the plate. To be fair, you never know how these guys are going to be able to perform when they get just brought into situations like this. And I mean, all that pressure falls on you, but we'll see if Beans can continue to live up to it and if Boston can, in fact, pull this dub out. Beans has got the scope. We've said a lot about the scope from Beans. He will miss the head of Clayster off the rip, but it's Methodz that draws first blood.
Clayster, he's teasing him.
He is.
Giving a little bit of skin. Beans isn't going to get anything off it, though. As you say, trades have already gone down early on in this round. Vegas Legion, though, ultimately, they do not care because they should be able to get the bomb down. I think they're a little bit cautious about player coming up from bedroom side. They want to Clayster in this position. Now that Beans is backed away, they will have the power to get the bomb down. Now for PaulEhx, wants to overextend himself in towards the bedroom. A 1 versus 1 against Nero. PaulEhx wins it.
PaulEhx takes yet another in the round. 2v2, Beans, he connects, but 28 seconds, PaulEhx's able to find one, and, well, this becomes pretty difficult here for Beans. Gonna have to try to find some kills. PaulEhx looking for the ace here in round number 1, but you can see it. There's just no time to work with right now for Beans.
Beans is just gonna get shot from the side, you have to imagine. He gets the look, and PaulEhx there, but a look is all he's gonna get, and unless you're Medusa, it's no more than that. Vegas Legion able to take it, and it really did feel like early on that round, right, Austin? I mean, Boston Breach, a lot of that defensive play was reliant on Beans' sniper rifle, right? Having some modicum of control over the site. As soon as that goes away, Vegas, it's a plant for them.
That's absolutely it. I mean, you start to also take out some of those numbers, and you know, all of a sudden you have to spread the map just a little bit thinner to make sure everything is covered. You have to watch mid, A, and B, and it's really hard to support one another in that situation. So, you know, once you get that bomb down, it's great. And PaulEhx, he gets all 4. He does, in fact, get the ace here. So the man that I keep saying is getting a lot of flack coming into this event, I think has certainly had some great moments so far on land. Beans not going to put the scope away just yet. He's going to continue to watch over top left of bedroom, but it's Clayster that's able to find Methodz yet again, who has not really been able to play his life here in this round, but we'll see if Beans can try to get a trade. Still lots of time to work with.
Boston want to get this bomb down. They have to deal with Clayster down low. He is the threat that's currently presiding over that A site. And of course, they don't really have the numbers to prevent a retake too. This bomb, now positioning. They might be bartering for a push over towards B here, Austin. It certainly does look that way, doesn't it? And that's not going to work. There's no way Vegas are falling for that one.
Yeah, there's moments where you start to throw some maybe tacticals and lethals to one side, and you maybe draw some members over, but that's not the case. And Beans gonna try to take a little trip outside the map. Doesn't want to give over any of those streaks here. So Vegas Legion, very clean so far. Opening engagements have been solid. That one, they get the first blood, they get the second, and then the third, and they just use their numbers correctly. So very nicely done with the 2-0 lead.
Yep. Very well played from Vegas Legion. They're able to read exactly what Boston Breach are doing. They don't get antsy, I think, is what I really like about Vegas Legion there in that round, right? You know, they don't play hyper-aggressive. Even when they've got the man advantage, they wait for Boston to come to them, and it works out in the end. We've got to say, by the way, shout out to PaulEhx, having a 5-0 start. One more frag. Cruise missile will be in. Beans will want to take him out of the equation, but Clayster will probably be the first target, if any, that goes down. And he's seen him, and he gets it as well. See you later, Clayster.
That is a small window to find the shot, but he does. However, trades are starting to roll on through. TJ does deal with Beans, so you've now eliminated the player that's responsible for trying to watch and cover over this ace site. PaulEhx, who's on 5, has the bomb, but is also one off of earning that streak here. Nero, he could play spoiler in a great spot, but you can just see how cautious he is, trying to figure out where these Vegas members might come flying out of.
It feels very similar to round number 1, right? Beans is down for the count now. He's actually out of this play entirely. And it just leaves Boston with no control over A. The thing is, I will say in this position, Austin, Vegas haven't quite realized that yet, right? It's almost like a phantom threat. You don't know if somebody's here. Finally, Nero comes for the check, and Temp, well, draws him out. Now Vivid and Methodz left up here with the bomb going down to retake.
Vivid trying to work through a fast flank, looking for that first kill. Statistically, not the best series for him, but a chance to try to go big. He's cleared out everything through the back. They should now know that they're playing very tight inside a bedroom, and yeah, they'll know Prolute's close. The door is going to be shut at the perfect timing, but Prolute can't escape with his life. You got to play the clock right now if you're Vegas. 20 seconds now. Seeing if they can try to find another one. They will. It's TJ. The last one left alive, up against Vivid, gonna pop the dead silence and take her out, and I don't think Vivid will find him in time. He's not hopped the bomb. TJ will get the check. He knows he's good, and he'll take the kill. How about it? Another one on the board here for Vegas.
And we're starting to see that very same Vegas that we saw on Fortress Austin. They're getting a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more confident in the way they're playing. We're seeing a little bit more pizzazz from them. Boston Breach. I think they're giving them a little bit too much credit at this point, if I'm honest. I think, you know, Boston in these positions, you know, you see it there. They give so much of that A-bomb site away.
They really do. I mean, they're kind of just relying on Beans maybe to hold his own. And with the amount of routes that you can take down low in bedroom, up top through the staircase, here in long haul, it's not easy to do by yourself. But Clayster, he's found some shots here before. Connects onto Beans, who would have been trying to match the scope play, but it looks like everybody from Boston has already made their way across the map over to this B site. However, there is 2 defenders from Vegas that are ready and waiting.
Yeah, you got to hurry this up. If you're Boston, you've got the numbers in this situation. It won't last long because it's not going to be long before Vegas come and send the cavalry for backup. There you go. Nero activates to take down TJ Halley. Prolute from the backline could stop this plant. He's not actually going to. A little late on it. So now 3v3 we go. It's going to be down to Prolute and Clayster around the backline. It won't be long before Temp joins the ensemble. Prolute just looking to see if he can take down Vivid, who is currently snaking on those desktop counters in the kitchen. I don't know what they are, to be honest, but they're there. Enter the side, Temp trying to put some shots in through the wall. It's going to be the team shots coming on through. Prolute's taken down, but Nero comes from the flank through the mid, and they didn't expect that.
He definitely did not. 15 seconds, you got to check. Nero will end up falling. It all comes down to Methodz. Need this round, and Methodz will find the first, tries to pre-fire the second, and I believe Prolute gets there in time. He should be able to land that defuse, and he will get it. Vegas Legion, 4 rounds in a row.
There towards the end, Methodz has to make that decision, right? You have to just pre-fire one of the 2 places. You think it's a pinch being enacted there by the last couple of players on the last Vegas Legion. It is not. Prolute has enough time to make the dream come true. A brilliant retake from them, especially because, to be fair to Boston, Nero made the right decision in that play. He came round on a successful flank and made sure that they even the odds.
Prolute is 8-1 right now, Brody. I don't want to see any more Prolute flack, all right? Online is just a totally different world from LAN play. Substitute or not, Prolute has played very well individually, especially in these S&Ds. And I believe he's still got the streak in his back pocket. But Beans still content with taking this sniper battle up against one of the best snipers we've seen in Call of Duty. We'll see if he can try to work for that kill. Boston haven't been great with the initial engagements, but this time Beans again is able to find it. Removes Clayster from the equation here in round 5.
Yeah, but look at this reaction coming out from Vegas Legion. They know exactly what to do here, and this is the proactive play that we've come to expect from this Vegas roster all series long. Nero, he is in a world of trouble. Surrounded by Vegas players, but they haven't enacted their devious plans just yet. And that might well come to benefit Nero. The backup is on its way. Vivid is coming to help out, and he might be able to help out just in time, but Nero has to get at least 1 kill here. Not going to happen as Prolute takes him out from behind. But look at the fast-paced action. The fast-paced response from Vivid, but no! The shots don't track. He doesn't even get a frag. And now Vegas should get the bomb down.
Oh, man, Vivid really needed one before falling there. He's got no one in position to help him trade. But Methodz, alongside Beans, trying to make it happen through the back. Trophy system about to go down. 30 seconds left to try to play retake, and it's TJ that's in the site. The wall bangs coming through, but Beans with the sniper rifle finds one, but Methodz now left alone in the 1v2, and there's the kill, I believe, from TJ. Vegas Legion still not letting up on the gas. 5 straight rounds.
This decision-making from Vegas is top tier, Austin. We are seeing premium decision-making coming out now from this Vegas roster. They lose 1 player. They lose that opening snipe between Beans and Clayster. What do? All right, just get rid of the A bomb site. We don't care. Straight over to B they go. They get the bomb plant down. And yes, we would have liked to have seen Vivid at least get one kill because it would have made the situation a little bit more manageable. Perhaps Nero can get one there in that 1 versus 3. But still, Vegas right now playing their hearts out. Boston Breach, 1 search and destroy round lost from being eliminated from this tournament.
Oh, Prelude about to overlap and another streak in play. And there it is. The second cruise missile is good. He's going to call it in right away. Yep. Just call it in. See if you can find the kill. Finish it here. But kills are coming through. Vivid just found 2. Prelude actually drops while he's in the cruise missile and does not trade one back. He can only calm where they are. So a 2v2, still a chance for Boston to extend this.
Yeah, Vivid now looking for the ace in the round. I do know where he is because, of course, he did get those kills earlier on. And the bomb right down in the enemy's base. Vivid going to have to go on a retrieval mission here in this situation. And for Vegas, the best thing you can do is just play the buddy system. Play together here. Vivid now going for it. Trying to play this one sneaky like there's the first kill versus 10. And there's no immediate trade coming on through. Vivid now just pre-firing something that doesn't exist. He's got to realize that TJ's to his left and he does not. Vegas, they flawlessly get it done. Out goes the Boston Breach from Major 1.
Oh, we say goodbye to Boston after looking like, one of the best squads coming in through that first week. It's certainly got to sting a little bit with how those week 2 qualifiers go. And of course, how this situation goes, losing it on your 4th member, Beans coming in, doing what he can. And I mean, he certainly holds his own, but overall, when it comes down to these S&Ds, Vegas were all over Boston. I think only a single round came through across both of those maps. And that should just go to show, I mean, how difficult it can be to try to slot a player in, but you got to give props over to Vegas. They turned up. Prelude had a hell of a game back in that second S&D as well as this one, and that's exactly what I think a lot of people wanted to see from this Vegas roster.
Yeah, Vegas playing so well there towards the end of the game, Austin. I mean, just like 6-0, like some of the decision-making we are seeing again. It's these highlight plays that really make you think, like, Vegas have clearly improved. They are clearly showing themselves much better than they did even in the Stage 1 qualifiers.
Agreed.
I think for months prior to this one, if Vegas are looking for redemption, if they're looking for a new chapter in their story, they have found it, but they just need now to write the rest of that chapter, write the rest of the book, and find themselves a happy ending. Because at the moment, Austin, they are still in a little bit of danger. They have survived the elimination matchup versus Boston Breach. We should say as well, by the way, commiserations to Boston Breach because they have found themselves in a bit of a sticky situation there, with obviously having to bring Beans in very last minute down to Awakening being ill. Shout out to Awakening. Hope he feels better very soon. But nonetheless, for Vegas, this is a moment of elation, but it will only last a little bit of time because they do have another elimination matchup to face tomorrow.
They certainly do. A chance to be able to stay alive, make it through the bracket play. I'll say it, as long as Claysh's in the scene, but, seeing that man on land, it's always going to be a bit of a land buff when you're playing side by side with that monster. And I think you got to see that really come to life, especially in the S&Ds, Brody. We got treated to a lot of great series, throughout this entire day. It was an incredible time casting alongside you, but, overall, got to come to an end at some point in time. And what we do know is we got some great Call of Duty played out. We got some qualification matches through, but we still got some left as well.
Yeah, indeed we do. Still got some matches left to go, of course. As we mentioned, there is still technically one match left up in these group stages. We'll be casting one of those tomorrow once again here on the Delta broadcast, as will there be more around the grounds on Alpha, Charlie, and Bravo. Make sure, I don't know why I said those in that order, to be honest. That's not chronological, but, whatever. Yeah, make sure you guys tune in once again at twitch.tv/Call of Duty/Command Center to get all of those streams. Thank you to everyone for tuning in to the Delta broadcast today. It has been an incredible day of action here from Major 1. We can't wait to see you again tomorrow.